welcome everybody for our the second day of our conference. As we spent yesterday the day, so we met students from Bratislava, from our first grade of graduate studies. Then we met students from Belgium, two groups. That was very interesting. And then we had students from Lusophona, and they showed us their project from game design. I think that it was a very, very successful meeting, and we can compare our ambitions with ambitions from students from in future from all over Europe. And it is the main goal for future to be participants for community that the name is VŠMU, and our school started to be a member of this VŠMU, and there are 8 participants. They are from Ireland, from Portugal, then Belgium, Estonia, Bulgaria, I think Denmark, and maybe Lithuania. So 8 universities. And for today's program, the first speaker will be also from this community, from VŠMU, Tobias Frühmorgen. He is originally from Germany, and he will be the first speaker. Then we'll have Victor Manuel Navarro Remeza from Spain. Then will be Wilson Rodriguez de Almeida from once more from Lusophona University. Then I want to invite our special guest from London, from England, Nicoletta Wood. So say hello. Yes, she came personally, and she will participate also on her presentation and later on workshop. And last guest today will be Peter van Hoyte from Belgium / Canada, and I will be very interested in his participation in Canada professional stuff. And then in the afternoon, with the beginning approximately at 2 o'clock, we'll have workshop with both our special guests, with Nicoletta and Peter. And the host of this meeting will be Michal Šabík, as our teacher of both studies program, game design and visual effects. So it is a very brief program for today. I would like to give a first introduction word for everybody, and then Tobias will start his presentation. So Filipe, try to tell something in the beginning. Can you hear?
No, it was just saying hello, and I hope it's going to be an amazing session like yesterday, and looking forward for seeing all the talks. Thank you.
Yes, Wilson, please.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm also looking forward for the sessions today, and hope you like what I'm going to talk about game design in a bit.
Okay, thank you. Victor?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. Hope you like my presentation as well. I have to teach, so I won't be with you the full morning, but we will talk later after my presentation, and I will be available afterwards. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Yes, so we are introduced everybody now in this moment, and I want to say that we met with Tobias 2 days ago on the ground of VŠMU. He attended our atelier, and I showed him several works of our students, so he is kind of informed. And what is the most important for me, he is a scientist, in area of screenplay with connection with artificial intelligence. It is for me a huge theme for future, because I'm very sure that probably in I don't know, maybe in 10, maybe 20 years there will be possible that artificial intelligence will be able to make scripts. So it's my hope for future, and I will tell something about him. As a film lecturer, he teaches in a creative production and European film heritage and project tutoring and thesis supervisor as Lusofona University Lisbon for the European Master Program, as well as the Master Film Studies and Cinema Bachelors and green production. It will be very interesting, this green production for me. He also works in exchange programs like Looking China. Yes, it's very interesting. And research programs like Crescine, I don't know if pronunciation, and Film Term, Future Film Education, Accelerate, cyanotypes, and the FilmEU Research Innovation Transfer. Since 2020, he is also part of the curriculum pedagogy and artistic research development of the European Universities Alliance for Film and Media Arts, FilmEU, and FilmEU Plus, as well as a project supervisor for yearly pilot and coordinator for the joint research project on screenwriting and GPT-4. Since 2021, he has been researching on his artistic-based PhD at the Film University of Babelsberg, so he's originally from Germany. Artistic artificial intelligence writing and screenplay with AI. His artistic works as a director and or editor include a variety of feature films, short films, television art, and music videos. His film Menschen Kupfer, it's probably my pronunciation, was screened at more as 25 festivals worldwide. Among his editing works is the restoration and re-editing for Yilmaz Güney's, which premiered at Cannes Festival 2017. Tobias also works as story analyst for international feature screenplays and is a certified green consultant for film production. So it's a very brief introduction of Tobias. Please, you can tell some first word and then share your presentation.
Yes, thank you very much, and welcome everyone for this day and for this first session. Thank you for the long introduction, and I'm currently, yes, I'm German. I'm teaching in Lisbon, in Portugal. 2 days ago, I was still sitting in that room where you are in right now, in that cinema, because we presented FilmEU, the next edition of FilmEU. And I can't see you all, but I think some of you were there. And I'm going to present to you today something that is a little bit off the track from the game design and VFX, but it has a deep connection to it. I hope you will find out during the presentation, because I'm going to speak about GPT and screenwriting, or GPT and storytelling. And I had many conversations with 2 days ago, and I see that your department is very much focused on the storytelling aspect. So I think we have some joint efforts here. The screen is still shared, so I can't share mine. I guess. I guess
you can share.
I can. Okay.
Yes.
I'll try to overlap that. Right? Okay. So I guess you see my full screen and at the first slide of my presentation. So you see I'm affiliated with a couple of institutions, FilmEU RIC, which is the search department, or FilmEU Wire. This is the future research department of FilmEU. I'm teaching in Lusofona University in Lisbon, and I'm there part of the research center called SICANT. And at the same time, I'm affiliated with the Film University in Babelsberg in Germany, where I'm doing my PhD. I'm on the same topic. My project that I'm presenting today, which is part of a FilmEU-wide project, is called Machine Acts, Collaborative Screenplay Writing with GPT. It used to be called Collaborative Screenplay Writing with GPT-3 when we started 1.5 years ago, but we just dropped the 3 because 4 was introduced, and I think soon we're going to have more. And I mean, yesterday Meta Llama 3 came out, so this is a constant process of new inventions. This is an artistic research project, and I'm emphasizing on this because it has these two components that I'm going to also present today. It has a scientific part, a philosophical part, even looking at what is AI actually, what is its nature, and it has an artistic part. So how are we going to use this artistically? The beneficiaries from this project and also from today's presentations are screenwriters. This is now a focus on cinema, you see, but I mean, I think you can transfer that easily to the games and department, and to that is screenwriters, producers, or professional story developers, academic researchers in film students, like probably many of you are, and also the viewing audience, so the general audience. This is just briefly the team of Machine Acts. I'm not going to go very deep into that, but you might see that we have quite a variety of approaches, from storytelling and artificial intelligence over the philosophy of art to music, XR, LARP, game design, computational photography, and even sociology. We had quite a broad approach. I'm going to present only a narrow part of this today. What is AI? And I think this quote is I like this quote always, like a snake eating its own tail. Artificial intelligence exists in a circular relationship with its human creators. And I hope you will see during the presentation what that means, because we created artificial intelligence, we humans, and we nurture it, and it comes back to us all the time, and it's a loop, a constant loop. And it's almost that we invented a new living creatures, in quotation marks, a new creature that lives in the service all around the world. This project focuses on artistic research. I think you are all aware what that is. Artistic research is researching with artistic means a scientific problem, and finding out or giving solutions in an artistic way about a problem that exists in the world. And that problem sounds so hard, right? So the research question is, how can we collaborate with a machine for screenplay writing? We are focusing on machine learning and large language models, on GPT. I'm not going to go into the distinction of, deep learning, machine learning, LLMs, so large language models, GPT. I just take it as more or less the same for today's session and skip that definitions, because I think that's not useful for what we're going to talk about today. We have produced a 3-part mini-series screenplay, and I'm showing you some examples of that. These are keywords for our research, focusing maybe here on the co-creation of storytelling. And this is my...
We don't see what you're talking about.
You don't.
Did you switch slides, please?
Yes, where are you? I'm already on slide 5. Didn't you see anything of that?
We saw all the time just first slide.
Oh man, okay, I'm sorry for that. I'm gonna unshare and share again. Okay, can you see now the second slide or the third slide?
Yeah, we can see, yes. It's new.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so this would have been the quote that I've been talking about, like the deep connection between AI and humans in a circular relationship, and the artistic research slide that we're focusing on artistic research with GPT and looking for a problem, a question of how do we write screenplays, how can we co-create a screenplay with AI. These would be some keywords: natural language processing, GPT-4, co-creation, storytelling, and we have also bots and stable diffusions, but I will jump over that today. So my scientific research questions are, I have 2. You will see on the next slide. I also have artistic research questions. So this is the nature of artistic research. What are the new artistic affordances of co-creation between AI and human technologies, and how can we use these artistic expressions to facilitate new opportunities? I'm focusing here on the artistic approach as opposed to a technological approach and so forth. Are machines really creative, or do they just simulate this creation? And what is the difference between human and machine creativity, and how can we both enter in a fruitful exchange? The artistic research question, just the other side of the coin, how does a dialogue develop between the human and the machines, and what are the tools of this co-creation? What are the prompts that we're going to use? And the big question is GPT-4, or are all these language models nowadays, are they only a statistical word processing machine, or can they ever be an equal writing companion? The outputs of that project, I said, are the screenplays and case studies we did with the students. We created metaphor bots, image creation bots, dream bots, and we also had LARPing sessions that might be of interest of you. I'm going to speak about that later. The co-creation between AI and human storytellers means that we wanted to create a satisfying output, quotation, in the form of a screenplay during this creation of the research on narrative processes. What means satisfying output? Satisfying output is a definition that we have in screenplay writing, and that is a satisfying resolution is one that effectively addresses the questions and the themes and the topics that are introduced in the initial setup of the film. So the answer that most of the times the protagonist is looking for must be answered. The questions that he or she is looking for must be answered in some way, not necessarily positively or negatively, but they must be answered. And this sense, second quote, this sense of fulfillment is achieved when the conclusion aligns with and meaningfully explores the central topic of the film. Good stories make you feel you've been through a satisfying, complete experience. That means that we must take AI to the point of being able to create that satisfying conclusion. It does not mean that satisfying does not mean happy ending or tragic ending or ambiguous ending. That's another way of ending the film or the story or the narrative. It means that the question you ask in the beginning, is the world a good place to live, for example, must be answered, or can humans survive the attack of fungi on the whole planet? Last of Us. Yes, that's the initial question of that series, and this is answered throughout the question. and it can be answered with yes, no, maybe, but it needs to be answered. GPT is a black box. All of these language models are a black box because we don't know how they are really trained. We assume, but we don't know. And this makes it quite hard scientifically because we have to guess. We know where the data is coming from. The data has been, it must be said like this, it has been stolen from the internet under some pretexts of research. It has been turned into, it has been analyzed with algorithms that are far beyond my, or I think all of our knowledge. And that's a secret of OpenAI and all of these companies. These data has been labeled by, you have to say that, slave workers in the developing countries. AI is not this clean and automatic and super duper thing, but it has also a big part of slavery work included in that. That makes it quite hard to predict the outputs. That's what makes us, that's what's important for us. That makes it you never know what you really get. Sometimes you get hallucinations. Hallucination is the definition of when GPT is writing nonsense and without reason, you know. Sometimes you get brilliant outputs, sometimes you get mediocre outputs. So how is this human-machine collaboration working? We have set up what we call a writer's room situation. A writer's room situation is a collaborative environment, like a table, where a group of screenwriters or storytellers work together to develop, write, and refine a screenplay. You see already the 3 steps of writing of a screenplay process: developing that, writing that, and refining that. This is a screenshot from a tour. This is how a writer's room looks like. It's really just a bunch of seats, and this is the board where people are plotting and creating the storylines. So this is actually what we have in mind when we speak about collaborating with AI. I know we are creating a digital environment, but this is what I always have in mind: a situation of a co-creation with 2 or more different people, and one of them is GPT. How do we talk to machines? That's a huge field, and there is an article. I'm zooming in a bit. I hope you can see that. There is an article called Principles, Instructions of All You Need for Questioning These Models. And it sets up 26 ways of talking to machines. And I just want to show you some of them because I really like the first one, because it says you don't need to polite with these machines. There is no need to say please, or can you please, or can you don't, if you don't mind, thank you. They say you just talk to the machine and tell it what to do. There are others of like number 6. If you are creating a storyline that is doing this and this, I'm going to give you a tip. I'm going to give you money. And I think your task is, or you must, that's the way to talk to the machine. This is what this article suggests. And this is also what my experience showed during the past 2 years. Of course, I feel it's strange to say to the machine, you must develop a screenplay with this and this parameters, instead of could you please, because this is how I would talk to in a writer's room situation to a human being. Okay, so that's if you wanna have this article, that's, you can see later. This is the archive link. So I'm gonna zoom out again. We created 3 screenplays, and we created 3 topics that we had to start with, because I think all of your experience already shows when you ask the machine, can you please create a screenplay? I mean, that's very naive, but let's assume you ask that, can you please create a screenplay? Then only very, very mediocre / shitty stuff comes out. That's not relevant for real artistic invention or creation. We had an example that we were always referring to, Devs, this miniseries by 2020. This is by RX Garland, because it also has this, technological focus and this time travel, and it's a very cool series also, but it also deeply connected to technology, because you have also probably experienced already that for GPT, for these language models, it's very easy to speak about technology. It's very hard to speak about human emotions, human relations, human dynamics, but it's very easy to speak about a technological environment within the Silicon Valley, within a startup in San Francisco or somewhere, because this is where most of this training data is coming from, right? We also have to speak about what kind of text is a screenplay actually, or what kind of, if you transfer that to the games department, what kind of template do you have for developing a story for a game? And a screenplay, we first of all, it's never actually really published. Sure, it's out there on the internet, but people hardly read it. Only a very specific type of people read it. Directors, producers, all the people involved in the film, but the general public does hardly read screenplays. You can see the very special format, the number of scenes, scene left and right, the scene heading, the dialogue is in the middle, and so forth. This is, by the way, the first scene of Chernobyl, the series. A screenplay is a blueprint for something else. And in my case, a blueprint for a film or a TV series. In your case, probably the blueprint for a game. So it has another purpose than itself. These were the three topics that we were developing, that we were starting with. And actually, we were developing that with GPT also. Surprise me with what I want. Transindividuals, future subjects, and the divide itself, and Narcissus and the Oracle. These are all topics that have to do with the human-AI relation, and these are topics that are like also kind of philosophical debates that are happening right now. We wrote these 4 screenplays. You can see number 1 has 48 pages, always the 8 sequences. That's the normal, the classical approach for a cinema screenplay that has been shown by Frank Daniel and I always ask it also for an outro to have, like in Black Mirror, that other TV series, you have the classical narrative and then an outro who reflects that. We have 56 scenes. And I'm gonna just jump to the next one. This is 72 pages and on 103 screens. And the next one is 47 pages. And so it's quite long screenplays. And if we have time later or in the question sections, I can of course open those screenplays also. What were the good things and the things that didn't work? The good things is that you can ask GPT anytime. It never sleeps. It never pauses. Sometimes it has a network failure, and sometimes you have a message cap because you exceeded the 40 messages per 3 hours. You know that problem, even though in the paying version. But you can create very easily anything you want, but only if you know what you want. And this is the pitfall number 1. If you are not clear, if you don't know how to write a story, then every result from GPT-4 will be boring, mediocre, or a bad. And so you first, when you start this, the first thing you need to work on is your prompt. And people are making now like a secret about their prompts, and this is because They have been working very long on how to talk to the machine. You see, that's the topic of co-creation, and how to refine that prompt in a way that you get the result you want. You would obviously always start with, you are an experienced screenplay writer for a TV series. You know, you need to set what it is, what it should pretend to be. Sorry, what it is wrong. What it should pretend to be is the right way to say it. And you have to give it examples. That's why I said before deaths, for example, or Chernobyl or Black Mirror. So you have to say you are an experienced screenplay writer and you love the TV series Chernobyl, or you name it, you know, you have to give it an example, and then you have to be very clear what it should develop. And you cannot develop a screenplay in one place. Of course not, because the output length of GPT is not 48 pages. It's much less. You know, we all know that it thinks in tokens. So this is a process of around 200 or 300 prompts for each screenplay for a first draft. I can go more into the practical stuff also when you have some questions later. I want to wrap up a bit by saying, giving you some philosophical quotes on that whole process. What is GPT? Is it like a typewriter? AI generation will change how we write. Yes, I think we all agree on that. But systems like GPT-3 in this case are more than just generators of text. They are mirrors that reflect our own thoughts back to us. So we live in this loop, in this snake, you know, that I've described before. Everything we're doing from now on will always be fed into the system of AI and will come back to us. This creates maybe problems because the training data that is produced now for future AI models might be weaker than the ones we've created before. But this is how we live. We have to live with this mirror that AI gives us. But there is also huge critique on this whole process that seems so fast and super duper and so on, because the current GPT systems, they provide remarkably little in the way of explanations and anything about the world. They don't tell us why the world is like this. They just mimic statistical patterns of how language has been used in their databases. GPT knows nothing about the world. You have to be sure about this. The only one who knows anything about the world in this co-creation process is us humans. Everything the machine does is simulation of this based on text. GPT does not have access to the senses we have. We have so many different senses. We can smell, we can see, we can hear, we can think, if you say that thinking is also sensory. GPT can only produce text and images. And based on the images, it can now produce videos. But it can never have the feeling of smell, the feeling of touching, the feeling of thinking. GPT is a stochastic parrot. I think you've heard that expression. It can only blah, 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 what it has been trained on in their databases, but not, and combine everything in a new way, which is also a definition of creativity, yes, but it cannot create anything new. Just jumping to that Chinese room example of John Searle already like 40 years ago, AI has very little to tell us about thinking, since it's not about machines, but about programs, and no program by itself is sufficient for thinking. Thinking is a sensory ability. It is impossible for computers to develop a consciousness because they lack all of these sensory abilities, the ones I was just talking about. Current computers, because we don't know what's going to happen when we have quantum computers, right? But still, it will lack the sensory abilities. You could also name that, like Raphael Millière says it, an advanced mimicry that is almost indistinguishable of intelligent behavior, but it's still only mimicry and it's still not intelligent behavior. So the question is, for storytellers and for any artist, why should we place our trust in a machine to narrate human stories when such an entity like the machines lacks any form of corporal, of body, of sensory experience, smell, of first-hand experience of life, you know, given that it's only trained on text. The only way of overcoming this problem in an artistic way is to create a meaningful relation of creative partners, where, like in a writer's room, everyone has his or her or its task of I'm very good at this, you're very good at this. The machine is very good in writing so many tokens per second that humans will never be able to achieve. The machine has access to large databases and can remember many things that we humans can not remember. It can see patterns of different stories by analyzing hundreds or thousands of stories. We cannot do that. But the only person here who can create meaning or who can curate meaning is us humans. And this might be a suggestion for Lev Manovich, the great guy. You should all read him and see he's publishing everything. And he's really at the forefront of this, of co-creation with the machine. Art, AI art, is a type of art that we humans are not able to create because of the limitations of our body. And he says, yes, we are limited, and this is our advantage. How does the concept of art and storytelling change when it's produced with machines? You'll have to answer that for yourself, but I hoped I could give you some inspiration, philosophical and practical inspiration with this talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tobias. It was a great experience for me and a great place for thinking. I know that for explanation of this theory for future, I will have to discuss with you much, a lot, because generally I think that all these things about ability of touching and smelling in future will be possible for in 100 or 200 years, or when there will be age of humanoids and you know, artificial intelligence that will be really exact, similar beings as we are. So in future, I think that this artificial intelligence will be able to smell and to touch and to think, I'm sure. But for this moment and next 10 years and probably for your life, it is exactly what Tobias said. And from my side point of view. So I would like to give possibility to have a question, Ms. Rakociova, if she is here.
The mic is not on.
Microphone, we are preparing my microphone. Later I will give possibility to put question also to Felipe and Wilson and Peter. later. Some technical issues. Okay, so Ms. Rakocieva.
Okay, can you hear me?
Closer.
Well, my question is if you incorporate ChatGPT into your workflow for tasks other than screenwriting, and if you also consider to make a whole project by using only AI based on your screenplay.
Okay, so the question number 2 is yes, we're planning that to make a whole, and I assume with whole you mean one with images and sound, right?
Yes.
So we're going to do that. The thing is, this is still too weak, even though Sora, that's the OpenAI video generator, or Runway ML looks great when it's advertised. It's not consistent in characters. It's not consistent, and you have to do a lot of work to put the things together. If we're speaking more about automated cinema, I think I just created a new genre here. If we want to do that, then we still need to wait half a year or 1 more year or something in order to, so that this is fluent, so that this is. And also, the second part of that is I also want to get away a bit of the big companies. There are so many open language models out there that, and in the future, video and audio generators and so on. I want to focus on that more because I don't think that the future of AI lies in closed companies, but it lies in, like Wikipedia or something, lies in open models that are developed. And I mean, there are so many open models right now, you know, or half open at least, backed by a huge company, Mistral in Europe, or Llama by Meta, and you just need to go to Hugging Face and see all of these hundreds of models out there. And the first question was, how do I integrate AI in work other than AI, other than screenwriting, right? A lot. I mean, translation. I live in a country which is not my mother language, so I use it for translation. I use it for correcting my Portuguese also sometimes. I use it for summarizing stuff that I might want to read, but I'm not sure if I should go these 200 pages. That's and I mean, yes, and this is another thing what AI will probably be used for very soon. If you check perplexity.ai, this is another company. My guess is that it will replace the current search engines very soon because of the tailored personal answers that you will have. So instead of asking Google best restaurants in Tallinn, then you get a list of that. I think this will replace the search engines quite faster than we think.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Next question will give our student from Visual Effects, Miro.
Thank you. I'm really glad you talked about the philosophy of all this. That, you know, what it is to be human, and how machines are not able to really experience that. Do you ever get like some kind of existential crisis from this? You know, it's really
When
scary.
I get this,
And
yeah,
a lot of sci-fi novels really talk about this, the whole thinking machines. So I'm curious how you view this.
be careful with the word thinking machines. Machines do not think; they just simulate thinking. But that's now a smart thing. No, I'm not. I think, and I'm not. You know, I'm not like I don't want to say now the world is only developing at its best. But whenever I'm sad about that, I remember that all of my imaginations are coming about AI. Are coming from dystopian Hollywood films, Terminator 2 and so forth. And whenever I'm sad, I just click on reading Yann LeCun, the French guy who works at Meta, who says how great, what great achievements AI might bring in the future, having personalized GPT assistants that will help you so much in learning, in navigating through the world. I do not believe, but I mean, that's a belief and that's not a knowledge, that the machines will, I mean, we are the ones who train them, right? We are the ones still in control. So we have to, we humans can decide if we want to train the machines to have the same goals as humanity. Save the planet, for example, create a living together in respect and harmony, and so on. If we train them, if we do not train the machine that, then that might be harder. But I still do believe very much in what Yann LeCun says, that we are the ones in control and we are deciding that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please, next question will put our guest from internet, Filipe.
Yes, I do have. Hi, Tobias. Hi, how are you? Good to see you. But thank you for your talk. Yes, and to bring some philosophy and communication science here. And what I think is reading a book is a way of experiencing telepathy, because the writer enters in our head and transmits a way of thinking, a way of their sensory experience. You spoke about smell, etc. So the authors, the writers, bring us their life inside our heads. So, for instance, I don't know, the Gulag Archipelago book. We cannot send AI to a Gulag to have a relevant book like that. So, I understand that ChatGPT helps a lot on reviewing text, on technical writing. But my question is, how risks we have with AI for creativity in writing? If that was clear.
Yeah. What risks would we have in writing? In which sense do you mean that?
In the sense, for instance, using too much AI, that AI is copy ideas from other ways of writing. And for our students in general, for script writing classes, how AI could be not only a powerful tool to write some new things, but also if they have some risks for creativity in writing.
The biggest risk in using AI in writing is its inherent mediocrity. It is I mean, and that's clear if you look at the training data, what is out there in the world on texts for, let's say now, screenplays, is a vast majority that is like, merged into this database. And this is, of course, all of that is very mediocre. Mediocre means that it's the sum of it all, right? And you need to prompt very cleverly not to fall into that trap. So the risk is if you are using AI without your own mind, if you just want to outsource the thinking and the creation process to a machine. Only if you are in control, if you human are in control in that creation process, and the machine does, let's say, the production of the text, the creation of the text, but you are the ones, first of all, prompting, secondly, selecting, thirdly, curating, thirdly, putting that together of different outputs. Only then you have a meaningful output. If you don't do that, then you just, I mean, I think, have you ever done, you cannot simply not put the output that what GPT makes and put that into an email that, or into something that it's simply not good enough. It's simply it's artificial. You see, it uses words that you would never use because I'm not a native English speaker. So if I use words like affordances, or something, I would not use it. So it's recognizable that it's not written by me. And this is just an example of a word. If you think that bigger, you always need to curate it. You always need to change it. You always need, and so I think that is the big risk also for students, to just be lazy and outsource the thinking. And I mean, if you do that, if you think in competition and market terms and so on, you will you will not be a successful screenwriter or anything. And if you're studying film or games or whatever, that's what you want. You want to bring you want to bring your games to the people, right? And if you do a lazy job, then you will not do that.
Okay, thank you. Very well answered. Thank you. Mr. Wilson Almeida, he will be next speaker. So it's your time for your question for Mr. Wilson.
So actually, my question was very similar to Felipe's question, because that is one of the things that keeps me up at night, or regarding AI, is the not losing of creativity, but everything looking the same, or possibly looking the same. But I think I got the answer. I don't know if a question for AI systems. I don't know if you, because since it's my area, if you know anything about some AIs being used for game design, or if you know anything about it.
Honestly, not so much. Sometimes I use, but now I don't know the website anymore. I use the world building, like graphics on that. But honestly, no, I don't know about that. What I can add to yours and Felipe questions, one more aspect, and that is, there are formats out there in the film and TV world, and maybe also in the gaming world, where innovation is not wished. So the mediocrity is part of the whole concept. Let's take telenovelas, soap operas, where the characters should not change and they must stay the same throughout 2 years, where the location of a castle in England does not need change, because this is what the product, the film is made for, the series is made for. So innovation is not wished, and then GPT is actually great. Have you ever seen the dialogues GPT is writing? I mean, it's so awful. There is no subtext in it. There is only information. It's only like it's almost like a it's so absurd that you really cannot use that in the first place. So there is a long way to go still.
Okay.
And sometimes it even forgets the characters midway through the dialogue.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about this subtext, but let's agree for this moment. I think that subtext artificial intelligence can do in some way, even now. Next question will put our special guest Nicoletta Wood.
Hi Tobias. Hi. Nice to meet you. Thanks for the talk. I would ask, how did it all start? How did you? I mean, obviously people find out about ChatGPT, but how did you come up with the idea to, do the research and get into it? So.
There was a guy called Ross Goodman who used to be Obama's speechwriter, and then he was sick of politics, and then he developed some stuff, some AI stuff back in 2019 or something, and he put a camera on top of his car and went through America. Drove through America and made a photo of, I don't know, let's say every 5 minutes or every 2 minutes, I don't remember, and then turned this photo into text, and this text became a novel called One on the Road, imitating Jack Kerouac's, On the Road. And this made me so curious, how can you turn images into text? And then I started out, and actually my first approach was not text writing, but it was, I wanted to create an automatic editing machine because I'm also a film editor. And so I wanted to have material, like let's say 1 hour of material, and then make it, edit that automatically. And I failed gladly because it has way too many layers. Editing has many more layers than screenwriting, because screenwriting only has text as an output, but editing has image analysis, color analysis, sound analysis, movement analysis, emotion analysis, blah, 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 blah. That was simply way not achievable like 3 years ago. And I mean, it's kind of doable nowadays, but again, more in technical way than in an artistic way, just to make things faster. Here we are again with the efficiency and not the artistic approach, which sometimes even requires slowness and not outsourcing of your creativity, but that. But that's how I started, and I think, I mean, what I'm focusing very much on, you hear me repeating that, is this artistic aspects. There are many people out there who know everything about LLMs and how much, and billions of tokens and the future of the world and so on. What I want to know is, what I want to research on is the artistic, as opposed even to creative, the artistic use of AI in screen world, in the screenwriting and film world.
Thank you. And the last question will put our special guest, Peter.
Hello. Hello and good morning. Yeah, thank you for the talk. I'm gonna ask another similar question to Felipe and Wilson, because it's something that keeps us all busy, especially as creatives. So with what you said about stochastic patterns and basically AI being a very advanced form of statistics, the more people are going to use AI, are we then sort of doomed to get to like one big grey average because it's statistics and it's feeding into itself all the time? So considering the amount of AI generated content that is now on the internet, already outpacing human generated content in some fields, are we already headed towards some sort of a dead end for the language models that we have today? And in the future, what do you think is needed to overcome that dead end? Is it more specificity? Is it in that way going to generate more stuff for humans to do to control the AI, or do we need an actual new technological revolution to overcome the limitations of this one?
You are absolutely right with that fear of mediocrity being the what's happening, because the AI text that the text that have been produced with AI are now feeding back into the system. You see, when you use GPT, you can there is this little checkbox where you can say, use my outputs for future training data. Have you seen that? You should uncheck that, by the way. Yes. And also because of privacy. I mean, that's a completely another topic, privacy, you know. We can't go into that now. But yes, and so everything is, I mean, no, it started even before, but you're right, everything is going into that direction, but it started even before because the training data is focused on Western culture. The screenplays are Western Europe, Western, and with Western I mean not even our West in terms of Europe, but America. And the American culture is completely different than the European culture. We experience that now with guys like Trump, you know, or the whole debate on guns. Have you ever tried to ask the machine to write a scene where two people are kissing, or even two men are kissing? Yes, that works. But everything beyond kissing, the machine rejects to write. Everything that has to do with sex, for example, is simply not allowed. It's against our policies, you know. What are these policies is Silicon Valley policies opposed to all the 8 billion people on Earth. This does not work like this, and this is, I think, why this will break up this monopoly. Mm-hmm. And on the other hand, have you asked GPT to write a bank robbery with detailed descriptions of how many guns it has? It's very easy. And I mean, I don't know about guns, you know, I've never had one in my hand, but you know, it's come on. And this is not our culture. And, you know, this is not our experience. This is not our life. Have you ever tried to ask the machine, that your main character is an artist? Guess in which city this person is living in. Of course, in Berlin, and she's a graffiti artist, you know, because this is the perception of Hollywood. No, not Hollywood, but of this training data. Artists live in Berlin and are graffiti artists. Yep. Have you ever made a story that is set in Sao Paulo in Brazil? Guess what, where the milieu is, you know, guess what? It's, of course, it's a drug gang, you know. This is the perception of these kind of training data. And you have to prompt very hard to get around that. So here you have the mediocrity already in motion. And now imagine if you add fake news to that, because how should AI be able to decide what's fake news, what's not fake news, you know? Mm-hmm. If you add that to it, these companies have a huge problem in labeling and classifying their data and to put it out there.
Mm-hmm. Yes, because what I've been seeing in day-to-day tools now, things like Copilot, is that those same big companies are integrating it into everything we're using. And it's in their interest to push us to use whatever their systems generate as is. And that's I can't write anything anymore without some pop-up saying, why don't you rewrite this with Copilot? Why don't you rewrite this with something else? And probably most people will do this. So it is in that sense, in my view at this time, sort of the snake that eats its own tail. And lately I've been thinking back of this. It's an awful film, but it's very it's very current. It's called Idiocracy. I don't know if you've seen it. Try and see it. It's a crazy film, but it's also the film that it predicted Crocs to be popular. And there's a story behind it. Look it up. It's it scares the shit out of you, because the same thing that happened with Crocs can now happen with AI. Everyone's gonna wear them. Thank you very much.
Good.
Yes, thank you very much. It was very amazing presentation. We will continue in our program with next speaker. It will be Victor Manuel Navarro, Remeza, and I will tell something from his bio. Victor Navarro Remeza is a game scholar from Technocampus University Pompeu Fabra, Barcelona, Spain. He is founding member and the president of DIGRA, Spain. I don't know this company, or and the co-president of the History of Games conferences. His last book, as an editor in Perspectives on the European Video Game, Amsterdam University Press 2021. His research interests include player freedom, Zen-inspired games, and soul gaming, regional game studies, and game preservation. He has taught animation cinema for years and collaborates as a critic of the medium in several radio stations and magazines. Currently, he is one of the two principal investigators of the project Ludomythologies, Myths and Ideology and in Cinematography Video Games. So please try to confirm or explain and try to tell your presentation. We don't hear you. Put microphone on, please. Switch microphone.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Can you see my slides well?
Yes, very good.
Okay, so thank you again, Ludovic, and thank you, Sylvester, who invited me originally. I'm going to talk about video games and animation. I will try to make it practical, but it's mostly an invitation to rethink video games as interactive animation, not to ignore the importance of mechanics or storytelling or any other parts of video games, but I want to introduce the importance of animation in video games. I have to say that I will try to make it brief because I have to teach at 12, so I have to leave at around 45, 50, but I will try to be here for your questions. Yes, and about DIGRA, Digital Games Research Association is the biggest, currently the biggest association in game studies in the world, and I'm the president of the Spanish chapter. So if you need anything about game studies, you want to look for a nice conference, you want to look for references in game research, I think DIGRA is the place to go. And I'm not saying it just because I'm the president of the Spanish chapter, but I have had very good experiences with them. My specialty, as you have said, Ludovic, is game research. I'm mostly focused on video games because I work in an institution that is dedicated to video games. I teach in games and media, but before I joined my current institution, I used to teach animation for many years. I had a full course on animation, not as a technical thing, but as history and film theory of animation as cinema. So it's not my main line of research, but I've been thinking, I've been reading, I've been teaching animation for a long time, and it made me realize that video games have animation, as we all know, and your students there are probably very familiar with using animation for video games and designing video games, thinking about the animation. But my experience with animation made me realize that we need to think not that video games have animation, but that video games are animation. And this is might seem like a very small difference, like splitting hairs to look for one of these discussions that we theorists love. But I think this is an important distinction. video games do have animation. Animators work in video games. We need to include animation. But video games are animation because they are an animatic form. And being animatic is way different from being cinematic, from capturing reality with a camera. So I'm going to explore this line of thought, and I'm going to give you some ideas, some snippets of lines of venues that you can explore as either analysts, critics, or practitioners to work in video games as animation. Again, we all know that video games have animation. Some video games do not, so I'm going to say this first. Some video games only have text, and they are perceived as non-normative, as an exception. So much so that they have been labeled as text games, and they live in a sort of separate reality. The players of text games are super loyal. It's a very strong niche, but people that enjoy text games do not normally share the same space with people that play video games in general. If you go to a video game forum, or you go to a video game magazine or a YouTube channel, text games have been in a way isolated. So this is the exception, and in a way the importance of the visual side of video games has naturalized this distinction between text games and so called normal or regular video games. I'm going to show you several images, and I'm going to ask you which one does not belong to the group. Okay, text games are a different thing. They're going to be different, put separate. But let's look at this and consider which one does not look like a video game to, let's say, a gamer audience or a general audience. Normally, we will identify something like the Ninja Turtles games as a video game because it has pixel art, the caricature aesthetic of the one in the top right corner looks like a very traditional video game, and the hyper-realism of something like Death Stranding is very video gamey, so to speak. But live action, having live actors in front of live performers, in front of a camera, and capturing that image is not the way to go normally in video games. I do enjoy video games with live action. This is not a critique of live action. I'm just saying that normally these are very exceptional. Quantity-wise and, let's say, perception-wise. If you go to the top seller or most celebrated video games every year, maybe you will get one with live action and the others will be either 2D or 3D. So, unlike cinema, video games are mostly animatic. They are made with animation. In cinema, we still have to defend that that animation is not a genre, it's a form, it's a technique, it's a collection of techniques, it's a medium or a supra medium. But in video games, live action is the exception. So it's the contrary. We have the contrary situation. In video games, live action has been dismissed, frowned upon. People do, historically, people have ignored live action. And when there's live action, it tends to be low quality or FMV video games, as they are normally called, as seen as a lower form of video games. So video games are animatic, they do have animation, and I want to include this nature, this animatic nature, as one of the pillars of video games. If you go to theoretical books like this very good book by my colleague Soubhik Mukherjee, the president of Digra India, if you need to know about the research of games in India, Digra India is a place to go. You will see that video games, according to Soubhik, who is a specialist in literature, video games are ludic, meaning that they have rules of games. They are games, they are meant to be played, and they are rule sets. They are narrative, they can tell stories. They do not tell stories all the time, but they can tell stories, and they normally do nowadays. Video games with storytelling are very popular, and video games are mechanic, meaning that they are technological, that they are run by a complex machine, and that they need to, or they exploit the operations of the machines. They exploit the capacity of the machine to run procedures. So video games are ludic, narrative, and machining, and there's a balance in that. All the three, let's say, pillars are important. I'm adding here animatic. And we normally only discuss animation when video games really look like the kind of animation that we can recognize. When they look like traditional cartoons, when they look like Ghibli movies, when they look like anime, then we think of animation. But video games are normally animated all the time. So something like Cuphead was celebrated as an animatic video game, but all video games are animatic. And this has a, let's say, a philosophical, a conceptual side, and a practical side. I'm not the first one to defend video games are animatic or as animated text. This chapter in the Animation Studies Reader, for example, by Chris Palan, defends it. Fundamentally, all video games are animated text. However, the way that, I'm sorry for the karaoke, sorry for reading it aloud, but I do agree with this sentence. The way that interactivity serves as the key identifying marker on the video game results in the always animated nature of video games being frequently ignored. The only people to not ignore the animation and the animatic side of video games are animators themselves. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, I heard something coming from the room. Okay, yeah, I will continue. The only people thinking about animation regularly in video games are animators, and there's a lot of theory, and I'm sure many in the room will be familiar with this book and with these fundamentals of video game animation. Fluidity, feel, readability, context, elegance are ways to design animation and to animate things in video games in a way that feels satisfactory for the player. So animators do think about animation. This is obvious. This is, let's say, a platitude. And there are, for example, YouTube channels focusing only on the animation of video games. My proposal here is that even those who do not think about animation all the time, even those that are not animators, say game designers, narrative designers, game writers, game directors, producers, anyone working in video games should think of video games as an animatic form. And I'm using the word animatic in a very, let's say, philosophical, conceptual way to mean not something that is made with animation, but something that creates the illusion of life. Something that is giving, in a way, life to elements through movement. Animation is not about the particular drawing or the particular element, 3D element, but about the way we conceptualize movement and the way we create the illusion of life, as Disney said from the beginning, with a very particular movement. So animating something is creating the illusion of life through different techniques, and an animatic apparatus, as Deborah Levitt says here, is a way of framing reality and framing thought through animation. So in a way, if we see video games as being about the illusion of life and video games being about, let's say, the hypnosis, hypnotizing people with animation, we will slightly change the way we approach video game design and video game, let's say, video game thinking. So I'm going to give you 4 perspectives, 4 main areas that you can exploit as game developers, as animators. This is also a defense of the animator in the video game studio. If you are an animator and you want to work in video games, you have to make your case. You have to say that animation is not just something that you add to make video games look beautiful. It's part of the design. So I'm going to give you 4, let's say 4 general areas, 4 areas that I want to explore in the future, and I want other people to explore in the future. As a teacher here and a researcher, I'm dealing with history of video games. I teach history of video games. I'm the current president of the History of Games conference. And my first reaction to everything is to think about history. So I'm going to propose here to focus on the history of video games and the family that we will include by thinking about video games as animation. Normally, when we talk about video games, and the history of video games, we tend to jump to computers, the history of computers, of computations, of engineering, and we see the history of video games as something deriving from technology. Video games come from many sources. Video games have many ancestors, from computers to analog games, board games, literature as well, the entertainment options of the penny arcades. Pinball was a key element in establishing the video game industry. And I want to also add optical toys. I don't know if you're familiar with optical toys, but they are one central element in, let's say, creating the space that video games will occupy decades or centuries later. Optical toys were the new medium of their time. This very good book, very recommendable reading, Playful Visions by Meredith Buck, explores and explains optical toys as the new media of the 18th and 19th century, not only as precursors of cinema, but as revolutionary technology that people had to learn to use, people had to become familiar with. And there were a lot of debates, there was a lot of play testing, so to speak, a lot of experimenting with optical toys in the 18th and 19th century. I wrote a review of this book, and I think the review is open access, but I will strongly recommend reading the book. Optical toys are part of what for me, the main expert in early cinema, Tom Gunning, called the player mode of attraction. And when I discovered this idea, it made me reconceptualize everything I knew about early cinema and video games. Tom Gunning, following Dula and Patrol and other authors, writes about a difference between a player mode of attraction, where the relationship with images is based on interaction and touch, and the viewer mode of attraction that is closer to theater, which will become the foundation of cinema. Cinema, as we know it today, is based on the viewer mode of attraction, whereas video games are based on the player mode of attraction. But the player mode of attraction existed before video games and before cinema. We have been playing with moving images for a long time. For example, I lived in Kyoto last year for 3 months, and I visited this very nice museum, Toy Film Museum, where everything was crank-based. There was a lot of toys where, especially children, could manipulate a crank and activate an image. And it was sold as a toy. In the 20s, 30s, before the Second World War, toy film cameras were very popular among children. And this made me think of this very nice console, the Playdate. Have you played with Playdate? Have you tried it? Anyone? I mean, we can talk about this later, but if you don't have a Playdate, it's there's a lot of creativity happening in the Playdate space. I love it. And the control element, the main input element, is a crank, very similar to these cameras. So what Playdate did was going back to the origins of the player mode of attraction. By thinking of history in a different way, I think they found a different way of interacting with images, a way that feels new and at the same time is older than video games and cinema. We can connect, for example, virtual reality to the stereoscope viewers of the 19th century. Let's say the genealogy is very straight. You have these machines, these wooden pieces in the 19th centuries where you looked at images and they became 3D, stereoscopic in the 19th century. And this was a huge boom. People fell all over it in the 19th century. It was super popular. Then there was an economic crisis, they fell out of fashion. But nowadays we have virtual reality as a direct continuator of the way the images were thought, conceptualized, and sold through stereoscopic visors. And if we think about the history of video games as the history of the interactive images, we realize that video games have continually incorporated new ways of dealing with images. It's not a matter of technical efficiency. It's not a matter of getting more and more powerful in the machine, in the technology. It's a matter of expanding what players can see. If we think, for example, of the birth of sprites in the 70s in Atari, we will see that it's not just a jump in quality. It's a jump in concept. With sprites, we saw the advent of iconicity. And you took a look at the Japanese video games that took over the world, that changed the relationship between, let's say, regional industries. And Japan conquered the world. Video games were made in America in the beginning, and then Japan came in and conquered the world, in part, I would say, because Japanese video games were super iconic. Space Invaders, Pac-Man, and Donkey Kong, they took after manga, anime. They were very visual, very conscious about color, very conscious about animation, about characters, and they created something that was visually appealing all over the world. So it's a history of moving images, of dealing with images, and we can expand the family to moving toys. And I would say that some interactive things are not video games, but video toys. And I encourage you to create video toys, to try and create video toys. For example, the Tamagotchi is not a game console, it's not a video game, but it's interactive and it's digital. And it's based on animation, iconicity. This is before emoji, but I think we can all agree that the origins of emoji are in this kind of images. And the Tamagotchi is a close relative of video games. Perhaps not a full video game, it would be weird to call it a video game, but it's a video toy. And as game designers, I think you can be very creative and very successful if you explore this idea of video toys, of removing, let's say, the winning conditions, the challenge of video games, and just focusing on animatic, interactive images. For example, these toys like the e-ship that was super popular in the 90s. There's an artist called Nathalie Lowhead who has a couple of blog entries on video or virtual toys, and I find it very exciting. From a creative perspective, I recommend reading this, and I think you will be excited to create new things. These screensavers were super popular in the 90s, and they, in a way, they taught people how to read digital images. Our contemporary relationship with digital images come from what we experimented and what we learned in the 90s. Screensavers, desktop toys have paved the way for things like the interactive animation of Mario von Klinkenbach and Michael Frey, who together have created games like Plug and Play or Kids. This is not a video game, this is an interactive animation, but it's sold in video games market, and it's super entertaining. It's very fun, it's super appealing, and it's just playing with images. It's like a combination of interactive short film with interactive animated toy, and I will strongly recommend playing it if you want to be digital artists. This is the kind of things that you can do when you liberate yourselves from the necessity, from the obligation of creating a game with rules and with, let's say, traditional systems. You can experiment with things like this, the kind of things that players publish, like, for example, this game or video toy or animatic toy or whatever by Japanese animator Atsushi Wada. I love Atsushi Wada, and this is just a toy. It has no winning, no losing. It's a very, very exciting thing if you want to experiment with interactive animation. So this is the main element, but I want to also make you think about industry, how video games are part of what we call the media mix. I encourage you to read this book, Anime's Media Mix. In Japan, the media mix, animation, comics, live action, is always prepared together from a commercial point of view, and video games are becoming a central part of this. And you can find that animation studios participate in video games, creating cutscenes. For example, Studio 4 Degrees have created a lot of animations for video games. You can find character designers coming from manga and jumping to video games. There's a lot of cross-pollination. You find animated movies created with video game engines. For example, Away, this movie was created by a single creator, Gins Zivalovis, one person creating a movie, a full movie, with the aesthetic of video games, with a single computer and with just Maya. So there's a lot of connections between animation, comic books, manga, anime, video games, and you can exploit this industry, you can be a part of that without necessarily being just focusing on video games. Perhaps you want to be an animator, a character designer, and you can find clients all over the map, all over the spectrum, not just in video games. For example, a lot of video games are sold with the anime label because they look like traditional animation. I want to also question the matter of realism and remind you that realism, the pursuit of realism, which seems to be like the main battle of AAA games, of blockbuster games, realism or photorealism is just one aesthetic in video games. We can also talk about caricaturism, cartoonism if you may, and abstractionism, abstract video games from a visual point of view. Something like this is not photorealistic. Zelda Wind Waker is not photorealistic. Photorealism, for many people, is sold as the future of video game visuals. Photorealism has been a thing since the 90s, when video games capture live actors and digitize these images. But I think capturing reality needs the touch of an animator. It's not only a matter of capturing reality and reproducing reality, it needs animators, and animators can do things more important than just shrinking the balls of a horse in something like Red Dead Redemption. You can create living creatures, so to speak. You can create things like this robot, which is super animatic. This is very cute, very appealing, and it's created on the principles of animation, not just on trying to imitate reality. So I would say, I don't want to explain all the theory, we can discuss this later, but I will say that I will recommend not being linked, tied, bound by photorealism. You can explore other aesthetics, you can explore other type of images. Photorealism is one, perhaps you want to work there, but even photorealism needs animators. But caricaturism, abstractionism, other types of animation are part of video games and have been part of video games since the beginning. And I want to remind that in animation, the artifice, the trick is part of the appeal. People are aware of the technique, but the technique reinforces the sense of reality. In a lot of video games, movies, you know that was animated by a team of people, but this illusion is created not by hiding the technique, but by celebrating the technique. So don't be afraid of the technique, don't be afraid of showing your cards when you prepare something in video games. And lastly, I want to finish with the space that players occupy in video games when we think of video games as animation. Players are, in a way, and this is not my idea, this is something that Russ Greenberg defended, when players interact with a video game, players become animators. It is the role of the designer to allow the player to become an animator in a way, because we are going to take control of an image. We are going to take control of the image. We are going to move the image around, and we are going to look for chains of actions and reactions. And this is a way of giving a stronger sense of immersion to players. So we are animating characters, and we are having a complex relationship with the character, because, for example, some animations only happen when you don't control the character, like here with Sonic. We take control of the character, we move it, but the character moves when we don't give any order, and this gives, let's say, a stronger personality, a stronger sense of avatarness. The avatar is presented in a stronger fashion. So you can exploit animation to, let's say, make the relationship between the player and the character stronger, more intense, and more appealing. Also, we can also think about humor. Humor normally comes from timing, from very precise movement in traditional animation. But in video games, we can amplify movement, we can exaggerate, and we can give players a set of reactions, a set of relationships and reactions that are going to be interesting in themselves. For example, when I jump and I get a funny animation, I forget about the reason I jump and I focus on the appeal of this animation, of this jump or this dance or this whatever. Controlling something gives us the possibility of experimenting with actions and reactions, and funny animations, humor in animation is a reward for players in itself. Let's remind that when we play as the player and we play as the character. So we can create situations where we laugh at ourselves. We do something and we, as players, we laugh at what will happen on the screen to us. So this duality is something that you don't get in traditional animation, and it's very, very rewarding. If you exploit this, you are going to get very happy players, I can assure that. For example, the first slide, the opening slide, had this dancing and singing pose. This is from a game called Watam, and Watam is basically a playground when you take control of different characters, you make them interact, and you get funny interactions. For example, when I control the toilet, the living toilet, I can take a poo and I can flush it down myself. I am not the toilet, but I am the toilet. I can take control of the poo, and this chain of reactions is a reward in itself for the player. So I encourage you to think about things like that and to give importance to animation in video games. Video games are, again, games. We have to give players things to do and things to play with, but it's also, the medium is also a way of playing with images. We are players acting as animators. We know that the animation is not natural, it's artificial, it was created by someone. We can tell stories with animation, we can exploit this idea of the visual toys, and we can combine it. Think about everything you put in a video game as a visual toy that the player can play with for a fragment of time, for a moment in the long run of the video game. And this is going to, my presentation, this is part of a longer chapter. If any of you want to read it, it will be out this year, I think. And when it's out, I can send you the scans of the book, the PDF of the book, if you want to know more, or you can ask me any question now if you have any doubt. Thank you for listening, and let's play animatic. Let's think animatic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to just ask how many minutes we have more if you have to teach.
Yeah, I can do 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay.
10 minutes. Yeah.
10
sorry,
minutes.
I was not counting on the delay. Sorry.
Yeah, for discussion. I think that I like very much your thought about humor in game design. It's excellent idea. You told also about new techniques or new technologies, and we are on the ground of film faculty, so there is also the question of fusion among film and game design. And if you mentioned realism, so my first question is, you don't like realism. From your point of view, you are character designer and animator. So, how can you see the future of realism in film industry of game design? Exactly.
The future of what? Sorry.
The future of film industry, in game industry, as fusion, and how you see this genre?
Okay, yeah, I think if you want to find a middle ground, if you want to find a connection, animation is the way to go. I have friends working in the animation industry, and they are collaborating with people from the video game industry. People are jumping from one industry to another. So you can either be a narrative designer, just thinking about stories, and then you can stories and mechanics, and you can work in both, or you can be a, let's say, animation designer, not just an animator, but an animation designer. And I think video games and cinema have very different demands, but the demand for animation in animation cinema and in video games is very, very similar. I have talked about this with people working in animation, and they told me that the production pipeline of video games and animation cinema is closer than the production pipeline of video games and live action, or of animation cinema and live action. So I think in animation, video games and cinema are going to become more connected, and it's a good thing to know more about animation, even if you are not an animator yourself. It's a good thing to prepare to know more about animation, because it's industry-wise and conceptually, they are going to get more connected.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Next question will put our student Mr. Froni.
Hello. So my question is, how do you add personality to your characters through simple animation to better sell the emotion? So you've shown us really simple and stylized animation, so I want to know, how do you add like simple animation to add some personality?
Sorry, the connection is breaking a bit. So how do you approach characters with simple animation, or can you repeat it? Sorry.
How do you add personality to your character through simple animation, like you showed us, to sell emotion better?
Yeah, that's a very, very good question. One of the principles, if you want to know more about animation, I recommend reading the 12 principles of animation that were set by Disney animators in the book The Illusion of Life. Everyone in the animation industry uses these principles, and there's one principle called appeal. And appeal comes from exaggeration, abstraction. So even if you are trying to use a photorealistic style, I think thinking about appeal is super important. And you can give appeal to a very simple shape like Kirby. For me, Kirby will be like the Kirby from Hoshino Kabi from Kirby's Dream Land, will be the best example of giving appeal to something that is very basic. Kirby is just a circle with a face, and the animation, the keyframes of Kirby are very identifiable. Kirby falling, Kirby jumping, Kirby flying, but it's very appealing because you can see the expression in every keyframe. You can identify the characters. The colors are very recognizable. The silhouette is very recognizable. So I will answer to your question. Just think about appeal. Focus on the rules of appeal. Abstraction, simplicity, appeal. You can give appeal to a pixel character, a very small pixel character, or a very detailed 3D character. But you have to focus on what makes a character appealing. A silhouette, colors, expression, gestures. These are the kind of things that people are going to remember.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rafajová will put a question.
Okay.
Martina.
I'll ask instead of her. Do you think games that don't actually have animation in them can be successful? Because like most visual novels that I played, for example, were quite enjoyable, but they didn't really have any animation.
Yeah, another very good question. I have friends working in visual novels, and I will say that visual novels are almost, let's say, on the brink of animation. For example, Steins Gate, they made a remake with animation coming from the TV series. And even when you just have, let's say, static images, you have the expressions changing, you have a bit of, you change the setting, the space. So it's like a comic book, but you can use what you learn about animation to create a better visual novel. But let's remember that the same way that text games were separated from video games, visual novels, I love them. They are very popular, but they are seen as a niche. So I would say you can apply the principles of animation to visual novels, but you have to know the niche, you have to know your audience, you have to know what makes visual novels interesting for the audience in that niche, for the people in that niche. And I will not obsess with giving visual novels more than what they do. I can give you the case of a game called Murder on the Marine Express. It's a game made by people in Spain, but it was created using the rules of Japanese visual novels. So they tried to imitate the style of Japanese visual novels, and they gave very limited animation or very limited drawings or frames to every character, because they knew that people in the field of visual novels, they like static, let's say, static portraits, static images. So you can apply the things you learn about animation, but I will not obsess with giving visual novel animations. They are static games, they move very little, and it's there are a lot of experiments with drawings and animation and live action in visual novel, but let's say a standard visual novel is static, and it's good that they are static. So just know your audience and know what they want.
Okay, thank you.
So I think that we have enjoyed your time for presentation. Thank you very much
Thank you.
For your nice interpretation of philosophy that I'm not sure that it is also my philosophy, because as I said that I'm a fan of realism in our school, and I think that the science of realism in game design will be in future very important and main stream in developing of games, because the future of game design and film is connected through new technologies, through Unreal Engine and all these things that seems very realistic.
I do agree.
Yeah, thank you very much. So now we'll continue with Mr. Wilson Rodriguez de Almeida. I will tell something from his bio. With a degree in digital animation from Universitate Lusofona, Wilson Almeida began his career as a 3D artist in a cross-media project Mourinho and Special Ones. In 2012, he pivoted to game design and has worked on PC, console and mobile games while working for several studios such as Bika Studios, Nerd Monkeys and On Top Studios. In 2014 he began coordinating the Day Development Meet event, and even since that experience he has been an active member of the Portuguese game development community as an organizer of several other events in collaboration with multiple companies, higher education and research institutions, namely Microsoft, Miniclip, IST, UL, and Compa-Limond Foundation. He teaches game design at the University Lusofona. So this introduction, please resume your time for presentation.
Hello, thank you for the introduction. Hello everyone, can you hear me and see the presentation clearly?
Yes, everything is clear.
Okay. So, hello everyone, I'm going to talk about game design, specifically the puzzle process of out of line. So let me just control the slides here. So I already got the introduction. So the main topics for today, I will talk a little bit about the project history. Then I will delve into this puzzle design process. Of course, there are things here that some are specific to the project, but I will try to take as much as possible things out of the project's context, and that can be applied to different projects, not only game design projects, but creative projects in general. And then we'll see the main takeaways from all of this trip that was creating this game. But first, let's just watch a small trailer so that you get familiar with the game. Okay, so the project began as a school project from Francisco, which was the original creator of the game. And while still attending school, they created the first prototype. Then they participated in the PlayStation Talents Portugal event, where they got awarded the best game into 2018. Then shortly after that, they started to work or try to do a partnership with the local game studio Nerd Monkeys to develop a vertical slice. And once they got to develop that vertical slice, then Nerd Monkeys was able to strike a deal with the publisher. And shortly after that, I joined them in the end of 2019. Of course, we all know what happened in 2020. So when we were ramping up production and during full production, COVID hit. I will talk a little bit about the impact of that on the game's production and how we dealt with that. And eventually, 2021 in June, the game was released. So just to summarize, Out of Line is a 2D hand-drawn puzzle platformer with a lot of animation. Just since we were talking a lot about animation on our last talk. And it was released for PC, Nintendo Switch, and Xbox. So, the puzzle design process. This is just a puzzle design process. There's not a or the puzzle design process, okay? So this was my approach for this specific context. So as you see, I entered the project midway. So there was already a vertical slice, so there was already some gameplay, and then I entered to work from that point on. And when I was developing the game, I had the need to have some sort of process. This is natural to do when we are designing a game, but some of the things that I learned during this project, or that I have learned in past projects and applied in this project, I think if they are important to share, specifically, of course, if you want to make games, but not only to make games, to some different types of creative projects, and I will talk more about that. So the first thing is to define core values, and you'll see this little character. This was the first version of the character, then it evolved. I will show more about that. But defining the core values, before doing that, so since you are joining a team that already is producing something, so it's not starting from scratch, it's important, and specifically in this case as a designer, but I think this can extend to the other areas as well. If it's a small team, it's good to know what was done before and why those decisions were made, so that you get that information and know, okay, what was the history of the project, in a sense. But But as a designer, a lot of the things that you have to do pertains to documentation sometimes. So if there's any documentation around, you must read everything, play everything there is to play, like prototypes, the vertical slice in this case, and of course talk a lot with the original creators so that you have the clear understanding of the vision of the game. Okay, because at the end of the day, you are there in the design position to structure the vision and not to change the original vision. Otherwise, you are making a different game. So in this case, there was some documentation to read, but not much, because Francisco is an artist, so he mainly thinks and communicates through a visual medium. So there was a lot of art. It was very scattered. So I had to talk with him and try to pick all of these ideas from his head into some documentation that the team could all participate and to help with discussions and planning the whole game. So that was the main thing, getting stuff out of Francisco's head into a document that everyone could work with. And again, it's important to emphasize this idea of, okay, you are not there, you don't enter the game, the production team as a game designer to break everything. You enter there to add to it and contribute to it. So it was very important to keep the vision intact, because it was that vision that gave us the funding and gave us the opportunity to be creating this game. So out of these defining core values, there are two things that come out. In this case, it came out in this type of documentation. I have to say I'm sorry, I apologize for having some of these images blurred, but it's what I can share from the project. Although it's been 3 years now, but still this is to the extent to what I can share. But you can more or less see how the document is organized. But the idea, the main takeaway here is, okay, I need to create something to allow the team to work together and see the whole game in front of us. So the idea of this overview is to have the holistic vision of the game, to have the general layout from start to finish, and in writing that you can see on the bottom part of the document are the story beats, how the chapters are divided by zones, and for each zone there's a list of mechanics and elements that are within those zones. So when a certain character comes into play or when a certain mechanic comes into play, that's all written up in this document. And this, before COVID, we had this on the office in a wall, so everyone could look, could write on the document, and this was very helpful for the discussions around the where things would happen, the story, for the whole team to be part of it. And also, a second thing that came out of this document is, of course, the puzzle design values. And in this case, these short topics are the guidelines for the puzzle creation. So to have a direction, to know what constitutes a good puzzle for this game or what constitutes a bad puzzle for this game. And to help everyone understand what the puzzle should be doing and help analyzing if we are meeting these standards or if we are straying away from this path. Then we go to the second step, which is to create a framework. And framework, in this sense, is this like a box of Legos. So there's pieces that you can take out of this box and create something with those pieces. In this case, the out-of-line framework would be, okay, I can take that document that I just shown you and then see, okay, I have this zone, specific zone of the game that has these specific elements that I can use, so I cannot use the other elements from the other zones. So I will constrain with to these pieces. And as an example, like it doesn't matter here the name of the zone, but for this specific zone, I had this mechanics to work with and these elements to work with. So I know that my framework will be around this number of elements, and I don't have to think about the other ones, and I only have to design using those guidelines that I've shown you, design with these elements puzzles and create gameplay with these elements. So the idea of this, why do this, is to, of course, provide a little more certainty to the chaos that is designing a game. Constraints is always good, so that we can have a more manageable work or design work within constrained elements, so that we don't have everything possible at all times, because that's hard to manage. And force us to focus and to be more focused on the work we are doing when designing the puzzles. And a sub-product of this is by knowing and understanding these Lego pieces really well, or these elements, you get to understand the possibility space. So what does this mean, the possibility space? In mathematics, the possibility space is like the whole, all the answers that are possible to a given problem. Okay, so in the sense, you understand so well the pieces that you are using that you know how, in theory, all the possibilities that you can create with them. So we move on to the mechanics exploration, and in this part, we get to go inside the editor. In this case, we were using Unity, but this could be Unreal, or if you are trying to apply this to a different type of project, this could be Maya or Blender or whatever you are using inside a bigger project. But here, the objective is to, okay, try to materialize some ideas using the previous elements, but in a way that you are just exploring what is possible to do with them. So in a way, it's acting out that idea of the possibility space, okay? So here it's just a complete explorative exercise. So some of this stuff doesn't make too much sense. I'm just exploring elements and grouping them with each other, because at this stage, I'm just taking the elements that I picked to create puzzles, and I'm just, if they are new to me, I'm just exploring them without judging too hard myself what I'm doing. So the idea is to, at this stage, just have fun with the functionality that you are given inside the editor. So you're not trying to create any meaningful puzzles yet. You are just trying to explore as much as you can without editing yourself, your work. You're just creating stuff, okay? Trying new combinations, pushing the limits of the tool. But at this stage, you are not yet designing a puzzle. You are just seeing what's possible with this new functionality that you are given. And of course, as you go down the development of the project, some of these mechanics you are already familiar with them, so you don't need to do this step. Of course, this is just for new mechanics that you are exploring when they come to you, because as we went through the development cycle, sometimes I had new mechanics to use. But one of the things that happened during this exploration was a sudden realization that, okay, we had a severe limitation on some of the tools that we were using, and that poses a big problem, because we are trying to produce content at a specific pace, and when the tools cannot go as fast as you wish, this becomes a problem. So, but in a sense, and this is something that you can take away for other types of creative projects, is the iteration cycle needs to be fast. So, being this one of my main concerns when designing a game is to look for where can I optimize the iteration cycle. Something had to be done. We couldn't hire more programmers because we only had one programmer, and as I say here, we have one programmer and a half, me being the half part, although I'm not a formal programmer, but I can manage some stuff, but not to create a tool set. So it wasn't the fault of our programmer, because he was just only one guy. The team was really small. So, okay, since we cannot hire more people at this point, and this is a problem, we had to compromise, of course. The goal here was, okay, I need to be able to create puzzles as fast as I can, but using this tool set that is not updating, or it's not as fast as I would like. So just to give you an idea of what that means, when you have an idea and you want to see it on screen, this should be a fast, something that I can implement as fast as possible in a game environment. And you create tools for this to be possible, at least to give you a general idea of how things will be. But the tools will very hard to do this process, because at some point when I was going for a specific point of complexity, past that point the tools were not very easy to manage. So I had to find time, and for this I decided to. I always do this in a way in every game project, but in this case I had to consciously separate very well the creative puzzle design work from the puzzle implementation work. So this led to the next step, which is the sketch puzzles and interactions. So I really love whiteboards and paper. So you will see a bunch of whiteboard scribbles that I do. When we were still at the office before the pandemic, I used to do a lot of playtesting with the whiteboard and the sticky notes to simulate characters or elements from the puzzles, and have people play the prototypes to throw ideas around and see how they were faring. And so you will see a lot of scribbles like this. So the solution again was to, as I was saying, use paper and whiteboard to do all the sketching that I needed. Of course, it's not that uncommon for people in game creation to use this type of concept of puzzles or design ideas in paper or whiteboard. But I will do this like I would say, like for example, 4 hours in the morning for this, and then on the afternoon I will be doing the implementation part that I will get to in a minute. But I will do this in bulk. So I'll be creating puzzles, designing puzzles in this paper format that I will explain how specifically. But I was quicker this way. But it's important to highlight that for this to be possible, of course, I had to do the previous step of mechanical exploration, because I had to keep designing this in paper, but knowing that it would be possible to implement. So I had to really know the tools inside and out before doing this. Here's some more scribbles of some spots in the game. Some of these ideas I don't remember right now exactly. Some of them might be there, some of them might be scrapped. I will talk a little bit more about that also. But how is the process in this case? So keeping that framework in mind, so all the mechanics and elements for a given zone, I will do sort of storyboards with numbered vignettes. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, and I will show you an example next. But this will be, so these numbered vignettes will help me to already see how the puzzle complexity or difficulty could be more or less, depending on the number of vignettes that there will exist. And the idea was to, okay, start small, so creating small interactions with these elements, because it was faster, because you can create more variety faster, and it's easy to get stuck. It's easy to, since it's easy to get stuck, this is a way to avoid it. So if you try to do a very complex thing from the onset, you'll be probably at the beginning of the project, you'll be stuck. So start small and go from there. So on the left, you can see some of those numbered vignettes that I used to do. Very simple. At this stage, this was something that was only for me to use. Okay, this is for me to design and implement. So it could be more abstract like this. This I already talked to you about. So start small. Don't go for complexity right from the get-go. And of course, once you get all of these smaller interactions, you can now look at some of them, and maybe you can start to connect them, like putting them, reorder them, shuffle them, because you can start to get the sense of a more complex puzzle emerging from this. Maybe there's a theme that this can tell some story. When I say story here, of course, in a sense of presenting them through the challenges that are presented to the player. Maybe you can remove a mechanic that was already established to see how unbalanced or balanced it becomes. So iterate, iterate, iterate. Now that we have a bunch of drawings, we can go finally from concept to playable. And the idea is to really just build and test these small interactions. So in the editor again, as I was saying, I did this in bulk so that I could now stop the creative work and do just implementation, since the tool was very hard to use, because the worst thing that can happen to a tool when you are designing or when you are doing any kind of production is when the tool stops your flow, right? So that's the issue that we were having, and so this was the way to go around that. So implementing the bulk of the puzzles that I had created, build them inside the editor. While building, it's important to don't judge right away, because sometimes this little snippet that you are building can look maybe boring, isolated, but maybe it's an important step to combine to create a more balanced puzzle in the end. So at this point, just take the paper, the ideas in paper, and then just implement them without thinking, but too much thinking, because you will do that after it's built in the editor. So once you complete the build of the building process of the puzzles, now you can start to playtest something. And here you can cut stuff and judge what you just created, because sometimes mechanics are breaking because you are pushing too hard. Sometimes you are missing some programmer magic, or other times it can just be a bad idea because it worked on paper but it doesn't work on the editor. So at this point, you just keep the ones that work and move on. Okay. Now comes the part where you start to integrate into the level, because during the production we had the whole game playable from start to finish in what's called the gray boxing stage. If you recall the little video I showed you where there was a lot of gray boxes that I was prototyping. So we already had more or less the places where the puzzles will be put together. Of course, this will be rearranged when we were doing this integration. But during this step, this is where, okay, I can start to think about difficulty progression, the complexity. Am I introducing a very complex puzzle first, before or after this specific location? And also, this is where art and design will influence each other, because sometimes when I was coming to the sections to implement the puzzles, there was already art in place. Other times I was the first one to put the puzzles together. So this was very back and forth between me and Francisco, and we were always talking, and it was very natural. It was very easy to work with this team. The team was amazing. There wasn't ego fighting, which is great. So it was very pleasurable to work on this game. And at this stage, since I am putting things inside the level, sometimes I had to go back to steps 4 and 5, so I had to go back and draw more ideas and then implement them in the editor and push them to the level, because maybe there's a missing step for a puzzle that becomes clear when you put it inside the level location. And so it's just iteration. And this is an example of a level section. You see some parts are still in gray box, some parts already have some more finalized art, and I will come here and we'll start to mount everything and put the puzzles in place, as you can see. So how do you do this? When you are putting stuff in place, you have to be mindful of the complexity of the puzzle, so the number of steps to solve, the number of moving parts the player must keep track, the different mechanics that are being used, because especially in puzzle design, we have to be mindful that in general, and this is something that was already studied, the short-term memory is about, people can remember about 5 or 7 things at a time, and it depends from person to person. Some people can remember more, some people can remember less, and so you should be mindful of that when creating puzzle games, so you don't bombard people with a lot of information at the same time. So this is something to keep in mind. Also, the size of the puzzle, does it span across several rooms? Can it be contained within the camera, the viewfinder of the screen the player is seeing? Because if I need to remember a puzzle state from a different location, that needs to be taken into consideration on the complexity of the puzzle. But besides complexity, you can group them also by the mechanics they are using, and with these groups, again, you can look for a different way of ordering the complexity of the puzzle. Maybe you want to introduce a specific mechanic first, or you want to introduce this mechanic later, and this helps to organize the puzzles. We had an Excel sheet where we had that. Unfortunately, I cannot show you, but we have all the puzzles by type, how they were organized, by complexity, everything, so we can keep track of the progression of the game. So if this is all well and good, the puzzles are deployed in the level layout that was previously defined, and we can move on to a different section. Of course, when I was working on this, I used to work on more than one section at a time, and so it depends on what you are doing, but it's a very organic although this is a very step-by-step process, it becomes very organic because you are maybe in step 6 with a specific zone, but you are in step 3 with another zone because there's a new mechanic. So you go back and forth between all of these steps. Then playtests, which was unfortunately the lowest point for us during this production because of the pandemic. This was, I think, the biggest hit that we took was on the playtest, because there was no playtest opportunities, and we had difficult to adapt to this particular task. All of the other tasks we could adapt very well, but this one you need people, because this further emphasized for me the need for you as a game designer to be present during playtests, to see how people react, how the players are reacting. Their body language is very important for what you are creating, and to get that non-verbal feedback, because it will be, especially in a puzzle game, where you really want to know where people are looking for, to see what the elements they see first, so that you can organize the puzzles in a better way. But eventually, of course, we end up doing some online playtests. It took some time to organize this, because you couldn't just send a build, because it's a game in production. You have to manage that policy side of not showing the game before, etc., etc. So that was something hard for us to manage. We used Parsec and other tools, but it wasn't ideal. And also we had some external companies that do playtesting provided by the publisher, but they were not very good. I would love to show you their reports, but I can't because you will see it wasn't as good as a playtest as it could be. But some general tips. So playtest as much as possible. We were of course doing this inside and with people closer to the people within the team. So like husbands and wives and boyfriends and girlfriends from the team members will be our first playtesters because they were confined together. For me, this is very important. Playtesting physically will be orders for me orders of magnitude better than remote playtesting. I've seen this clearly. Of course, you can do. It depends on the type of playtesting you are doing. But for a small team, you need this. And I already talked a little bit about this. Watching people play to see where they are looking for, and you need to be present in the room for this. Or you can ask them to film their faces, but people are not that comfortable doing this sometimes, so it's hard. Okay, so some major takeaways and things that you can maybe apply to different projects. So, of course, be very adaptable. Because by being adaptable, you can also design your own design process, and everyone ends up doing this one way or the other. Maybe they don't write about it, but you have some process that you are using. But if you are conscious about it, maybe you can do something to it. One thing that for me is very important, and I think this is across creative projects, is the iteration cycle needs to be as fast as possible as you can do, in a good way, in a productive way, not just be fast for the sake of being fast. But if you are cautious about this iteration cycle, you can look for the bottleneck. What is the bottleneck and how can you fix the bottleneck? In our case, as I've shown you, it was the tools, but there was really no option to change that. And maybe if we did fired another programmer, or maybe if we stopped producing the game development further and we dedicated time to the tools, maybe I would not be here talking about the game today. So at the end of the day, I don't blame anyone, just to be clear on that. The game was released. It was a little bit of a hard time using that, but this is just a lesson that you can, and I took from this, and you can take from this, is really treat well your tools, especially your custom tools that you need to push content for your project, specifically in games, but not only in games. And have fun, because creating a project with a close team is always a unique experience, because people are different from team to team, and I've been doing this for almost 10 years. I always enjoyed the working within the teams, meeting different people, breaking bread with them, as you would say. So at the end of the day, just look at what you're doing. You are creating a cool project. Can be a game, can be a movie, can be an animation, and just have fun. So thank you for listening to me, and hope this was interesting for you to hear about.
Thank you very much for your presentation, for explanation of process of making a project of game design. Now it is time to have some questions about this process. So first we'll put question Ms. Kučekova.
Okay, hello. Hope you can hear me. First of all, thank you for your presentation. And I was wondering about the question, but the thing I was thinking about the most was if you think that
you know, we've been talking about the AI, and if you think that the AI could probably come up with these type of puzzles, because they are very complex, and you know, human mind is sometimes very how to say it, well, human mind can come up with these type of ideas, and do you think the computer could do that?
So if I understand correctly, you're asking if AI might not substitute but create some of these ideas, some of these puzzle ideas. Is that it?
Yes.
Well, there are some AI tools that people use in game creation that are used, for example, to go through the levels that you created to see if they are possible to be played. So you give some parameters and they play the level, and you see, okay, is it possible? Is it hard? Is it? So there's some tools for that, but they are all custom tools. For creating puzzles, the same thing is needed. So you need, before creating the game, you need someone to take a long time to create the tools for your game. So in a small production like this, it's not very efficient to do it. But for example, in a game like Candy Crush, they have some tools to create levels because it makes sense for them, because they are already doing like 1,000 levels at this point, or more, I don't know. And it makes sense for a long-standing product like that to invest money in creating a tool like you are suggesting. So it is possible. Maybe not for all the games, because some games are more simpler than others, so they have more variables. But in this specific case, for a small game like this, it wouldn't make sense to do a tool like that. At least for now. Maybe in the future it becomes easier to create that tool, and if that's happened, for sure that will be great to have as a companion to aid me in creating puzzles.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Ferko, next question.
So hello, it was a very interesting presentation, and my question is, which tools did you use when you wanted to share your game design with other members of your team? If you had something like internal Wikipedia or something like that.
So the tools we used before the pandemic, I just used a whiteboard, and I just invite people over to come to the whiteboard and play the levels in the whiteboard. When we went to our homes to work remotely or remotely working, I play tested with my wife because she was the one that I had available to test. I also, of course, discussed with my colleagues, but usually what I end up doing was, okay, since I separated the work, as I explained, in bulk, I could implement in bulk, and then I can share that already playable puzzles or playable interactions inside the editor, and that was just a simple way of sharing things. So I could just push through GitHub, and they had access to the project, and they could play the ideas that I was creating. So in the pandemic, that was the way. So I had to implement them so they could test them.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the game design wasn't written down. Yeah?
Well, it was at those scribbles that you saw, but I at that point I had to be. I stopped doing more of the documentation and had to do the puzzles because I was the only one on the team. So I was either documenting stuff. So for example, the document overview that I shown you, I could iterate more on that document to be more to have even more information given to everyone. But I had to create the whole puzzles, all the puzzles for the game, and use the tool and iterate on the tool a little bit and program some stuff. So a lot of hats to wear because it was a small team. So I could not be just doing fancy diagrams for the team to check out. But if I had more designers on the team, for sure I would document, because that's what you usually do on a bigger team.
Okay, thank you a lot.
Yes, so last question will put our guest Peter from point of view of visual effects artist, maybe about iterations or so.
Thanks for your talk, Wilson. A very, very intricate process designing these puzzles. I was very happy to read about how important it is to interact with your playtesters, specifically in the same room, and how important their body language is, which reminds me of test screenings for films, whereas it's the same thing. It's not just about the reviews that the people give at the end, it's also those people are typically filmed in cinemas, and then their behavior while watching the movie is being analyzed, and based on that, especially in larger studio films, there will be changes to the script, reshoots, all that sort of thing. So that was really interesting to see. I was wondering, just out of my own interest in more story-driven games, have you worked on games where the actual puzzle design was part of the story? So you were involved in basically designing a story either around your puzzles or through your puzzles, and sort of almost designing the entire flow of the game through your work?
Well, that's a great question, because Out of Line tries to convey all the story through the gameplay, but the narrative here, it was back and forth between me and Francisco, and of course the rest of the team. Some of the puzzles help convey the story, but not all of them. So the whole production was not like the example like you are asking, but parts of the game were designed like that. So some puzzles of the game were very important to explain some parts of the story of the game, which at the end it's a more abstract story, but there are underlying themes, but it's not. Of course, a big inspiration for us will be Limbo and Inside. Inside is a game that does that really, really well, but not all the puzzles were like that. So my answer will be, okay, I did some of that in this game, but I never did a game that was all like that from the get-go.
And a sort of small on the side question, following up on the first question about AI being capable to design these. I've seen some posts on LinkedIn lately about people showing off apparently AI designing or building a game based on a single prompt. And say, give me 100 levels of this where a character does that and that and that, and then obviously you've got 1,000 comments saying, you know, game design is dead, we're all going to be replaced, all of that. And I was wondering, you must have read some of those things as well. And have you tried playing one of those games that were AI generated?
Unfortunately, I haven't yet played those kind of games. I have read about it. I haven't had the time to play it, but again, I think it's the same. For now, at least, it's the same thing with what we see with movies and Sora. I think it's the same thing. So it's looks limited. Of course, it can expand and be more complex and maybe create more intricate stuff, but again, we get to that topic of the mediocrity. So you always need someone to make it tailor-made. If you took the AI and then you, with your own design, so philosophy or whatever you want, you train the AI to create something specific, then I think that will be great. Otherwise, it will be like fast food. But people might enjoy that. Like a lot of people might enjoy that type of game, as we were talking about the telenovelas and all of that. So yes, I think maybe a lot of people will be without a job because of it. So that just means that we need to push further and design things that the AI is not capable of, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
And in section of 3 questions, so I give possibility to put the next question to student of visual effects in the second class.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Are you heard me? Are you
I am hearing you, but with some difficulties.
with some difficulties?
Okay, I'm hearing you now.
Okay. So, hey, nice to meet you. So my question is, do you also collaborate with other game designers on one project, or are you mostly there on your own?
Well, in this project, sorry.
Okay, and also, do you also usually communicate with your team during this process? In which way?
Okay, so for the last productions that I did, I was let's call it the main designer. I would even call myself the lead designer, because I always end up creating games that I was not the original creator of the idea, and that's the most common thing to happen actually. But I end up being the designer, but it's not a single process. I always work with everyone on the team because everyone has ideas. So I tend to think myself, of course I need to come up with solutions, but I tend to think of myself as a filter, that I need to structure all of the cool ideas that are running around the studio, and then I need to present them in a way that makes sense, and then create gameplay out of it. So in the end, I end up collaborating with everyone on the team in the design sense of your question. And you also asked me about how I present this to the team, what tools I use for that. It depends on the team. Sometimes I use stuff like Wikipedia, not Wikipedia, but wiki page documentation. Sometimes I like to put stuff on the wall because the team responds more to that. It's just a matter of adapting to whatever the team uses. Like for me, the most favorite thing right now from the last project that I did is to actually do some sort of like a PowerPoint presentation or a Google slide presentation, and have the team present the design to the whole team, and not even do a big document because people don't read those. So just make cool diagrams. People respond very well to that. And of course, the best form of presenting an idea in games is creating a prototype. So if you have the time to do it, just do it like that. So I either create the prototype or I create a visual presentation that people can understand what is the idea and make them allow them to contribute to that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Wilson Almeida, for your time, for your presentation. We'll continue.
Thank you.
Yes.
I will have, unfortunately, I apologize because I will have to have a class in a moment, so I will have to leave you for today. So I hope the conference goes as amazingly as it went yesterday, and at least for now it has been very, very interesting to meet everyone and to hear you all talk about these cool topics that we've seen so far. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So now it's time for our two special guests. First of them will be Nicolata Wood. So I tried to tell something about her. She will switch her microphone probably.
Yes.
Nicoletta is an experienced VFX production coordinator based in London, originally from Prešov. Prešov is a small city in Slovakia, who thrives in a dynamic realm of visual storytelling. After completing an exchange program in the USA, she moved to London to study film and eventually earned a master's in production management from the National Film and Television School. She has a proven track record of bringing compelling film and TV projects to life, all while managing and intricacies of production with a genuine love of spreadsheets. She's had the privilege of working with industry-leading studios such as Apple Originals, Netflix, and Amazon Studios, as well as collaborating with the world-class directors like Steve McQueen and Alfonso Cuarón. So it is just introduction. In a minute I prepare your presentation, so try to continue in this introduction.
Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me well? Good. Thank you very much again. I mean, there's not much else about me to say. I do, quite frankly, love what I do, and I'm very thankful for every experience I've had so far. I should mention, I also recently married a VFX artist who is watching from London, so go VFX in our household. And I think once we have a presentation, we can crack on. I guess just to make sure, we're going to talk about economics of VFX. So there will be a couple of spreadsheets involved, but I promise you they're cool. And anyone working in a VFX production will agree with me that it can be very, very creative.
Yes, so something happened with your pictures.
I resend it again.
Again,
or I can try on my laptop.
Yes, so it is the second option. I try this first one, that you resend it.
And if not, I can just plug my laptop. Obviously, I'll have my contact details on, so if
it will be probably better.
If anyone wants to get in touch afterwards, would be great to chat.
Yes, so it is
here it is.
Very close. And, it's not enough.
Sorry for the picture. It was the most professional I had.
Okay, so it's all probably. Fantastic. So
Trace in here?
yes,
Awesome.
but probably it would be nice to see you during your explanation. So I try to find the way how to do it.
Oh, so many faces of myself.
So
Nice one. Do I just
it's
go,
not perfect, but it could be.
should I click on, or is it present? Or is it going to, oh,
No,
it's going to overtake.
It's too large.
Should I close it? Okay, that works.
And because it is also a recording.
Okay, so the economics of VFX. I think it's important to start how, and to mention how the scope of VFX has increased massively over the last few decades. It has been developing. I mean, in the early days, it was very, very limited to specific use cases, such as changing the background, using a green screen, adding an alien instead of having an actual painted background, or it was animated. It was animating a character. Now these days, it can sometimes touch majority of shots, from cosmetic fixes to actors, de-aging, hundreds of cleanups. And because of that, obviously, the budgets of VFX have increased greatly. And I think that's why the economics of VFX is so important these days, because it kind of provides a framework for us to make strategic decisions, but still balancing creative vision and financial realities. Let's go through some of the key decisions that VFX production has to make. And the first one would be assessing the script for any VFX requirements and then, well, estimating the associated cost with it. And this is usually done by VFX producer and VFX supervisor. It's really a conversation about resources versus expectations or cost versus benefit equations. Now, almost any given shot can be done in many different ways, but is it worth spending more money on something which can be done for less? And the classic example, it's 3D assets, 3D environments versus 2D. So, do I need a CG fire, or do I go to talk to special effects, shoot the fire against the black screen, and just use it as a 2D element? During those sorts of conversations, a good relationship between VFX producer and VFX supervisor is so crucial. Because to make most of the resources, they really need to work as a team. And in terms of the budget, well, I think one of the coolest things about being in VFX and working in a VFX department is that you get to be part of the project from very early stages until the last shot has been delivered. It's one of the few departments which is actually there from the very beginning to the very end. And it's also because how specific the skills in VFX are, it's the only department which is also responsible for allocating its own budget. And as you can imagine, because of that, it's questioned a lot and by a lot of people. So it's very, very important that you're always prepared to justify your costs, no matter what. And also what doesn't help is, unlike with other departments, studios often won't see what they've been paying for in VFX until after a shoot finishes and we're well in post. So in terms of that, it's also helpful to sometimes think about what upfront costs can reduce my costs down the line. And in my experience, production companies can be quite reluctant to spend more time and spend more money setting up screens during shoot. Well, you can justify it by then reducing the need of roto in post and potentially avoiding extra reshoots, which would be much, much more expensive than those couple of hours setting that screen up. Now, in terms of budget, that's mostly managed by VFX producer, but there are a lot of things VFX coordinators and assistants can do to make most of the resources, and that's where I'm going to talk about spreadsheets. One of my ultimate favorites is LiDAR and texture photography schedule. It's such a useful tool to efficiently use sets and cast. Many times I go to production designer, I inform him about my about the set I'd like to scan, and because I go there in advance with a plan in my hand, our department is usually able and willing to maybe hold the set for me for the couple of extra days after they finish. instead of just dismantling it straight away. The same when you're talking to first AD. You can try and cyber scan your actors during the take when they're not needed on a set. And having those scans can save thousands in post. Green screen, blue screen, it's also such a useful doc. And it's a list of, it's a list which should inform everyone about specific screens at the specific places. It should eliminate any sort of confusion. And for instance, what it means, it can allow grips to prepare the screens in advance rather than on a day, which again adds delays, costs more money. VFX plate summary, that's specifically useful for VFX supervisors and for your on-set crew. And that's purely can act as a checklist for them to make sure that they capture all the assets that's needed. A lot of times you leave the location and you just can't go back. And I cannot stress enough how important it is to have working database. Whether it's a spreadsheet, FileMaker, ShotGrid, it just needs to have the main information about all the shots, status, feedback, version numbers, and you make your life so much easier. My husband could tell you I've spent so many nights updating the database, but it just made my life so much easier moving forward. Some of the examples of green screen requirement up there, I tend to mark everything in red, anything which has changed since my last version, and anything that needs to be done by different department. Because when it's in red or bold, they can't tell you that they've missed it. Or they can try, but well, you refer back to your doc. And the same with LiDAR and texture photography. That's more of a live document. I tend to have roughly 10 to 15 versions on average. But as you can see, I just tend to mark wherever I want to LiDAR a set, or when we have a LiDAR scanner standing by on set, or when there are some VFX plate shoots happening. Now, one of the most important decisions VFX production has to make, and that's choosing vendors. In terms of the in-house, having an in-house team, they can be quite agile when it comes to turnaround times, but you need to be very careful because unlike external vendors who are paid by shot, your in-house team is usually paid, either they have a day rates or you book them out for a certain period of time. So you really want to utilize their time and you don't want them to just sit around. They are very, very helpful at the beginning of post as well, specifically for previs and temps. And it's really good to get a firm, agreed direction before you go and you bid with external vendors. Some of the other aspect of vendor selection, tax incentives. For instance, when we use Canadian vendors on a UK productions, we get almost 40% of rebate. So again, that's something which a lot of VFX producers try to use to help their budget. It needs to be said that the ease of collaboration can be a bit more difficult when you're working with foreign vendors, whether it's time zone, language barrier, etc. But it's always worth considering. Now, the favorite and the most fun part of every project, which is deadlines and delivery, and the massive big crush. Always make sure that all the VFX crew at the beginning of, as soon as they're on the project, they should all have technical specifications, because there shouldn't be any sort of confusion when it comes to what color space we're working in, or what are delivery formats, or I don't know, whether all the vendors are on the same page when it comes to file naming conventions. And the last thing you want to do is just redelivery, due to incorrect specs, because most of the time it's just unnecessary wasted cost. And something which sounds very obvious, but you'll be so surprised how it's not, and it's clear feedback. It reduces any delays caused by miscommunication. And just to give you an example, I have a rule. I, as a non-artist, never forward any feedback or notes I myself don't understand. And it's just as easy as to go and check what your supervisor meant. And now, talking about challenges and future trends, it's crazy to me listening all those things about AI, because I would say 5 years ago we wouldn't discuss it so much, and it hugely affects VFX. Well, rendering costs. Some of the like very, very important part and portion of costs associated with VFX is rendering. And real-time rendering engines like, well, Unreal Engine can really help significantly reduce the cost and time. It can also help with doing the feedback more efficiently. But one of the greatest examples currently where these technologies have been used is, I'm not sure how many you've seen Disney's virtual production screens on Mandalorian. And it was mind-blowing how instead of green screens in the background, you had these great-looking shots right there in a camera. Again, there is so much potential for those technologies to bring down post-production costs. However, it's important to also realize that initial investment is huge. There's a lot of long-term planning, most likely across multiple projects. And it's also up to studios and how they utilize these technologies. And well, talking about future trends, I do have to mention upcoming generative AIs. It is becoming a serious factor, and it can as easily be a very useful tool, but also a big challenge. And in any case, it looks set to shake up things in the industry massively, and especially because it brings potential of bringing a lot of costs down. However, it is at the expense of artists' jobs. Now, conclusion, to just kind of sum up what we're chatting about. Balancing cost versus benefit is at the core of everything. So important. Being efficient with your available resources. Communication. Good communication saves so much time, so much money, so much energy. And it doesn't matter if you're an assistant who is making a coffees, or if you're a VFX supervisor looking at the screens on a set. Always communicate, and when you don't understand, you just ask. Simple as that. And to sum up, I mean, previously we've talked about how is the VFX industry ever growing, but the demand is higher than ever. And it's so great to see that because of all those new technologies, VFX is not now just something which is solely for post-production, but it's so integrated into production. And well, from a cost-budget perspective, VFX is definitely growing faster than almost any other department or any other aspect of filmmaking. And I think that's why the economics of VFX and to understand what I can do, what I can get from my resources is so essential. And just to sum up, something I always tell myself when things get overwhelming, because we work in film and games and we do long hours and things get overwhelming. So just a silly image, which I sometimes tell myself on the way to work when I need a bit of a boost of motivation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now it's time for questions. So my first question will be, how you started your career in filmmaking? It was probably in London after coming from USA. So how it happened that you become a partner to Coaron or next directors?
It's a bit funny. It was actually I was here at this school 10 years ago when I told my parents that I am dropping out of medical anthropology and that I'm going to study film. You can imagine how well that go. I made that leap, so I kind of had to go into it fast. I moved to London. I studied film production. I actually focused in documentaries. I did a documentary in refugee camps, and then I came back, and I was feeling quite down how it was in the world of documentaries. And around that time, I met my husband, who was already a VFX artist. I loved film production, but I couldn't really find my place there. And well, long story short, he showed me the world of VFX. I fell in love. I told him that I found the one, which was the VFX. I then decided to go and study production management, where I specified in animation and VFX. That was at the National Film and Television School, which really helped in terms of creating a community of filmmakers. And then then it was just working 14 hours without a stop, and I'm not proud of myself, and I'm not telling you it's good, because it has a lot of negatives, but it was just working from one project to the other. I started working, I can tell you because it's out, my first project was Enola 2, and then since then I've been in VFX, and I'm loving it.
Thank you. Mr. Shabik.
Let's be bold, yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you for amazing presentation. Question. Okay, I have a lot of questions in my mind. Do these new technologies like real-time rendering engines and deep learning AI in this state really accelerate the production of this caliber? Because in Unreal, I don't know, if I want to get a good result, I switch to path tracing. Then I can use Redshift probably and do not have that overhead of transferring everything to Unreal and things like that.
Yes, I mean, very good. It's something which is very new, and it also depends on the scale of production. So when we're talking about the period drama, where you mostly have cleanups and set extensions, no, you don't go into Unreal Engine. But if you're working on something like Mandalorian, where you know that there are more things coming after, it's definitely good to set up that infrastructure. Again, as we said, the initial cost. Also, a lot of it's with Unreal Engine, and I was talking a lot with the game students about this. VFX people, they don't really know how to use Unreal Engine as much as the game design students, but at the same time, game people, they are not as familiar with the workflow of VFX. So I do believe that more and more we will integrate these two departments. It will become even easier to set up. But yeah, it definitely can reduce post-production costs massively. And as we were saying, in terms of feedback, we all know that VFX node is not like a sound node where you have it next day. You have to wait at least a week sometimes to see revised version. With something like virtual production, you have a supervisor, director, then production designer right on a set, and they can make these changes right there before you really get into it. So it has a huge potential.
Everything tied together with our production.
Yeah, it's so great. Like I'm so excited to see where this is going and how it's all going to be connected.
Thank you very much.
Please, Mrs. Vrabela will set some question.
Can we
transfer it? Okay, hi. It was a great presentation. I'm really thankful for such a presentation, and I'm really thankful to see a woman in such a position, great position.
Yes.
my question is that you said really important thing that you VFX are on the beginning, should be on the beginning till almost the end of the project of the film. And my question is that you studied film and production management, and if I think there is a really important thing to study management and to know something about the management when you want to be a coordinator or a VFX supervisor. And
couldn't agree more.
how did you feel it, and what do you recommend for such maybe to study or to be one of the study plans to film and television faculty to make some kind of subject to have on the faculty to study it and to know, or how to bring it to pre-production of the film and such a knowledge.
Thank you for the question, and yes, it's so great. I'm always so happy to see more women in VFX. In terms of what you said, because it does start in a film school, and at NFTS I actually studied general production management. They didn't have VFX production management, but while I was there, I already knew that I was so in love with VFX. My husband helped a lot to kind of tell me what should I be focusing on. It was a lot of kind of my own just going off and reading about it. But to be honest, it's also on a school level. I did a lot of extra projects. So with drama students, I did the film. I had to. I helped them. I was a production manager on a couple of those. But for any of my extra activities, I helped produce a game, which was the atmosphere being in with the game people. I was loving it, and the same with animators. It was just completely different vibe. So I, as a student, was focusing myself on just sitting next to animators and just asking them what you do, how you do it, how could I help you. Are there any spreadsheets that could help you? Like all these things, you kind of, and I've learned so much actually working in VFX as well. But I am so for bringing production into VFX because it's, again, as we were saying, it's costs versus benefit. And creative people want to have as many shots as, they want to have the opportunities. And to have the time, to have resources, you have to manage them well so you can make most of it. And I think it's important to value that production side of it because it can only help you. Like a good VFX producer who can find pockets of money everywhere can then come to VFX supervisor and be like, you know, those 20 shots you wanted to do, well, we can do 5 of them. So I think, and more, I think VFX production is getting recognized. And the thing about VFX Department as well, which was news to me, VFX Department has 2 head of departments. It's not only VFX supervisor, it's VFX supervisor and VFX producer. And I've seen it that most of the time, not most of the time, but a lot of times it was VFX supervisor, then VFX producer, and then production, and then animators. But they do have to collaborate. They both have so much to bring to the table. And the same with the VFX supervisors. They can advise what is more spending money on, because VFX producer won't have that much of a technical knowledge. So if that relationship is based on trust, I think that's the way to go, and you can really make most of your resources.
You touched a lot of things that I would ask about, but maybe because we have now in our audience students of game design and VFX students, can you compare your profession in one profession or one industry and the second industry?
Sorry?
If you can compare your experience about game design and film industry, if there are some differences.
In terms of game design, my experience was on a student level. So I was helping to just kind of organizing game designers, or just I was tracking some bits and pieces for them. I was making sure they're staying on the deadlines which they've set for themselves, because I didn't have enough knowledge to set those deadlines for them. So I'm not sure if I could answer this question based on the actual real life experience, but
okay. Next, my question: you touch also virtual reality, and I feel that it is probably future of the film industry in some way. So, how do you see in your experience? How often is this technology used now in your project that you did or you will do in future?
More and more. Definitely more and more, but it does depend on our budgets. Smaller films are now, and by smaller films I mean around 90 mil budgets, they're also finding out how useful it is to have a virtual production screens. We used, for instance, LED screens because the budget was just not big enough to do to have a full-on screen. But I feel like in the next few years it will grow more and more.
Yeah. So next question, please, Mr. Leja. Some microphone.
Okay. Hi. My question is that you mentioned importance of costs and benefits when judging the visual effects. I think that at the beginning of the project, the director has a huge vision. They see hundreds of shots, and then they meet the reality. They are not able to do it. What do you think are the variables and or questions the director should ask? You know, that what visual effects or what shows is like important, and when the benefit of visual effects will be important and in what shows not. Like, how do you see it?
Well, in a best case scenario, that's when the director realizes the realities. But to be honest, most of the time they just want those big CG shots, and they want them everywhere. Even it's not Marvel, but. I think what is very important, and it depends on what director you work with as well. It varies so much. Some directors are very much keen to sit down with VFX producer, to sit down with VFX supervisor during those initial script analysis, and they are trying to work with them. With some directors, unfortunately, it's not as easy. It's also good to think about how much experience director has with VFX, because if you have a director who hasn't done much, for instance, CG set extensions or big shots, what you don't really want to do is show him a concept. What you don't want to show him is very, very rough previs with grayscales and a lot of screens, because it will freak him out. What you want to do with directors like that is to do a concept, to maybe not show him a moving image, but to show him how it will look at the end. With directors who have experience with VFX, it's so much easier because you suggest to put 20 by 20 massive big screen, and then you show them a concept of what you can put on their green screen, and they can, they trust you, and it's much more collaborative. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but it's so broad. It really varies based on director, and it's again, it comes back to relationship, and it's very political in my opinion. You have to know, as a VFX producer and VFX supervisor, how to talk to directors. And everyone is different.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So in the afternoon at 2 o'clock we'll start our workshop. That there will be open space for our students to put any questions. I didn't give ability to put now. So in the afternoon it will be time for professional questions. And for now, thank you.
Thank you.
Now I want to welcome Peter van Hoyte. And as I said, Nicoletta is Slovakia/England, so Peter is Belgium/Canada, and this /Canada is very interesting and important for me. So we try our technique to prepare it, and in a moment we will continue. So please, Peter.
Thank you very much. I started with a perfect demonstration of Murphy's Law, which is that everything that can go wrong will go wrong, and also the importance of testing, which we didn't do, and we thought it was going to be all straightforward. Plug in a computer, and it will just work. Well, it didn't. My name is Peter. What I would like to do in this presentation, especially after spending a couple of days here, hearing stories about the school, how the school's been set up, and in what kind of an environment you're all in at the moment, I realized that it made me think a lot about my own background and where I came from. So I'm currently working in visual effects, and I have been for almost 30 years. But I started as a traditional animator, pencil, paper, just like our friends upstairs. Exactly that kind of environment. It was at the Royal Academy of Fine Arts in Ghent, in Belgium. And it was set up as an environment where people individually could express their own ideas in a very protected environment, and a very traditional one. However, as I went through the studies, I also came in touch with new technologies. Pixar was on the rise. There were things happening with something called computer graphics that really interested me. And what I ended up doing was I did my thesis in CG, and this was back in 1996. The film that I made, and if we've got some time I'll show it here, if not I'll show it this afternoon, because I managed to find the original master in glorious PAL, which is 720 by 576, and I brought it with me. But it was, and it still is, the only CG generated short ever to come out of the Academy. And in order for me to be able to do that, I had to kind of go against the grain of the system. Back in 1996, one of the rules of even graduating is that your thesis had to be delivered on film, on actual film. Be it 16, 35 millimeter, didn't matter, but it had to be on film. Now, for me that was basically a financial concern, because having something digital to be printed onto film was a very expensive process, which you had to pay with money, which I didn't have. So what I did instead is I offered up myself as sort of the president of the student council for the animation department, because the student council, together with certain teachers, also determined the internal legislation of the school. So I did a whole talk about, you know, the move to digital formats and things like that, and that the requirement of delivering something on film was getting outdated, and shouldn't we do something about it? Obviously that was completely self-serving, but I succeeded. So I was already well into rendering my own film when finally, much to the horror of my of my teachers, the decision came through from up above that requirement as of that year was scrapped, which meant quite simply that I was allowed to graduate. The film was shown and I got top marks in the end. So I graduated as top of my class, even though people didn't really understand what I was doing. I was outside the system. There was a lot of critique, which was mentioned in my final assessment. But they agreed that this was something new, something that they hadn't seen before, and in that way really fit into their philosophy. Even though it was technologically really different. I am going to see if these files have stopped copying, and they have. Because what I want to show you now is following on that film, I was then catapulted into making commercials, CG commercials, back in 1997. Because I did my thesis, because obviously I didn't have the computers and all the software. So I got in touch through my editing professor, who liked me because I liked editing, and it was editing on Steamback with film, cutting, pasting. And I ended up editing all the films of my fellow students, because nobody else liked editing. But I did somehow, you know, I like the cutting and pasting and sort of having that control over how a film flowed, and sometimes, you know, making suggestions. Why do you put that shot in front of that shot instead of something else? Changing other people's work. Love changing other people's work. So that person knew someone, also very young at the time, who started a company making what they called, at the time, they were called CD motions. So in Belgium there's a big sort of dance music culture, and they release all these dance compilation CDs, and then they made this kind of format where you got the cover of the CD, and then you had to turn it around and then put some titles in CG, render it. That was all in Lightwave. People know what that is. So they had lots of software, hardware, and I was allowed to use it, which was mostly late at night when everyone else there stopped working. I'll put music on really loud and then work through the night, do my own stuff, which was much more artistic, obviously, than what happened there. But on the back of me graduating, they were like, "Why don't you come and work with us? Because now you know what we're doing. So here's a cover of a CD," and they gave me 7 days on my own to make this commercial. I had the CD, I had the audio. I'm going to try and play that back now. It's the first commercial that I've ever made. My first project outside of school, and I hope it plays back all right. So let's see. If I double click this, what's going to happen? Oh, it's not. That's me. And so I drag. Why isn't the mouse going that way? I can drag it until the end of this screen, but not further. So what do I do?
With power. Two times.
Oh. Okay.
Or Windows key and arrow in the direction.
What's that?
Or a Windows key and arrow in the direction. And
Okay. Well, all these keys are black, and there's black lettering on. So let's see if this plays back. Oh, do we have audio?
Yes, it has to be.
Okay. All right. Ready? Oh, I'm not ready. Where's the F? Oh, dear me. Oh, God. Never mind. Let's see if this works.
Eindelijk Bonsai 7. Bonsai 7. With new unreleased tracks and mixes from Yves de Ruiter, Les Sauvages, and Dave Davies. Bonsai 7. Bonsai 7. Nu overal te koop.
Righto. Oh, thank you. first time I've ever shown this in public. And I understand why. After 7 days, that was basically my sort of test. Like, am I ready to enter the professional circuit? And client loved it. Everything was, but I had literally no idea what I was doing. But what happened is that I liked this process. I liked design as well, and it went further to the point where, which was really fun, where the style was being copied. This is another one, more to the end of it, which kind of shows how these things evolved over the time that I was there, and sort of increased in complexity. So by the time I made this one, I didn't only know Lightwave, but I also was using a program called Fusion, and I think it was version 2, which was what was called a compositing application. I didn't know what things meant, like alpha channel, RGB channels, whatever. It was, for me, it was a collection of nodes. Well, it wasn't really nodes at the time. It was somehow an interface with like bricks and pipes, and it was, you couldn't move the nodes freely. It was very, very, very different from what it looks like now. But it did basically the same thing. And having the ability to incorporate compositing into my 3D work allowed me to increase complexity much more than what you saw back there, which was basically just Lightwave renders.
System 16. Non-stop clip sounds.
I'm going to stop there. Fun fact. You see the hair over there? Remember Dirk Lambrecht from yesterday's presentation? That's Dirk. So that's him playing on turntables. My boss was Frank de Wolf, who's still quite a well-known DJ. And he had... Anyway, that's Dirk playing there. So I filmed him and used him as another layer inside the... see, it's all connected.
Russian Roulette, Mara Picato and Madrid Inc. Club System 16.
So now I'm gonna take you on a tour.
Club System 16. Nu verkrijgbaar.
So this is all made on machines that I've, you know, the phones in your pockets have got more power than those machines have now. More memory, more everything. So Grid, that was the company, they don't exist anymore, but that was a company that I worked for. Not only did commercials, but then also became more ambitious and wanted to work in film. So we ended up working on a children's movie called Plop. And Plop is like a little sort of tiny person with a funny hat. And there's this really crappy story about them making a balloon flying. Anyway, it was the first project I've ever done on film. So what that meant was, from start to finish, I did an awful lot of nodding, because not only did I have to kind of apply what I already knew and thought I understood, but the whole sort of world of film was added to that. So we were working with Signon, and people were talking about scene deferred, display deferred, graphics, gamma. We had to kind of calibrate our monitors with patterns of vertical and horizontal lines, and then you had to squint and you had to kind of do contrast and brightness until you didn't really see the lines anymore, and then you got an idea of what gamma your screen was, whatever that was. Anyway, lots and lots of nodding. And we worked on film. So what that meant, back in those days as well, reviewing was not the same as it is now. Now, you know, everything's playable in HD or even higher. We couldn't play back HD in real time. That was absolutely impossible. So what needed to happen for the shots is we had to have them printed on film. Then we had to drive 3 hours to a theatre in Amsterdam, sit down in a dark room, and then the projectionist would play your 3, 4, 5 shots back on a loop, and they would play it 3 times, because that was all that the production could pay for. So 3 times you had like second-long shots going, and it's like, does it look all right? Yeah. And then that was done. That was done. That was also your first and your last chance to find mistakes, to give notes, and then it's 3 hours back to your workstation, do your other stuff, and then at some point it all gets integrated into the movie. I'm going to show you a little clip of that and what that looked like. It's actually not that bad, I think. If I can, unless did I copy this? Oh, yeah, I did. So I'm going to drag this down there. This is my first work I did on film. There's no audio to this. So there are the titles. That's all Fusion. Clouds are obviously real. There's no way you could do CG clouds back then. First time working on the green screen. I think our heaviest, there you go, is these shots that I was working on. I think we had one machine with 1 gig of RAM. And this is, I mean, the resolution here is not, because this comes from a demo reel, which was just PAL. But these are 2K frames. That's what CG looked like back then. These are in fact CG clouds. That shot of him landing, I think that took 2 days to render in comp, not CG, in comp. So there's that. I worked for about 4 years at that company. And at that time, I was already in my 20s, but I also grew up in the Flemish countryside, which meant that I hadn't really traveled at all. But I had a sense at that point that I needed to see some other parts of the world. So, long story short, I went backpacking in Australia. But I also had in my backpack a VHS copy of some of the work that I did at Grid. And when I passed through Sydney, I passed by a company called The Attic. And they did a lot of motion graphics and design. And the creative director over there loved my work. I was like, oh, we want to get you over here. The producers were not as fond of me as he was, because they asked me about my process. You know, how do you storyboard something like that? And we're talking about motion graphics and typography. How do you storyboard it? How do you do animatics? It's just like I've got a week and a cover, or a week and an idea, and then I just go wild for a week, and then what I have at the end of the week, I put it to an edit of audio, and then it looks cool, and that's what I do. But anyway, somehow the creative director managed to convince their producers. So they offered me a job in Sydney to come over, but it's not like today where you just fill out some paperwork. I mean, I don't want to minimize it, but it's very, very easy compared to then to go to another country and work. So it took a long time. In the meantime, I quit my job at Grid. I quit my job on my birthday. Even though the deal with the Australian company wasn't yet set, but on my birthday I got a little drunk at work, and I got a phone call from a production company in Brussels asking me, well, you know, we've heard you're quitting your job, we've got this thing going on in Montreal, in Canada. And would you mind going over there? It's about 6 weeks of work. We need some CG for an animated feature, and someone needs to go there to guide a small team in Belgium through doing some vehicles and things like that. So I was like, yeah, sure, I'm up for anything. When do I leave? Day after tomorrow. So I did that, and that turned out to be the Triplets of Belleville. I wasn't at all in traditional animation anymore, but that was simply a beautiful project. But same thing happened as before. There were a lot of things asked of me then that I had no experience with, not in the least supervision. As I went there and looked at the volume of work that needed to be done, it was obvious that it was much more than 6 weeks of work. There were 3 teams, one in Montreal, one in France, one in Belgium, that needed guidance at the same time. I was keen to do it. I was like, oh yeah, I've got Excel, and I've got this, and I've got that. And then I just said yes to everything, and I started making things up as I went along, including speaking French. I am from Belgium. I had some French in school. French is also one of our official languages, but I was far from fluent in it. So in the beginning, especially for the French team, I was known, as I learned later, as the supervisor who didn't know how to speak French. And everything was over the phone. There were no video calls, no nothing. We did try and film some things on a DV camera, then put that on an FTP site, that goes to the other side of the world, and by maybe 2 days later you get a response back. Those 6 weeks became over a year. I also got involved creatively on the film after a very, very big fight with the director, who was very fond of creative people, VŠMU. Very fond of creative people, not fond at all of production people. But when I was, after the fight, when I got into sort of the creative process, then we became friends. And I was made responsible for the integration of the 2D and the 3D in the film. Who has seen the film, actually? Who knows what film I'm talking about? Because I didn't bring that one. Nobody? Yes. Yeah. Oh wow. Okay. Well, look up Triplets of Belleville and watch it. It's we were nominated for an Oscar, which we lost. We didn't win. It was against, I think that was Finding Nemo. So that's that era. And to this day, I'm more than glad that I did what I did on the film, and I nearly worked myself to death. Because to this day, it's still, especially in the animation industry, it still opens doors. If I tell anyone that I've worked on that film, especially studios that have been around for longer than a couple of years, doors go open. I'm always welcome. It's a great thing. I did learn one thing after the film, because we got a ton of publicity, and I did learn one thing. Whenever you do any work and there's anything clever, do not say to the press that you've just used what was already available just a bit different than anyone else. The press loves new tools, new developments, so what we did on on the film was we did come up with a new way to manipulate 3D to make it look more like 2D and integrate it into the film, and it was very successful. But I kind of undersold it in saying, well, we just use some Lightwave and we just use some Fusion and it's off-the-shelf tools and we put them all together and then out comes this magnificent result. And nobody was really interested. I know now that if I would have sold this as new technology that we would have developed in-house and we had our own tools, we would have got a lot more out of it. So just a little tip for whenever you come up with something smart, don't undersell it. So based on that film, I was asked to work on Sylvain's next film, which was The Illusionist. I didn't do the entire project there, and that's a long story. I'm happy to elaborate on that in the workshop after. But through Sylvain, I got to meet Richard Williams, the writer of the Animator Survival Kit. And we got along, and he was working on his personal projects and had lots and lots of wonderful drawings. He just didn't know how to put them together. So I flew to Wales, where Richard and Imogen, his wife, lived then, with my laptop and some software, and then a camera. It was a, what was it, a D20, something fairly simple, consumer camera. Filmed some of his drawings, put them together in what was called a line tester, which was developed by one of my old teachers at the Royal Academy of Fine Arts. And then taught him how to manipulate that. So I actually taught Richard Williams how to use a computer. So that's my claim to fame there. But then based on that, we got talking about his idea of making his book into a video series. So I worked with him for 2 years, filming 33,000 drawings in his barn, putting them all together, timing them. I'm not a programmer at all, but I needed to find a way to get the timing data into my compositing software. So I taught myself a little bit of scripting, just enough to be able to create a tool that could convert what was basically a CSV file into a Fusion comp, and then do all those hundreds of examples that are on the DVDs, still available by the way, into comp and then to DVD. Then I had to teach myself the structure of DVDs, how to build those, because then I was put in charge of designing the whole, the entire interface of the DVD, how users interact with it, all stuff that I didn't know anything about. And I'm gonna just play this back. I also got to do, where's that thing? I also got to do this, which is the logo. This is not the final logo, but this is a test that I find more interesting than the logo itself, because it shows all the drawings, the drawing numbers. I animated two characters. There's 2 CG characters in there, using techniques as well that I didn't. You know, that's kind of the red thread through everything that I've done over the years. Is I often said yes to things that I wasn't certain about, and then kind of made it up as I went along. So that's one of mine, and there's another one as well. The amount of effort that's gone into this. See the swimmer over there? The day after Dick Williams animated this one, I think it was something like 700 drawings, taking 5 hours each, he had a heart attack and was rushed off to hospital for a triple bypass. And then a couple of weeks after that, I came to visit him in Bristol at the time, and he was all happy about it. And he stopped in the middle of the street and showed me his massive scar. Yeah, lots happened there. And I put this this together in a 4K composite back in the day, and I worked on it for 4.5 months, mostly in my spare time, but for 4.5 months because I wanted it to be absolutely perfect. And the 4K version of this is on YouTube. You can find it. So what I started doing more and more then as well is trying to work with people who are very creative. And one of the people I also admired at the time was Terry Gilliam. I've always loved his films. Brazil is still it's forever been my sort of desert island film. And via working with this software, I got a tour in London in different visual effects houses, and I ended up by chance in Terry Gilliam's studio. And I met with a man called Paul Doherty, which was his visual effects supervisor, and the only thing I had in common with that person at that time was that we both used the same software to do color correction, which was Fusion. So we got to talking, and I started, from that day, I cold called him every single week for an entire year, saying, is Terry doing a new film? Is he doing a project? How's it going? Can I come to London? Can I do something for you? The answer was always no, until after a year, he actually called me back and said, you know what? Terry Gilliam is doing a film, and I want to give you a chance. We're not using the same software. Can you ship us your workstation, your software, and you come to London to work on this film? I said, yeah, sure. So I shipped my workstation over there, and my software, and everything. And I worked on the Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus, which was in fact Heath Ledger's final film, and not his role as the Joker in Batman, which was not a running joke. You don't joke about these things, but that was a thing. So I ended up working with Terry Gilliam as well. Just trying. Behind all that, I also was very active in an online community called Pigsfly at the time. Pigsfly was a forum for, back then, Ion Software Fusion. And I took it on myself to sort of help people who were starting out, who weren't very technical, sort of, how to use Fusion. Nuke was a big deal back then as well. So, I've seen people do this in Nuke. How do I do that in Fusion? Just sort of, so I became together with a handful of other people, like a front runner in the online community. Based on that, there was a company in Los Angeles called Uncharted Territory. They were the supervisors for Roland Emmerich, who wanted to do a film about Shakespeare, weirdly enough, and came to Germany to do it, to film it, to do the visual effects over there. The visual effects had to happen in Fusion based on his experience on 2012, where two people working on Fusion, just by being clever about things, it's not just the software, it's also about how you use the software. But these two people managed to add pace, a team of 40 compositors on a different piece of software, just by being clever about it. And but people who worked in Fusion were hard to find. So they trawled pigs fly, came up with a handful of the people who were the most prominent on the forum and invited them to come to Berlin for a talk. And among them was me. And on Anonymous, we had a slightly gargantuan task to do a lot of, because it's a period piece. It's 16th century London. We had to do London, lots and lots of set extensions, lots of stuff happening on the Thames, which meant water. And it was all planned to be in CG. It turned out to be too render intensive. We couldn't finish it. So together with Ronnie Susan, who was then my supervisor, we came up with a way of doing realistic looking water, or what looked realistic to us back then, in compositing. Let me see if I've got the, I could probably show this. Music. So lots of what you see here, all is snow, it's all comp. Most of the atmospheric effects. People who work with fusion may know the volume fog tool. That one was developed on this show. So volume fog was first a very complex setup, which we sent to Ion Software, and they made it into a tool. But the whole, what they call their sort of deep pixel workflow, originated on this film. So we got into this with all these techniques we got in Cinefx. You know, we had a big article about how we did all these things, all these little mists, all these little smokestacks. That's all fusion particles. So many things that were traditionally a 3D operation was now all in comp. So all of a sudden, we had a system where we could do water, and then, you know, at the start of a review, we said, well, I think these waves are a little bit too much. Well, by the end of the review, we could have another version ready for the director to see. He absolutely loved us. So there as well. There's not that much water going on. I think there's a little bit at the end. I'm gonna, because I know I can talk about this. Right, here's an example. That's cool. That water over there. So that whole scene is cool. The castle, everything is just an image plane. And we managed to reflect it in the water. We managed to do all of that all in comp. Snow, even when they're in the wintry landscape, just the breaths of when they're talking. So we tied a particle emitter to audio samples. So then we got the rhythm of the speech in simple things like that. But it was all about iteration, all about thinking smart. So those people who hired me then got me over to Los Angeles, and then I started my my US adventure, which was supposed to be Foundation. Roland Emmerich was hired to make a trilogy of movies based on Isaac Asimov's novels. So Foundation, which is now a series on Apple, was then a film project, and we did a lot of development for it. Sadly, all the funding was pulled, studios didn't believe in it anymore, and I was kind of stranded because I was on a work visa in the United States without work, which meant that I had a couple of weeks' time to find something, because otherwise you're basically being booted out of the country because you're not allowed to stay there. So I made a reel with some of the stuff. I'm just going to show you this reel. This is the only reel I've ever made specifically to find a job. This is this one. That's my US phone number, which doesn't work anymore. Terry Gilliam's film. That was a miniature. Phenomenal. That's The Illusionist. So this is not 3D, but that's also comp, all the ripples in the water. So this one I did before Anonymous, but I was already doing stuff with water, but that was a purely 2D solution. I did some motion triplets as well. That explosion, 72 hours to render in comp. There were 150 hand-drawn layers in that thing. That was 2002. There's some breakdowns from Anonymous. That shot wasn't even supposed to be in the film. It was already written out because they couldn't finish the 3D renders. So I caught that entire thing on one Saturday. This one's interesting. This started with one image, but we found ways to sort of displace it quite cleverly. So add some camera moves and actual parallels. So this is cool. This is inside of Fusion. Something a little bit more, whatever works. Don't look at it from different angles because it'll fall apart, but it doesn't matter. This shot was comped and rendered on my laptop. Because it had a render farm at Peerless, but it wasn't set up for Fusion. All of this is comp setup. So none of this came from This one, fun story there, because I was talking with someone about noise reduction the other day. This film, production got a deal on some really fast film stock for very cheap, and they used it to shoot blue screen. Some of the noise was as big as the guy's head, and this was Paul Doherty again. So I was in London. I was like, yeah, I can do keying. I was not allowed to denoise anything. The guy said, there's only one rule. I want every pixel out there, and you're not going to denoise this footage. So none of the keys in that film have been denoised, and I learned how to key because the guy was right. You don't need to denoise to pull a good key. You just have to, you have to work at it, and it was right. No denoise was used on that film. during all this thing, I did one other thing. So after this, I was hired at Sony ImageWorks in Los Angeles. So that was the first time I was working for a big box visual effects house on big studio films. The first film I worked on was Man in Black 3. The VFX supervisor on that show was Ken Ralston, who's one of the founders of Sony ImageWorks. And the thing that was absolutely wonderful about working with Ken was he was one of those rare breeds of supervisors who could say, well, you've got your shot here, this is what people are going to look at. Get me that right, I don't care about anything that happens. I mean, it has to, there mustn't be mistakes in it, matte lines, you know, no technical stuff. But this is what people are going to look at. I want this to look great. If you get that looking great and the rest of it is without mistakes, I'll approve your shot. And he always kept that promise. He taught me an awful lot about how to supervise myself, because I find that a lot of supervisors get totally bogged down on playing something back 50 times and looking mostly at stuff that's at the edge of frame, because that's usually the easiest thing and the most risk-free thing to comment on. So they go all the way, so it's always back and forth with little notes. Oh, this thing in the background, that thing in the background. By the time the shot has to be delivered, it doesn't look all that great. It gets a bit muddied, it gets a bit soft. There's a lot of soft comps out there. Even in very recent work, I find compositing often lacking in visual effects. You see that the shots have been worked on, like 50, 100. I worked on, this is a true story, I worked on Amazing Spider-Man 2. That was the one with Electro. And I had the shot where you see Electro first. He sort of appears, there's a bit of smoke, I got a first version out pretty fast, which impressed the supervisors. The problem was that it was way before anyone else was working on any of the other shots. So nobody risked approving it. And they made me do more than 300 versions of that shot. It's a 2-second shot. More than 300 versions. The 300th version didn't look all that different from version number 1. By that time, it was over Christmas. Sony had, I think they've changed it now, but it had what I call a bums on seats approach to visual effects, which was basically as the quota went up, so went the requirement to work long hours. And then everyone had to stay, at the end, 14 hours a day. Whether or not you were working, if you could finish your work in 4 or say 6 hours, you were there for another 8 hours, just doing Facebook. Or they would always say, "Oh, do some training. You'd get paid for the hours, so you know, big paychecks, which was great, but it was maddening. So 300 versions of that, and it's just that would never happen with a supervisor like Ken Ralston. So that's the lesson I took from there. And I went into the big box visual effects circuit. I sort of went from being a compositor, senior compositor, to a compositing supervisor. I moved from Sony ImageWorks to Method Studios. I also physically moved at that point from Los Angeles to Vancouver, because Vancouver is kind of, you know, Hollywood's sweatshop. So with all the tax breaks and the cheap dollar, so a lot of work moved over there, including myself and my family, and there I progressed, doing different films. I'll show you a couple of things if we have time still. I'll show you a couple of things of the project that I'm most proud of in my sort of North American stint. A film called Okja, directed by Bong Joon-ho, and for Netflix. From being a supervisor, it became clear to the higher ups, let's say, that I was also quite good at managing stuff. So from composing supervisor, in kind of no time, I was the head of the comp department, and then I ended up being head of 2D for all of Method Studios Vancouver. And that was at the time where Marvel was doing an awful lot of stuff. I was a supervisor on Avengers Infinity War, which was not a nice experience. People who have been working, I mean, maybe Nicoletta can you know, especially through your husband, he might have some horror stories about working for Marvel. But Marvel was absolutely, they were a horrendous client. And I can freely say this, of course. Was that?
I can vouch for that.
There we go. I've never seen a studio, you know, pull entire sequences a couple of weeks before the project needs to be finished and completely restart it. Work of hundreds of people, they're already burnt out, everyone's been working until 5 o'clock in the morning, 2 weeks from the deadline, you know what, we're going to change the whole bloody thing, but not the deadline. Thank you so much, you're great, here's some more booze and some Snickers and, you know, go for it. Anyway, I was head of 2D at the time. I was managing a team of 120 people, but I was really unhappy because I didn't like doing management. I could do it, and nobody else wanted to, and apparently I did a good job. But I was so far removed from the creative process that it was time for me to do something else. So fast forward through the pandemic. I mean, that whole period of Corona and pandemic and then reduced salaries, it was so stressful, it was so maddening. It changed the industry forever. Because now we're all sort of working from home and working by ourselves and, you know, being quite individualistic. And I want to touch on that too, because that's something that's really close to my heart. At the end, I just had enough of the whole. It just didn't work for me anymore. So through those years, the person who was my supervisor on Anonymous, who by that time also had become a good friend, we were just talking, and then we said, why don't we just start our own thing? So together, we've now co-founded a small, completely decentralized and very, very efficient visual effects shop, which now has an office in LA, has an office in Brussels, and we don't have a building, we don't have a lot of people, we have our knowledge, we have our experience, we have an enormous list of people who are keen to work with us, that we trust. We have completely reduced overhead so that money that we make can actually go to artists and not to time lost. And there is such frustration with people from the industry who have seen these big structures and how I can't even tell you the amount of meetings that I've been a part of where at some point I even said, you know, the combined salaries of all these people in this meeting for these, let's say, 2 hours is more than the amount of money we are trying to save by having this meeting. It's absurd. It is really absurd, and it's all true. So we started that, and another thing I did during all of this stuff, what happened with the online community called Pixfly is that the server wasn't maintained anymore. So what that meant is that new users couldn't register anymore on the forum. Information like it was getting old. Nobody was really maintaining it. So I said, why don't I try and set up a forum by myself? So I got my domain. I did some research into open source software because none of this is going to make me any money. So I can't really spend too much money on it. So I found this software called PHP BB, and I set it up. And I think we were maybe a dozen people at the time. It's like, oh look, I've set this up, and it's a little bit like Pixplay. It's a different kind of software, but we can chat, and then new users can register, and we can start talking about Fusion again. Yay! With new people. Yay! A couple of months after that, I had maybe like 100 users. I lost the entire database because I didn't know how to back things up properly and restore them properly, and you know, I wanted new features because I'm a bit of a geek, and I get carried away with you know, feature creep. I'm guilty of it as well. So I lost a lot of information along the way. And this was in 2014, so the forum is going to be 10 years old. Well, yeah, after the one that I lost the database of. That's going to be 10 years old this year. And instead of just being 2,000 people and, you know, talking a little bit, there's now almost 12,000 people on there. A pretty active community. Quality of the posts is really high. We're nearing 50,000 posts. And we're kind of known as sort of the Fusion community in the industry. So, you know, people are registering every day and trying new things, and it goes from learning basics that were already basics 30 years ago to some of the new technologies and introducing AI, and recently, which is something that I want to see if I can do that for my users. I've, together with the help of a Russian developer, I've integrated AI chatbots into the forum. But because I'm also wary of getting sort of the wrong information out into search engines, it's only in forums that bots can't read. So all of that output is not being indexed. I'm thinking of all that stuff. But there's ChatGPT 4 is in there, Midjourney is in there, DALL-E is in there, Stable Diffusion, and a couple of others are gonna come as well. So you know, if anyone's interested, just come register. I'll give you access to the forum. Send me a text, and I'll make sure, because it's paid accounts. It's like Midjourney, ChatGPT, but you know, who's going to pay $20 a month, you know, for all that stuff, for generating like 5, 6, 7 images? Just, you know, if you can do it together, it's another one of those together things. Then, you know, it's going to cost a fraction of the money. And recently, some other guy started a topic about the history of Fusion. Wanting to figure out, you know, how Fusion started, and where it came from, and what were the ideas behind it. I was like, oh, that's a fun topic. So I found an old VHS copy of my student film and put it on my YouTube channel. Put that in the topic. And then the same user said, oh, wouldn't it be nice if you could, you know, I'm teaching in this school in Bratislava, and we've got this, wouldn't it be nice if you could come over and talk to our students about some of this stuff. And this is basically how I met Michal and Mr. Lavik, and how I ended up here doing this talk. So it's kind of, it all came sort of weirdly full circle, just by a lot of saying yes, a lot of saying, you know, I'm going to try this, I'm going to try that, and then just riding the wave of whatever it is you started. I'm sure that for every kind of, like, I'm telling you all the fun and exciting bits of my journey. Obviously, there's a lot of it which I haven't liked. There's a lot of stress. There was a lot of hardship. There's a lot of, you know, all of that. I'm not gonna, but that exists as well. So for every fun anecdote and every sort of exciting story, there are also other ones. But overall, I would say just by every now and then trusting my instinct, or sort of sometimes just closing my eyes and go, you know what, I'm just going to step this way and see what happens. I've had a pretty exciting journey so far, and hopefully with this new venture that I'm starting with my partner in Los Angeles, and you know, together with the online community that I've started 10 years ago, and sort of we're trying to meld this all together and see where we can take this. There's a big plan of when we get into exciting visual effects projects to share how we've done it, to share it on the forum. I myself, I learn things every single day from my own forum. I may be expert in my field, but there's a huge influx of new sort of minds and younger people or older people who sort of say, well, you know, why don't you try something this way? Or that thing that you've done over there that took you 10 steps, I've done it in 2. And it's very exciting. It's very exciting to still learn. So I'm going to end this by playing our new reel, which is basically, I'll show you, or do you want to see the Okja stuff? What do you want to see?
Show both.
Show both? All right, fine. Good answer. So here's, oh, no, I got this as well. I was talking about AI and how all of LinkedIn is now full of, you know, AI is going to break everything. It's going to kill everything. It's going to take away all of our jobs. I want to show you something that we've done, you know, because and it's recent, and everyone thinks, oh, you know, in the past 2 months now you can do digi-doubles with, you know, 0 effort, and you couldn't do it. This one here is a reel for face replacement. This was using AI, deepfake tech, in yeah, this is from 2021. So this is already 3 years old. You know, a lot of what we're seeing today is evolutionary. It's not as new as you might think. In fact, so Realm Effects, the company that I started, we have last year partnered with a company specializing in AI. They're not in visual effects at all, but they have very interesting technology, and we're looking at making that available for visual effects. So there's a whole other thing that I'm involved with now, trying to find funding for that. But they've been working with AI for the likes of Microsoft and Google. They're actually in their sector, they're quite big, since 2010. You know, that's now almost a decade and a half. None of this is new, and I think a lot of the worry and the fear for AI is because of this sudden explosion of everyone using it, and everyone's getting the FOMO, right? The fear of missing out, because oh, this thing happened, and I haven't seen it, and I haven't been on this bandwagon, and it's gonna replace me, and it's not like that. It's evolutionary, and we should just, you know, this is going to evolve for another couple of decades. So just jump on that train whenever you feel like, but don't ignore it. And let's see the fun one. This was an absolutely fantastic project. I was on set for that one in New York. That was actually filmed in Wall Street. So the visual effects supervisor of Okja is a man called Eric de Bourg, who won the Oscar for Life of Pi. Wonderful guy to work with, absolutely wonderful. No secrets, and someone who is absolutely happy himself to learn new things and to give other people a lot of responsibility. I was the on-set supervisor for some of, not this one, some of the shots in the house. And that was because, this one for example, I was on set for this one. And the guy who's in the suit is that's my friend Steve Clee. Wonderful, wonderful guy, great animator. He was the animation supervisor. So he spent 5 months in Korea. That's a sock sort of going over her face. Make that into a tongue. Wonderful. So Eric got married in the middle of production and asked me to go to Korea and New York to supervise 2 different sets over there with literally a 2-day overlap, which was another one of those. I could have said no, but I said yes, and I learned an awful lot. Also how not to do things, and in some cases, you know, I've caused a bit of extra work, having to roto out very fine hairs because we wanted to avoid the use of green screen, but in the end, absolutely beautiful, beautiful, beautiful result. We were long-listed, not short-listed, long-listed for the Academy Awards for Visual Effects on this one as well. That's Ogja. And then in our new reel, yep. You'll see that, you know, this is none of, almost, there's a couple of cheeky shots at the end, but almost all of the work in here has nothing to do with anything that I spoke of. Simple reason being that you're kind of not allowed to showcase work that you've done for other studios as your own. But some of my visual effects supervisor friends have given me a couple of ways to get around that. So there'll be some more personal reels on the site later. But this is the reel that we're basically now starting with. So this is work that we've done as Realm FX in the past year and a half or so, starting again from scratch. There you go. Thank you very much. I hope I didn't go over time way too much. I've got more.
No, we will put just few questions in the end of this session, and later on workshop it will be open space for conversation, for speaking together. So first question, please.
Maybe I can have the first question. It's amazing to see you here.
Thank you.
I just looked on my phone that I registered on Pixel Forum at 2007. So we maybe met in, maybe we chatted before. Like.
Where were you in 2007?
I registered on Pixel Forum.
Oh, no way!
I checked on my phone, yeah.
What was your username?
I don't know really. What was my username? You know, I had not used it like.
Are you on We Suck Less?
Sorry?
Are you on We Suck Less? Which is my present forum.
No, I need to register.
Yeah, you do. You do. That's the name of the forum, by the way. I forgot to mention that altogether. It's called We Suck Less. If you Google We Suck Less Fusion Forum, you'll find it. You can ask me how as well. He's on there. Or Steak Underwater. That's there's also stories.
When I moved to Nuke, I just slowly disappear from this Pix5, but yeah.
That's fine.
It will
come back.
My question is that I have many questions, but like we've seen huge progression from 20 maybe more of the people here are like younger than like you were more in the industry, like the people are here than the people that is not.
I'm old, yeah, I get it.
So we see the progression, from when you wait 3 hours to go to cinema till now when you everything online and cloud. Is it something you see that disappear in this progression that was like good, but because of this progress that everything is faster, better online, it's not so good?
It's a good question. It's a double-edged sword, because yes, there are things that you can do now in seconds which would take days. I think there's an inherent sort of what's the term? I can't really think of the word. Complacency sometimes that I've seen, especially in people entering. There's a kind of impatience and sort of an expectation that tools are going to work for you and do everything really fast, and the amount of stuff that people now, and I'm talking about sort of my experience as a supervisor as well, the amount of stuff that people just put on a render farm just because there is a render farm available with like 10,000 CPUs, just got to put this stuff out there and then make 30 versions and then make it render, but without that much progression, it's a bit of it's almost like it's a bit of a free-for-all. Like people are a little bit more careless than what they tended to used to be. I asked a question yesterday to the game developer group, the first one from Portugal, about how they felt, whether either story or technicalities sort of were a limiting factor. And they mentioned as well, so, sometimes when you are limited in some way, you become more creative. And I would also say because you have to, you become more efficient. And it's not because now you can have like a comp that had 30 or 40 nodes was seen as a very large comp. Now you've got comps with thousands of nodes, and it's not because you can do it that way that you should do it. I still get a kick of taking something that's that large and doing it with just that, and I feel sometimes that's a little bit lost, and I see that a lot with AI now as well, because you can get so many iterations that instead of what was his name? I forgot his name. Through Morgan? Yes. Tobias. How he talked about have to be really, really careful about your prompt. It's kind of similar. It makes me think of the same thing. Whereas instead of starting to think of the prompt and learning how to properly do a prompt, people would just do the same prompt, but they would let it run 400 times, right? And then they'll see it becomes a bit of a lottery rather than an actual goal, which is something that I've always found as well. When you have a goal, I can't really work without a goal. There's a lot of stuff that I would like to learn. For example, I would love to learn C++ or Houdini. I don't know anything about Houdini, but I love what it does. I would love to be able to do it, but I haven't had a project that required me to learn Houdini, so I don't learn Houdini. It's not how that works for me. But there was a time where, for example, I needed to have a plugin that could read a WAV file and turn that into a curve in Fusion. And I wrote it. And it's like a brute force thing. It's in Lua, which I didn't really know. It's a scripting language. It's a scripting language in Fusion. So I learned the structure of a WAV file. I learned how to open that. I learned, where the bits were, how to read that, and then there's mathematics with it as well. So I learned that and then put it into code, and I ended up with a plugin that's still being, downloaded. I don't know how many times a day. That can do that. If you would ask me to rewrite that thing today, I would barely know where to start. I completely forgot about it, but I had that goal at that time, and I just stuck with it until it was done, and then I put it online, and then now it's living its own life. That's fine. But that's how that works for me. Maybe not so much for other people. Did that answer your question? Or did I?
Quite broad.
Yes. I do
but maybe
tend to.
just one more question, like
Sure.
very quick, maybe. You mentioned two types of supervisors. One which like give you like very specific good advice, what is important, you should focus on, and it's, I don't know. Okay.
You can continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then there is a second group.
Yes.
Six of fucking every part of the image at the border. I think this,
Yeah.
do you have some tips and tricks to avoid this kind of conversation, or
As a supervisor or as an artist?
as an artist?
As an artist.
With supervisor who's trying to
Oh.
because of this 2000 version.
That is extremely difficult. That is extremely difficult. I'll be honest. Mostly, there's no avoiding it. There's no avoiding it, especially in large VFX houses, because that's just how the supervisor works. The supervisor has been hired by the production to be the supervisor, and the supervisor is in charge of whatever teams they supervise. And the style can be different between supervisors. A good barometer of that is always your teammates. So if you're in a project like that and you feel like you're going endlessly back and forth, and you start, I've been there. You start doubting yourself. It's like I can't cope. I can't please this person. I can't. What's going on. So it's a good idea to check in with your teammates and see, do you have the same experience? Talk to maybe another supervisor. If it really doesn't work out, you can always ask if there's multiple projects to be put on a different project. But in terms of managing your own supervisor, it doesn't really work that way, unless you get on some sort of level of trust with them, where you can discuss that. But that can be very, very sensitive, and obviously it's much more sensitive to people who are perhaps less confident in their own ability to supervise than someone like, if you would go to someone like Ken Ralston and said, Ken, I don't get your notes, I don't know why you're doing that. He will know why he's giving certain notes. He's very confident, he's very knowledgeable about his field. So there's never really a problem there. It's nice to have a supervisor who's confident and knowledgeable, and also ready to teach, to teach their artists about how they can best progress. But yeah, if you're less fortunate and you end up, I will add one thing, because the 300 version example that I gave wasn't necessarily the supervisor. On those films like Spider-Man, the Marvel films, I counted it on one project. I think it was Infinity War. I think there were 7 layers of approval between myself, and I was a supervisor on the show, but between myself and the director, there were like 7 layers of supervision, including the studio. And you get these horror stories of people saying, oh, well, I was in a meeting and the niece of one of the executives was there, and she's 5, and she doesn't really understand the scene over there, and now we're going to reshoot that scene because of that part. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Some productions have too much money. Most of them have not enough. So yeah, no magic, sort of. Just stick with it and try and self manage it.
Yes, please. Next question, Nicoletta, and then Felipe, that is online. Enter. So first, Nicoletta.
Thank you. So many questions.
We've got the afternoon as well.
But might take a later train. But it's so funny. I was actually going to ask. It's always interesting for me to listen to someone who's been in the industry for a longer period of time, because you've seen it just going through that massive skyrocketing up.
Yeah.
And I was initially going to ask if you don't think that maybe younger professionals are a bit impatient. Maybe not really a good question in this room because of the audience, but if you feel like industry professional who's been there for a while, young people now just really want to just go up quickly. But you've touched on that, so I have a second question, if I may.
Okay. I can add something to that, but let's. But okay. Go for your second question as well, maybe.
I was going to ask, and this I'll reference my husband because he's a VFX artist.
Yes. What department?
He does. He works on independent films. He works on his own films with just a small group of people, and it's madness that when they plan it, they can do what we in a studios do for 6 months. They can just power through in 2 weeks.
Yep.
And I was going to ask, because I work for big studios, he works for a small independent company. Would you suggest young professionals to be actually a big fish in a small pond, rather than go to ILM and do roto for 10 years?
Oh.
Because, I always feel like in that way, like he got his hands on so many, so many things. And even for me as a production person, if I went to Marvel, I am just setting up reviews for 6 months. If I'm working on something smaller, I get my hands on from LiDAR scanning to greens to 4K reviews to so many more things.
Yeah.
But what's your opinion as someone who's been in the industry for longer?
It's going to be the most boring response ever, but it depends. And it depends so much on the person. There are people who are happy doing 10 years of roto. And there's something to be said for it. I mean, if you can make a living with that, and you're happy with that, and you're happy in your headphones, and you're doing this stuff day in, day out, or tracking shots, or doing something very, very specialized, that's great. That's great. If you want to get your hands dirty in more things, then you either need, if you want to do that in big box VFX houses, you either need the right project for it, or indeed you need to sort of get involved, sometimes in your own time, with a different project. Maybe there's like a halfway house where you work in a big visual effects house, and you take that knowledge and you take that to like some local independent art house production. Where they don't have a lot of budget, but they have time, so you're not stuck to deadlines. So the two don't clash. You kind of have to figure it out for yourself. I don't think there's like a magic path where, I started as a generalist, and I still consider myself relatively generalist in sort of the broadness of my knowledge, and I have a love for smaller, more creative projects. The project that I'm the most proud of is the project that I'm also happy to show to other people for different reasons. Sometimes it's a story, sometimes it's the idea behind it, sometimes it's the experience. But the story behind the project is also almost sometimes more important than the project itself. Both of them are great and fantastic. You've won the lottery. but that doesn't mean that that's the right path for everyone to take. Yeah, much depends on where you see your creativity as well. Because there are people who are sort of, how am I going to say this, sort of visually creative. But creativity, you can find creativity in technology as well. So, you know, finding what new ways to apply to technology that it's not meant for. You know, that's creativity as well. And maybe that kind of, well, actually, especially in technology, if you want to be creative in technology, don't go for the big box VFX houses, because they're so, you know, their pipelines are sometimes decades old. They're very rigid, but they're also very precise and very robust. But you know, it's how are you as a person? Are you someone you thrive on knowing what you're gonna do, or you thrive on a certain amount of stress, the unknown? People are very different that way.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And the last question from Felipe from online connection. I can see you, so Felipe, please.
I don't have a proper question, just to give big thanks to Peter. This was an amazing journey. In my previous life, I did some VFX research with new compositing, etc. But I work a lot with VHS, with in PAL format, interlacing soft and hard mats, etc. And it was fantastic. But I would like just to share one thing. It was amazing that I discovered that you made probably one of the most funny scenes in explosions in cinematography, which is in Le Triplet de Belleville, that amazing movie. The explosion to fish some frogs, or it's one of the most funny scenes with explosions in the history of cinema. To be honest, I love that film, and I was really happy that you shared that and that you have a role on that. So fantastic work that you have. Thank you very much for sharing with us.
Oh, thank you. Thank you that you found it funny. Sylvain was about to fire me at that moment, because he didn't believe I was up to it.
I said it funny in a negative, in a good way, of course. In negative, it was amazing. Yeah.
Oh no, it's a very funny scene. But that was the shot that kind of nailed my relationship with Sylvain, because it was rendering that long as well, and he had never seen a result that he liked. And there was just one, it was either the one that was rendering for 72 hours or it was none. And if the shot wouldn't be ready, then the production would miss a certain quota deadline, and then the insurance company who was going to put the film somewhere in, I don't know, somewhere else, would come in and stop production. So it was absolutely nerve-wracking. But Sylvain liked that version, and then, you know, rest is history.
Yeah, because probably you have that experience working VFX in realistic image. Sometimes it's a little bit easier than we are working in animation with an authorship, and we want to combine different technologies.
Absolutely, yeah, especially when you go into something that's a bit more abstract and a bit more a vision of a single person. It's harder to really get a feel for that realm, for that universe.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Okay, so now we'll take a break. We have some lunch here. It is very cold now. I wish that everybody will eat what is prepared, and the questions and the workshop will continue maybe in half of hour, or as we eat, as we have to, because we don't have to do it. So please eat it, and in half of hour we continue with workshop with Nicoleta, and there will be a big space for questions and answers.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Bye you all. Thank you very much for having me and our students also. Have fun with the workshop.
Hello everyone, welcome to this workshop slash, I don't know, extended talk part of this conference. We have two excellent guests here, Nicoletta Wood and Peter Van Houten, here in person, and I want to thank them. Thank you very much for coming. And no, I don't want to delete my great speech. Okay. I want to basically welcome you here in the grounds of Academy of Performing Arts in Bratislava, and this part will be more open, the presentation, more interactive. Please ask questions, help us to form where we are heading in this discussion. It will be quite fun. Yeah? Do you have questions? Yeah.
When working for a studio, don't you get a feeling that you are selling a piece of your soul when creating art for money? And to which point you can combine like to do the things that you want, but still get the money for it from the studio?
That's the dream. Do what you want and still get paid to do it. And some people get there. Some people do exactly what it is that they want, and they get paid for it. It's a very broad question, and a lot of it depends. Again, it depends on the person. It depends on who you are. It also depends on your. I'm not going to try and go too philosophical, but it kind of also depends on your definition of art. A lot of, I think the lion's share of the visual effects industry and the entire Hollywood machine. I'm gonna really generalize when I say Hollywood machine. Is not the main goal of that machine is not to make art. It's to make money. The only reason why Hollywood is producing so many movies is because those movies make money. It's an economy, and a very large economy. So in that sense, you could argue that you're not really an artist. You're basically you're an employee, and you're fulfilling a very specific task for a very specific goal. I like your question because I have found myself in situations where I was glued to a desk, working on something that I didn't like. I didn't like visually, or I didn't like the idea behind it, or I didn't like the people that I was working with. Not every single team that you're a part of is a team where everyone gets along. There's a lot of politics involved. There's a lot of personalities, but I'm also someone. When I do something that I don't enjoy, I can't help but imagining what I could be doing with that time instead, and kind of make it worse for myself. So in that sense, yes and no. Sometimes you can get that feeling of sort of, you're selling your soul to the devil, or however you want to express it. But it helps also taking a little step back sometimes and ask yourself, well, right now hopefully when you do find yourself in a situation like that, I do hope that you're at that point making money with it. Is making money at this point a valid reason for me to do this? And I will extend that a little bit to something that I've done
in the past, and it's one of the only things I regret in my career to have ever done, and that is to work for free. Unless it's absolutely something that you want to be a part of, unless it's something that you feel should be completed, and if you can just help that along, you know, it has to have a very specific importance for you. But if that's not the reason for you to do it, then never work for free. Don't work for free because, you know, someone says, you know, oh, I do this one for free, but we've got stuff coming down the line, and we'll pay you handsomely for that one. I've heard that so many times as well in my career, and I've never known that to be true. Once you work either for cheap or for free for someone, I'd say with 99.99% certitude that those people will come back and expect you to do the same the next time. I did get a tip very recently from someone who said, well, instead of doing that, you could say to people who say, you know, we've got all this stuff coming on, and we're going to pay you, you know, next time double if you do this one for free or for cheap. You could say, you know what, I'll do the third one for half price. Pay me my fee now, pay me my fee next time. If you come to me a third time, pay me half price. I've yet to try it out, but I'm keeping that one in the back of my head. So that's sort of, I think that's the moment where I have felt that I've sort of sold my soul to the devil, is sort of working for free and spending all that time and money, because doing something for free actually costs you for something that wasn't mine, that I wasn't, you know, or just because I felt I had to, or I was somehow not tricked, but kind of maneuvered into that position. So that's what I would say to that.
I tried this one and it didn't work for me.
It didn't
either.
work?
No. But we can try.
Keep at it.
Yeah,
keep at it. If enough people do that, it might become
a new standard.
A new
because
standard.
if nobody is willing to
when,
do it for
when
free,
nobody, you know, when nobody is willing to work for free, then eventually nobody
will
works
be
for free. Yeah.
quite old for them.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, that was great. Do we have another great clue? Oh!
I have a question.
Headshot.
I have a question for Nicoletta, and I just wanted to ask that when you work with people who do not really understand how much time, work, and skill goes into VFX, especially like directors or some people in production, how would you maybe explain to those people that doing some really complicated CGI shots is just not possible within like maybe 4 months? I am especially asking since at this school I know that there's a lot of demand towards VFX people. When I wasn't involved with VFX, I had the same issue that I expected great things from the artists, and I didn't really know how much it actually costs when it comes to the work. So how would you maybe explain to those production people and those directors that there is a border that people cannot cross, and we can do this way and it will be actually possible, or we cannot do this at all?
I myself, when I started in production, in VFX production, I didn't have that much technical knowledge. And one thing which a lot of animators told me they appreciated is that I brought them a coffee, I sat next to them, and I was watching what they were doing for hours, after my work hours. But when you are in the position where you want to explain to someone, I suppose, can I ask, are you in a VFX production or are you an artist?
Well, at this school, as an artist that is like, we have this thing. I'm just now entering the first year, so
As an artist.
I'm gonna be working with a lot of directors at the like. We have films that we are supposed to be working in teams, and there is always a VFX artist present, and I know that there is always like a very high demand.
So I can tell you what helped me to understand how VFX artists work, and it was to seeing it with my own eyes. I guess it also varies about, you know, it depends on people and how much they take in and how much you have to. I don't think there is point in being aggressive or, you know, I don't think there is any point of fighting it. Try being very, very patient. I think patience goes a long, long way. But I think at some point you also have to draw a line, and if someone is not understanding how much time, how much generally resources you need to achieve a certain thing, then it's just going to be, you know, every time something comes up, you will always have to have the same fight. So I would say initially try to have those conversations. What helped me really was to actually see it when artists were rotoing, for instance, and I've really realized how tedious it is and how that it's a hard thing to do, and it is very time consuming. But I guess at some point when someone is not working with you, it's always going to. I know it's not very useful, but it's. I'm not sure. Do you have anything to add?
It's communication as well, right? And communication both ways. I've very often seen artists go back to their desks because they were given an assignment which they knew they couldn't complete within the given time frame, but they wouldn't speak up. So I don't think there's ever going to be anyone really upset with you when you voice a proper concern. You know, especially production people, but even, you know, creatives can be a little bit less patient with it sometimes. Again, it depends. But there's no one who's going to say, well, I wish you wouldn't have said that. You know, it's always better to know things beforehand. And especially if I mean, bonus points, if you can breach that topic by saying, well, you know, I can't do this because if you're asking me to do this, I need X amount of time, and you've only given me a third of that. But I can maybe do this. But one of the things, I mean, Roto is an excellent example. So what very often happens is that a director will sit with a visual effects supervisor and then say, well, I need to do this and that and that and that. Okay, then the visual effects supervisor will do quick annotations on the image, like, okay, we need rotor for this, we need rotor for that, we need rotor for that. Then the rotor budget explodes, and then by the time it's time to comp the shot, it's already, you know, it's already past the deadline, everything is due yesterday. But then it very often helps to have the compositor sit with the roto artist. And then sometimes, well, then the compositor says, well, if you just rotor me this little bit over here, that's enough. That's enough for me. I don't need anything else. I don't need this whole thing rotored over the entire scene. And again, it's communication, and it's communication between people of different departments and of different levels as well. So communication can solve maybe even most of the problems before they even happen. But people are too often sort of a bit shy, or a bit sort of, especially when you work as an employee. It's just, well, you know, give me my brief and I'll just do it because that's what I'm paid to do. And then they end up working 12-hour days and through the weekend, and everyone's miserable.
I would say also to be straightforward and not to lie, because people will find out. And I've heard people telling me that something will And this is why, sorry, I have to mention him again, but it's so great to have a husband who is VFX artist, because so many times someone told me, oh, this will take me a week. And then I went to the toilet, I'm like, James, how long does it take to do this? And I was like, a couple days, 2-3 days max.
Mm-hmm.
So it's also, there's no point of, you know.
Don't try and please people too much. Either. I've done that too. I've done, you know, especially when I was starting out. So of course I can do that. Of course I can do it. You know, because you know, you're young and you're starting out, and you want people to want you. It's just, you know, it's part of human nature as well. But it doesn't help. It doesn't help. You're only shooting yourself in the foot.
Yeah, and it also works here at school. It's sometimes hard, but the communication will help. I was here in the first year of the visual effects, and yeah, just communicate. Everybody then knew nothing about visual effects, and a lot of people were scared and hated us, and just communicate. Someone will be good for you, someone not match your style of working, but it's not a problem. That's great about the school. You can jump between teams, try to work on something by yourself, try to work in big team, try to work with other people. That's absolutely great about this school.
So you mentioned that when you are working, I don't know, for some studios, then you are like just an employee, not as an artist mostly. Do you think that this approach that we are making money, not art, is why Marvel films, for example, are getting worse? Yeah, and worse and worse.
That is exactly why they're shit. I feel. I mean, you know, I'm not gonna. They are tested to death. You know, and it is a little bit, and this is a personal view, right? I have nothing against Marvel fans. I have nothing against, you know, people who do enjoy these movies. They are eye candy. I've enjoyed watching some of them, and definitely the people that have worked on them are hugely talented. So I have to be a little bit careful that I don't put sort of artist against employee, and so it's really not black and white. It's a balance. It's a balance. You can't be 100% artist. You also can't be like 100% like button pusher. You know, it's a little bit. It's an organic process. But I do think that in terms of storytelling, in terms of character development, in terms of you know, also sometimes blindly, sometimes not so blindly, following the narratives from the comic books, and then, you know, because comic books aren't movies. It's a different medium altogether. There are certain things that you can do in comic books that you can't do in movies, and vice versa. That again, that requires talent, that requires artistry, that requires, you know, proper writing, designing, all of that. So in that sense, you know, even when I say, you know, or when I appear to have said, you're not an artist, you're an employee, that's more from the point of view of a studio system. That doesn't mean that you're not an artist. Of course you are an artist, but it's your artistry that's being used to create something that makes money. And I think in terms of Marvel, I think that the numbers don't lie. Their movies aren't nearly as profitable as they used to be, and people are not nearly as excited about the movies coming out as they used to be. And some of the stuff that they're churning out faster than we can watch it on Apple or Disney or wherever it's appearing, people are just getting tired of it. You know, purely personally, what's the point of having half of your characters die when they just come back in the next movie because we've got all these universes now? There's no tension there anymore. You know, you're almost breaking every single rule of storytelling and of sort of having characters that you can relate to. You know, it's like characters who are, and that's a problem that most superheroes have. Characters that are immortal or infallible, they're boring. They're boring. It's how can you, as a human being, how can you relate to characters like that? We aren't immortal. We aren't infallible. You know, wish I could fly, but you know, it's sort of that there are certain things that are exciting about it. But in terms of telling a story and building a world that's believable, because that's ultimately, you know, ultimately you are going to go past the eye candy. And even these films, with all the massive visual effects and everything, they will date visually. They will be watch them again 10 years from now, and they will be dated. I can still remember the first time I saw Toy Story, and I was absolutely blown away. I mean, I saw Toy Story. It's like the amount of realism that was in there was just, it was beyond anything. I thought, you know, now they've nailed it. They've nailed realism in computer graphics, and that was my honest opinion. I fairly recently watched Toy Story again. It looks very, very, very dated. You know, mobile games that look more advanced than Toy Story. So it's going to be the same with these movies as well. And now what's left is, you know, is the story compelling? Is the content compelling? So I don't think there's anything wrong with making money with movies. Quite the contrary. You know, the more the better, because it's going to mean more work and, you know, more interesting work and all of that. But yeah, I think if the emphasis is on creating fodder for the masses, I think that's going to show at some point or another, and that's detrimental to quality. I do believe that.
It resembles that AI for me, and also the testing of Marvel movies, like median of median.
It's a little bit like that, yeah. It is a little bit like that. It's sort of you get the average, yeah. The average of everything. And I was fortunate enough to work for sort of unique movies where it's the vision of one person, and studio movies. Sometimes at the same company, like Okja was clearly the vision of one director, Bong Joon-ho, whereas Marvel, which was literally the movie I did right after that, was a huge studio film, and the difference couldn't have been starker.
Mm-hmm. And could you suggest a solution for this universe? Like they returned half of the heroes from the dead. Could you suggest something that could be done to to reveal the drama back?
From the point that they are now.
Yeah, or you just don't see any good things that can be done.
Because if they say they can die now, do you believe them?
No.
No, you can't do anything. Maybe after that another cycle, you believe them if they die and they stay dead. But
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm not the right person to ask that question. Also, I didn't grow up in American comic book culture, so I don't really have an affinity with the whole universe to begin with. But you know, I'd say for the time being, you know, as long as it makes money, they'll keep making them, which is fine. But you know, just do something else as well.
Would you say, just to check, are we still recorded? Just so I know how.
We are recording.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's still recording.
So talking broadly.
Go on.
All these NDAs. I was like, would you say maybe it's a bit of a studio's fault as well? Because I've seen amazing directors who have proven that they are incredibly creative, but they maybe happen to work with a studio who, if there is a problem, they just throw money at him or her, and then even the director then just kind of becomes you know, kind of like there's not that drive of trying to come up with different things. If I know that you know I'll run over it, they'll just give me more money. If I want to do 300 versions of a shot, and because I can't make my mind, it doesn't matter because they'll extend the schedule by 6 months.
There's a lot of stories out there of sort of independent directors who are then catapulted into the studio system, and then make a film that's just a bit muddied, or just, you know, it's too grand, and it's again the same question of limitation, and is that good or bad for creativity? I think sometimes that's a very good thing. I mean, it can go too far, where, you know, it's only through a lot of hardship that something gets made, and then I wouldn't say that end justifies any means. There are independent directors who've fared very well in the studio system as well. So again, it depends. I think studios ideally have a responsibility to keep a director like that on track and sort of support them in the right way, because it is a little bit like, you know, you pull someone out of an environment that they are familiar with, and you put them into a completely different environment, and then expect them to do the same thing. I don't think that's necessarily realistic without the proper the support around it. I haven't found myself in that situation, but
Lynch's Dune comes into my mind right now.
But Dune is I haven't seen part 2 yet.
But I said Lynch's Dune.
Oh, Lynch's Dune.
Because
sorry, yes.
It correlates to this, at least for me.
Yeah, Lynch's Dune was a challenge. Interesting film. Yeah, this one's a bit.
Yeah, but
it's a bit nice.
That's basically a director from this different background that they at the time, and he was pulled to this big project, and it created something.
Definitely.
Okay, we have a question. Sorry, the first. He was first, and here's Mike. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. So we touched a little bit on that communication, and I wonder, what is your experience as an artist and also as a supervisor with working remotely, and also as a producer with people?
Like in general?
In general.
Well, there's two sides to it. Actually, it's a very good question, because on the one hand, so when the pandemic happened, before the pandemic, if you would say to a studio, like half of our artists actually want to work from home because they have families, they have this and that, they have their own reasons. No one would even entertain the idea. There's no way, not going to work, not going to be efficient. You know, we're going to go over deadline, over budget, etc. And that's what most studios were very afraid of when the pandemic happened, and people had to start working from home. And in the beginning, it was a very difficult process, and people had to get used to it. But soon it transpired that yes, you can do very complex projects where virtually everyone is working from home. My own experience with that was similar. I have a family. I could spend a lot more time with my family while still doing my work. But I have missed, and still do, live interaction with people. Especially supervising, I find that very difficult. It's not impossible, but I've always enjoyed sitting with an artist, looking at their work, seeing how they're doing things, and it's what was mentioned earlier today as well. Body language is such an important part of communicating. You can see by how someone holds their shoulder, or what happens with their shoulders, whether they've even understood something or not understood something, or whether they find something difficult or not. There are subtleties in that you just don't get when you're on Zoom. Or I have one great concern with the work from home model, and that is especially for junior artists, because it has been so important for me to be around people who knew more about stuff than I did. So I could walk past their desks, I could ask them questions. When they were having a coffee break, you know, they weren't standing in their kitchen, they were standing in the communal space. So you just pass by and it's like, hello, just passing by, ooh, I wonder. And then, you know, they start to get to know you, you start to get to know them. In order to grow from junior to mid-level to senior artist, you have to have that interaction with people who know more about the stuff than you do. And I think the industry is going to run into a wall at some point, because more and more senior artists, especially the people who are so talented that they are specifically by name chosen for certain tasks, they now have so much leeway that they can say, you know what, I don't want to live in Vancouver anymore because it's too expensive. I want to go and live in the UK, or I want to go and live in Bali or in Italy. And I've seen it happen. And studios, because those people are so crucial, they will say yes to that. You know, I have seen people literally move from the West Coast to the East Coast, but even to Europe, to Asia, you know, and they live somewhere in luxury because it's dirt cheap over there, but they still make the American salaries. But they are never in touch anymore with mid-level or junior artists. So how to solve that? That is a big problem, and I don't think the industry is there yet. I don't think but once those senior artists are going to start to retire or just go out of visual effects altogether, and that's happening too, because you know we were briefly talking about the strikes in Hollywood as well. A lot of people have had enough of visual effects. You know, and it's especially the senior ones who are typically also the ones who have some money saved, and you know, because they're not starting out. They're like, well, I'm going to take my money that I've saved and I'm going to put it towards something entirely different, and they're out of the industry. And then again, you've got lower level artists. What are they going to do to grow? You know, so in that sense, and I put it in the title of my talk as well, which is why I spend an awful lot of time managing my online forum, for example, because I really believe that it's crucial to keep sharing knowledge with people who are sort of, let's say, a lower level artist than you are, but also people who know more. You know, because you've got people of all sorts of capacities and qualities, and they all are thinking together about different problems, and building, especially in the work from home environment now, building that community of people that know each other but don't know each other. But you can, you know, as I said earlier, I've learned so many things myself just from setting up that forum. So it's not just me sort of providing something to somebody else. It's also, I get a lot out of it too, sometimes in areas that I don't expect at all. I still don't think that's the same as sitting together with people in the same room. I'm sure, for example, just today and yesterday, if I would have done this on Teams, we wouldn't have had this. you know, my talk would have been completely different. It would have had slides. It would have been, you know, it would have been a completely different presentation, and with a lot less emphasis on sort of the sort of traditional artistic background, but potentially even much more technical. You know, I might have had a presentation where I open up Fusion and I start explaining how IKEA works or something. You know, it could have been something completely different, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't going to be this. And that comes from being somewhere in person and meeting with the people and sort of, you know, almost feeling in the atmosphere what makes a conversation tick as well. You know, if I would see all of you on a tiny little screen, I wouldn't be able to see if 4 or 5 of you are playing video games or falling asleep. You know, it's not the same thing, but I can tell now. So it's different, and I am truly concerned about that sort of shifting from junior to mid-level to the growing in the industry, and that's going to be bad for the artists and going to be bad for the industry unless we find ways around it. And I'm not 100% sure about what that needs to look like, but I think there's real danger in becoming too individualistic and trying to get all of your knowledge just from YouTube, and because there's a lot of knowledge out there, but the knowledge is very unfiltered, which is another reason why I'm a big advocate of sort of like a flat forum system like the one I'm running, is because it is a fairly tightly controlled source of knowledge. There's a lot of moderation that goes into the content from people who, you know, there are people on there with more experience. My supervisor, Mr. Paul Doherty from Parnassus, is one of the users on the forum. You know, and he's well into his 60s now. You know, a huge amount of experience, and he's there, and you know, he's enjoying being there and sort of sharing information, and it's great, and he's helping moderate, you know, some of perhaps a younger artist might say, well, you have to do this and that, and you know, if someone goes on there and says, well, the first thing you do for keying is denoise all your images, I can imagine what goes through his head. Right? So he would then chip in and say something about that. You know, I think it's very important to keep moderating and to build an actual, even a virtual community, even though it will never replace face-to-face contact. I don't think that's possible.
And it goes for production as well.
Of course.
For sure.
Yeah.
I myself had producers who it was. Maybe I was a bit annoyed because we were in the office for 12 hours and, you know, the laundry was piling up, and when I worked from home, everything was done. But at the same time, looking back, it was like you said, we just had a lunch. She was working on a budget. I was there, and she said, you know, the VFX producer would say, would you mind just, I don't know, helping me double check this? And I got my eyes on the documents. I would never be able to see otherwise if I worked from home, because no one would ever send it to a VFX coordinator. So there's definitely benefit. I do have to say I do enjoy like a day or two working from home sometimes, especially when I really need to focus on something. And in the office, it can sometimes, when someone sitting next to you doesn't have anything to do, it's chit-chat, and then your mind is going to explode. But at the same time, it's so useful, it's so essential to be there in the room.
Yeah. The ideal is probably somewhere in the middle.
Mm.
You know, there are many advantages of working from home, and especially if someone lets you be in charge of your own time a little bit.
Oh yes, if there's a trust.
If there's trust is everything. It's also you know what we do with artists that we work with professionally. When we're trying to exclusively work with people that we know we can trust. But we also realize that we have to give other people a chance as well, because we need to have other people as well when all the people that you trust are sort of busy doing something else. So it's again it's a balance. It's a balance there.
Yeah, I'm trying to push that in the studio that I work on, the mid-ground.
Yeah.
I can work 3 days in the studio, 2 days from home.
Yeah.
But they are not like into that, so I'm unlucky with that. But
They're not into that. Why? They want to work from home more, or they want to be in the studio more?
No, they want me in studio.
They want you in the studio.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, because now it's all bouncing back, isn't it? Because it's like, oh, back to office, and there's great resistance because there are advantages to working from home. Well, it's always with everything like that, isn't it? Everything goes one way and then it bounces back the other way, and then eventually there'll be something. Yeah, it's like when I started working in the US, and you would dare mention a union for visual effects. Here's this European guy with his communist ideas. I'm sure that lands well in this room. But now it's different, right? Because nobody wants to unionize if everything is going well and there's money being thrown left, right, and center, and people are like, oh, when are we going to do overtime because I want to buy a new TV, and it's like, oh, what's my Tesla stock doing? And then now what happens is the Hollywood strikes, which have had major repercussions, much larger than anyone had predicted.
Yes.
Much larger, and we're starting to see mass layoffs in large studios, because and we're seeing the mass layoffs now because it is so cynical. We're seeing mass layoffs now because the studio executives know that the employees are going to unionize soon, so they're going to try and lay them off before they can actually unionize. It's terrible. It's terrible. But now people are obviously open to the idea of unionizing because, well, the pendulum has swung the other way, and now they need it. So it's not that it's particularly right or wrong. It's just how it happens. And it's going to happen like that with the work from home, and there's going to be people standing on the sidelines saying, "Well, look here, there's this big problem coming," and people, "No, it's not here now, so let's just ignore it." It's also how nature works.
Okay, we had a so hi. I have a question from a bit different topic. I would like to ask about supervising.
Yeah.
And correctly, even on your own shots when you are working, and even on the shots when you get shot from someone who made composition.
Yeah.
And you have to give some opinion on it.
Yeah.
What's the way of your thoughts? What you are looking at the first, and how do you decide on what you are looking at first when you get the shot? Is it the main? Is it depends on the story, or is it depends on the from shot to shot, or is it what is important for you to know? What advice would you give?
Okay. Overall, I'm trying to. Well, there are different aspects to it. There's obviously a technical aspect, right? How well is something integrated in something else? Are your gamma levels, are they correct? Does it sit well together with the shot? So for people who are not in compositing, so what compositing actually is you have all these different sources, all these different elements that are shot with or rendered with different systems, different cameras, and in the end, the goal is to put all of them together as if they've been shot through the same camera, through the same lens. So there's on the one hand there's a lot of technical stuff there, which goes from color, over grain matching, motion blur matching, all of these things. Does it sit well? There's the vision of the director, which is obviously important, and there's continuity. Does the shot work in context? So if you've got 5 different artists and they're all working in 5 shots that follow one of the other, you play them back together, and then just look at it. Sometimes just squint. Just look at it in as many different ways as you can, and if something, even intuitively, and this is also just experience. I mean, by the time you're a supervisor, I assume, unless it's for your own film, but I assume you've had experience as an artist and being supervised, and some supervisors will teach you a thing or two about what's important in supervision. Other supervisors you might not get along with very well, but that will still teach you some things. So all of that comes together to a point where you look at things different ways, and I'm literally talking, you look at things in context. Look at shots flipped, just turn them around. If you've seen shots like 10, 20 times, just turn it around, and all of a sudden it's a completely new shot, and you see completely new things. Where things, the brain is a tricky thing in the sense that it can get used to stuff, which is why, for example, there are people out there who say they can see white balance. Not possible. People cannot see white balance. It doesn't exist. But people will say that they'll be able to see that in isolation. So that the brain goes as far. I love this experiment. Have you heard of the experiment of the upside down glasses? Right. So you can get glasses with lenses that literally turn an image upside down. So you see everything upside down. Wear those glasses for long enough. At a certain point, you'll open your eyes and everything looks normal. It's a true thing, and everyone can do it. Then you take off the glasses, and everything, without the glasses on, everything will be upside down. And that's just to illustrate how malleable the brain is, and how self-correcting the brain is. It is absolutely amazing. And this happens in film as well. And the more we are used to systems that can play back 4K in real time, 50 times in a row, the more we have to find tricks to sort of reset our brain, and that's very important. Play them backwards.
For animation, that's great.
Yeah, exactly. But for live action, same thing. But I have even played stuff upside down. That city shot from that was almost a running joke, because the city shot from Anonymous, we turned it upside down, and then it looked like a scene from Independence Day, with the bottom of the spaceship. So that was funny because it's Roland Emmerich. So it starts there, and then it's knowledge, and teach yourself film language. Understand the psychology of how people watch movies. People watch the eyes, people watch the mouth, people watch faces. We are hardwired to focus on faces. So something that happens outside of the face. Another one. You should. I wonder if we should play it.
We can.
I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Maybe you wanna expand on the topic a little bit. So you might have seen a thing or two, but I'm just gonna.
I can try from a production point of view. I did. It's funny you mentioned flipping the shots, because I remember on one of the projects, our supervisor kept flipping the shots. I'm like, what the heck are you doing? Like, can you just give me a feedback? Like, I need to say it. I was like, I'm just checking perspective. So I suppose if you're on a technical side of the things, there are certain tricks you can do to review the shots. And to be honest, sometimes actually I am asked to help and review the shots when our supervisor is too tired watching one shot 50 times. It's like,
new set of eyes.
Like new set of eyes. And it is quite refreshing because I'm going to be watching something completely else, what he's looking at.
I'm using a small HD camera display with pulse colors turned on just besides, just to see basically the different version of the image and to exactly see if the images in sequence are in the same exposure levels and things like that, and anything that can help you to pick something up.
And also my question is also because, as there was said, on the things that are on the sides or of the frame, and that they are not so important. And most of the time when we work so long on
side
one
is
shot,
not.
yes, and most of the time when we are working on something, we are just trying to do details and add something. And in VFX and CGI, when we are working on details, most of the time we lose lots of time. So I would like to know where, when I look at the shot, at what is important to look at, and what I just is not important to.
Yeah, basically some maybe order in what to track things. Or
Well, there's you know, if you're working with dialogue, eyes, faces, anything that's in the foreground, story, super important. If nothing else, you can't do everything. Focus on what's on every single element in the shot that's telling the story. Get those right first. Right? If you're ever in the situation where you supervise something, don't go with, oh, let's do the low-hanging fruit. Right? There's always a couple of things that you can do. Start up the hardest things the earliest possible. You know, there's too many times I've seen where you know, you've got 200 shots to do. There's 10 really difficult ones. 191 other ones are relatively simple, and then just for the sake of quota, let's go for the easy ones first. And then at the end, everyone's working all-nighters because those 10 shots have not been started, but everyone's doing just versions of those easy shots over and over and over, because it goes so fast. Clients go, these guys are working really fast, so I'm just going to ask for another couple of versions. You know, even when they're not strictly necessary. And then those hard ones, you know, get to the hard stuff first too. Same with shots when you supervise them. Okay, what's the hardest thing in a movie? Is basically, I mean, the only role of a movie is to tell a story. So that needs to be right. If you want to faff about doing, you know, this little soldier's helmet over there would be nice if it was a slightly different shade of green. Sure. At the end, when you've got time for that, and so, you know what? This is green in the helmet. Let me show you. Anyone who's already seen this, don't say anything. Okay. But this is a wonderful. So I don't know if they're going to explain the test in the movie, but because it's been a while since I've seen it. But the idea is, so you've got two different teams, and they're going to pass basketball from one another. And you need to, I think they're going to say it, but you need to count the amount of passes that they,
The team in white make.
Right. So count the ball, team in white. Got it?
The answer is 13.
We got it.
But did you see the moonwalking bear?
So they did this for transport for London, but it is I thought I saw the original test as well. But I find this, I used to circulate this film every time I was working with a supervisor who was a bit too involved with details. Obviously, I didn't send it to the supervisor, because that would. But it is, people do get worried about, you know, about their own shots as well, and about their own ability to finish something, because they start feeling like they're missing something crucial in their shots, which is not good for their self-esteem, for their confidence, and for morale. So that helps sort of, you know, put things in perspective, so to speak, and it's also great for morale, you know, to make people feel like they're not alone, and to make them realize as well how little importance some of the stuff that they're working on has, especially when it plays in the background. You can honestly you can give notes forever, you know, which is why everyone, including supervisors, including directors, we need deadlines. You need at a certain point to say it's done. You know, it's the old saying, like a shot is never finished, it's delivered.
Oh yeah.
Right? You'll know that one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
But correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like that's when you have a good producer, good VFX producer behind you.
Definitely.
Because as an artist, you obviously want to, and especially it's your name.
Yeah.
You know, viewers, audience won't see the spreadsheets or the budgets, they will see the image. But I always feel like, in my eyes, the good VFX producer is the one who will not only help you to prioritize the heavy shots first, and then let's go for a cleanup, but also someone who will say, it's good, let's deliver.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Go on.
I have a question. You developed a lot of new tech when it comes to like the plugins, and you mentioned the like the wavelength plugin, and I just wanted to ask, like, how do you approach when you're developing this?
Yeah.
A point where you need to do. Well, let me rephrase it. How do you? When do you know if you have to stop? Like, if you're developing new tech and it's just not working, how do you know that this is enough? I cannot go any further. Yeah.
Okay. Specifically for tech.
Yeah, like especially the plugin. Like, if you develop any new ones and you're kind of going into this zone where it hasn't been done before.
Yes.
So now you're working on it, and how do you know if it's even possible when you're developing it?
Well, when I'm... Oh, right. So are you saying, suppose I start developing something and then in the middle of development I realize that I can't develop it at all?
Yes, and if you have that, or if you have a way of crossing that in like your mind, maybe.
Okay, so if I am developing something and I arrive at a point where I can't develop it, I'll call for help. I'll call someone who's a developer. And I know a fair few of them, and that's something that I often do, not just with development. If I get stuck, I ask for help, and I take that very, very broadly as well, because I've always tried to also get in touch with people that I admire, with people that I like their work, I like what they've done, I like what they're doing. I try to get in touch with them. But yeah, development in that sense, because I wouldn't start developing something if I wouldn't believe that it can be developed. And also, in my development efforts, I'm not gonna overestimate them. I've done some development, but I don't develop AI, or I don't develop an operating system, or anything as complex as a full-blown compositor. I have done a lot of beta testing, And that's something that I've really enjoyed. I did a lot of that at Sony actually. Sony had a lot of internally developed tools and some brilliant developers who weren't artists at all. And then some of those developments had been going on for like, sometimes several years, but no one sort of volunteers for beta testing because you can't really use them yet. And I enjoy doing that. I enjoy sort of seeing where something breaks, and then I'm a beta tester for Blackmagic design software as well. So you know, there's a secret beta forum for it on the Blackmagic design website. So so I enjoy doing that. So in that sense, I have a notion of how development works. When I was head of 2D especially, I had weekly sit-downs with the pipeline team. So there as well, I learned about agile development and sprints and this and that, and they've got their whole terminology. So I learned a bit of that too. I kind of know how development works, even though I'm not a developer and I'm not pretending to be one. But in terms of my own developments, it's always followed from a need to do something that I either can't do at all or I can't do it efficiently. And then I just start doing it myself, and then I come up with my sort of minimum viable product. It's like, okay, what's the minimum that this needs to do? And that often doesn't have a UI yet. It doesn't have any parameters. It just does exactly what it is that I need to do. And then it's usually so for the audio plugin, for example, I just had a sample reader and I could get data out. But it didn't have any parameters. It was only after that I say, well, how can I make this useful for other people, that I started exposing parameters, and then you could sort of make the curve a bit larger, a bit smaller. You could start animating it and things like that. But that comes after. Once I know that the core of it works, and then start building on it.
Okay. We go up.
Always up.
Always up. Yeah.
Hey, so I have a question kind of regarding AI, but in like a bit of a different way. So we talked about how AI can simplify some work, and maybe in the future it will, like, I think we can agree that it will potentially take some jobs, and maybe some productions can become smaller in this way. But we also talked about the greater productions where, there are hundreds, maybe even thousands of people like putting their hands on their project, on like an individual project. And what I kind of feel like you get in the end, like if I mention Marvel again, we get like the voice of an individual person being like stomped into the ground, and you get like this sort of mediocrity. What I guess is the question is, when we get to the point where an individual has all these tools in their hands and everyone can create pretty much everything with an idea, what do we get? Do we get more creativity, or do we get even more mediocrity and maybe like a hidden gem somewhere in there? But how do you think this will end?
With more content.
I think you're going to get both.
Yeah.
I think you're going to get both. You're going to get an awful amount of absolutely horrendous looking stuff. But people have been able to make even feature-length films on their own for more than 100 years. Right. Almost since the beginning of cinema. there are still very few people around who make feature-length films on their own. But every time there's, you know, I wouldn't want to feed the amount of people that have done it. Some of them are very bad. Some of them are absolutely excellent. Some of them no one has seen. Some of them became commercial successes. I mean, what was that film called? The Blair Witch Project. How many people worked on that? That was all over the 4 people did this thing. They made millions. You know, in terms of a business model, that's astonishing. That's astonishing. So why are so few people, with 4 of them, making $1 million movies? Because there's only a couple of people around who've got ideas good enough to go viral, that everyone likes, and that becomes a classic. And that's not going to change. I don't think that's going to change. I think if there's one takeaway from the earlier session of today, is that we need to stop seeing AI as something that is creative. This is marketing. This is the big studios, but not the movie studios. This is the big data corporations.
Tech companies. Yeah.
Tech companies. But it's all about data. Data is worth a lot of money, you know. So the only way those people are going to make even more money is to get more data. And the more everyone is using their tools and fine-tuning them and all of that, the more data it is that it's again a money proposition. But none of these tools have any kind of true intelligence or creativity, which doesn't mean that they can't be used in a creative way, right? But it's the same with 3D. It was the same with photography.
Yeah.
Photography was invented as like, oh no, all these landscape painters, all these, you know, they're all going to be out of a job. No, of course not. You know, it became a medium. It became an art form. You know, then styles began to blend. New forms of storytelling were invented. It's just going to be, with AI, it's going to be the same thing. The thing that's going to be a challenge, particularly with AI, is the amount of noise, because it is just spewing out data and content, and that's going to be a challenge. How do you find, you know, how do you find the gems between all that noise that's out? I read an announcement from Hugging Face the other day that they were celebrating 1 million models on their system. So when Tobias said, you know, oh, you just have to pick one of the hundreds of models out there. We're not talking about hundreds anymore. You know, they announced they have 1 million models on their servers. Even in terms of, you know, say you are an artist and you want to even make some sort of an educated guess on what model would suit your creative vision best. How do you even start? I don't know. Are we gonna we're gonna have to build AI to manage AI? It's endless. So that's going to be a challenge, but it's also an opportunity. And I'm 100% convinced. I mean, it's gonna create so much more work. The face replacement reel I showed. So the amount of work that I had to put in to massage what came out of the AI tools. I mean, the result of the AI tools was great, but there were so many passes, and there were so many points where that breaks. And the stuff that I needed to do as a compositor to fit all of that together was completely different from when that would have been a 3D render. Right, because a 3D render doesn't have sort of frames that all of a sudden disappear or all of a sudden turn into a different person, or you know, none of that. So it was quite fun actually, because it was a new kind of compositing that I was doing, and then, you know, what everyone else sees is like, oh my god, you know, the face has been replaced and it's AI. No, it was, you know, there was AI was in there as a tool. but it was
But artistry.
But it was artistry.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it was.
I think it's very much about how you look at it as well.
Yeah.
And one thing which came to example, as you mentioned, the face replacement. That's like there's so much more work involved than just you have to feed AI. But one of the examples I thought of, let's say you're working on a smaller, more independent film. You need to resize the shot. I think it's so great that instead of spending so much money to go and maybe, I don't know, shoot the additional plates or what, I don't know. You go and you ask AI to just create that little bit of the frame which is missing, for instance. And from my point of view, it's not that creative because it's the DOP, it's the animator, it's hundreds of people, which it's the production designer who designed the set. But then, you know, for some reason you just need to resize it, and you can use these tools in your advantage, save money, save time, and it doesn't mean that it's not your shot anymore.
No.
It's just one of the tools which helped you to literally recreate that little bit of the shot missing.
It also doesn't mean that there's any less work, but what it does mean is that it will allow you to put your resources to something that's maybe a little bit more in the foreground, a bit more important to the story, and you don't have to, you know, do a lot of boring stuff.
And it's evolution. Like I don't know, in 90s you can work in Phil Tippett's shop and do practical stuff, and yeah, the 3D CGI came and they are up to the job mostly, but we have a lot more VFX jobs. It's evolution.
And
it will probably change something, this technology, but that doesn't mean that there will be no work, because...
Look at a studio like Leica, you know, and Kubo and the two strings, and the giant skeleton. They didn't even use compositing or 3D to make the skeleton look larger. No, they actually built a 6-meter high skeleton and animated that. It's madness, but it's beautiful as well, and people still do it. It's wonderful. If you haven't seen the making of Kubo and the two strings, it's phenomenal. It's phenomenal.
I don't think there's a way to avoid it, so I would just say let's use it to our advantage, because I don't think at this point we can just not use like...
No, probably the greatest danger of AI is to not get involved with it.
And that marketing, that it is AI, that's probably the biggest problem, because if we just call it a deep learning, okay, real-time rendering is coming to VFX. It's a threat? No, you're enjoying it.
Yeah.
This is that's the problem of that idea. It's some kind of AI that is taking my work.
Yeah, but it's also, I mean, I think we're over the biggest hype now. I think it's flattening out a little bit. I think people have started realizing as well. Especially last year, I think people lost many tens of billions of dollars just investing in things that weren't a thing at all. There was a huge scandal. I think as late as last week about something. Forget what it was, but it was also some things like, you know, AI is solving this huge thing. There was nothing behind it, but someone ran with $2 billion. So it's a hype, and everyone jumps on it, and everyone thinks it's going to change absolutely everything immediately. It might well change absolutely everything. It certainly is not going to be immediately, but it's here, and it's going to stay. So at the very least, learn about it. It's one thing that I've also always done. Is my memory is not that great. Like I know people who can read a book and recite it. I can't. I forget stuff. But what I have always done is I know where I can find stuff. I used to have a game with some people online, and we used to play this game, and someone would ask some random question, and then like 5 or 6 of us would have to either Google it or find something out about it, and then, you know, whoever was the first to come back with the answer was the winner. Silly game, but that was when Alta Vista was still around, right? So before Google there was Alta Vista. It doesn't exist anymore, but it was the earliest search engines, and it wasn't at all like it was today. It was a lot slower. You had to be a lot more precise. It took a lot, but as I was dealing with it, there were certain patterns and certain ways of searching for something that were more successful than others, and that kind of stuff I can remember much more than, and then I've got a whole part of my brain full of sort of factoids that doesn't serve anything, but it's there and I can't use it for anything else. So that's
5 last questions.
Okay, but you had a question before, I think. Okay, we go.
Okay, so I've got 2 questions.
Yeah.
First,
but not all 5. He was before you.
About strike. How did it affect industry from your perspective, and what's your predictions for the future?
How it affected the entire visual effects industry, or me personally?
The whole industry and, of course, you personally.
It's been a disaster. It's been an absolute disaster. There's so much work has gone away. Personally, I think we're now. I mean, it's not like we haven't been working, but it's like 9 or 10 months without paid work, which has been good in other ways. I mean, one thing that it did show us is that our model and how we started up our company works. We are much less vulnerable to shocks than some of our larger or older counterparts. We can scale up and down very, very efficiently. So that's been great. But in terms of overall work, yeah, it's been. If we would have been as tight as some of the studios are, so one of the little known things about the visual effects industry is that the margins have become very, very, very tiny. So I hear numbers like 3 or 4%, even for large VFX houses. That's what they make on their productions, 3 or 4% margin in North America, in Canada. And that's including tax breaks and all of that. Smaller houses are effectively financing current projects with the promise of the next project. As long as there's continuous work, it's sustainable, but it is so vulnerable. So as soon as something like this happens and work falls away, in most visual effects studios, the lion's share of the expense is personnel. So the only thing they can compete or what do you call it? Save money on is a term, is personnel. So it almost immediately means layoffs. Either layoffs or other things that we've seen is reduced salary, right? And I'm talking about a particular company that has about 3,000 employees worldwide, and everyone's salary has just been slashed by 30%. It's been absolutely insane. And I mean, it was sort of a perfect storm, because first the writers are striking, and the actors are striking, and then and everyone kind of knew the outcome, but everyone's it's how these things happen. Is everyone goes to the very last, they're trying to squeeze every last bit out of their adversaries as they see them. It's just like David, Goliath, and left and right and green. And I hear that IATSE is negotiating now. There is a sort of a spectre of another strike in the summer, which nobody expects to really happen, but just because the threat is there, there's studios are holding back and not wanting to invest. Where it's been good is solidifying our network, thinking of how we're going to do things longer term, strategies of how we want to work with different partners, be they artists, other studios, and even companies in different areas. Like we said, we've partnered with companies specializing in AI. They have absolutely nothing to do with visual effects or filmmaking, but they have technology where we came in and we said, oh, if we do this and that with them, we can apply it to visual effects. So we're hoping to see that partnership blossom into something that's exciting for the industry. You know, so in that sense, it's been good. It's been good to take a step back to look at the bigger picture and sort of, you know, and to sort of manage stress levels and all of that. You know, again, I've learned a lot. I hope. I mean, it's fine. Things are coming. Things are moving.
Very slowly.
Very slowly, but things are moving, and I haven't had a day where I had to ask myself, you know, how am I going to get through the day? What am I going to do? There's always stuff to do. It's been going on for too long. I will absolutely agree with that. I've seen companies in LA close doors after 25 to 30 years. A company who works on Babylon 5, on Star Trek, on, you know, never been without work in 25 years and had to close their doors. 60 employees, boom, out in the streets, nothing to be done. So that's tough. That's really tough. I hope it's also a little bit of a wake-up call for the industry, and to take a look at how it's run and how fragile it has become. Because there has been, they call it internally, they call it the race to the bottom, and it's just like, you know, everyone trying to undercut everyone else. I know someone with a very small studio who's been undercut by a large VFX house, large, I'm going to name names, the same VFX house that they did subcontract work for in the past. It's, you know, it's a dog eat dog. So it has to stop, and it will stop. It will stop. There's a huge hunger for new media, which needs to be fed. We need to feed the beast, and the beast will be fed. And there's going to be probably a couple of months from now, I think, especially in the fall, we're all going to have more work than we can handle, and it's going to be the other way around.
Yeah.
And then we're all going to complain that we don't see our families and we don't, you know, it's true. So hopefully that can be managed a little bit.
To me, it's still so funny how I mentioned to you before the lunch. It just completely like bypassed me for like half a year.
Yeah.
Because I was in a job in Rome, and obviously we were in post, and I was there I think 5 months, and then end of last year I came back for my wedding, did a wedding, went straight to work like in 2 days. And it was a production in the UK, and I started a job, and people were they were so worried, like, what are we going to do after this? And they were holding the schedules, and I started kind of noticing how everyone is worried, and I was like, what are you worried for? Because just before I went to Rome, which was 5 months before that, which was beginning of last year, I had 6 jobs offers, which were I had to say no to jobs because they were above of what I could do, and I didn't want to ruin my reputation. That's how busy it was, and suddenly it was just it really came down. I feel like end of last year.
Yeah.
With the strikes,
Mm-hmm.
at least that's how it was in the UK.
Mm-hmm. It was in the US. It was a bit earlier.
Probably
So
earlier, and
early
then,
summer.
because we still did a lot of posts, so there were still posts finishing, but there were more things. There were new things coming, so it kind of caught up.
Yeah.
And that, But as you said, I think what's the point of freaking out about what's going to be the next project? Because when we're on the next project, it's going to be 12, 13 hours, not seeing your family, being completely exhausted. So just enjoy it. Like it's not going to be
if you can.
If you can. And another thing, if you're in a lower positions like assistants, coordinators, it is a bit trickier if you didn't make that financial reserve.
Exactly.
Obviously, so.
Yeah. And visual effects tend to concentrate in very expensive areas. Like London, Vancouver, Los Angeles, hugely expensive places to live for some reason. And yeah, so it's tricky. There's a lot more people living from paycheck to paycheck than you think.
Question number 4.
Tabs.
Okay, so I had second question. I would like to ask about distraction.
Distraction or destruction?
Distraction.
Distraction. Yeah.
How do you deal with distraction in terms of internet and online resources? And how does the pipeline change when the internet was the kind of drive force?
How did the pipeline change when the internet was the what?
Drive force, like the medium for storing stuff, for learning stuff.
Probably like before and now.
Oh, before and after work from home? Is that what you're referring to?
No, before the things, resources were available in
oh right, before the internet.
Basically.
Here's another person reminding me of my age. What was it like before the internet? The internet did exist when I started work, and online resources already did exist. Actually, surprisingly little has changed. Because in most facilities, workstations are not attached to the internet for security reasons. So the internet is available. It's usually sort of physically in a different room, and there are people in there. If you want to download something, you ask those people to download it for you. They'll copy it on the network for you. So, but in terms of how you work in a pipeline, it's completely localized. If there are cloud services attached to a project, same process. So everything, all the work files, they will be generated on the local network, and then it goes outside, and then that's a whole different thing, and then it comes back inside. But inside, it's all local. If you work on your own and you work on a workstation that's connected to the internet, good for you. But in terms of my own example, yes, my workstation is somehow connected to the internet in a sort of probably not quite as secure way as some of the bigger VFX houses, but secure enough. Our storage, for example, is on a completely different network. So that where the files are, where the important stuff is, that's not connected to the internet. That's all. I mean, it's connected to the internet because we're working between Brussels and Los Angeles, for example. So I've got 100 terabytes sitting in Brussels, there's 100 terabytes sitting in LA, and that's real time being synced all the time, and it works brilliantly. But it's a closed loop. It's over the internet, but it's not on the internet, if you know what I mean.
And how do you deal with the distraction of the internet?
The distraction of the internet, very badly. I get distracted, just like everyone else. You know, I'm a visual creature. It's sort of, I like visuals. It's what I do. So yeah, the internet is there. I get distracted all the time. So I have to find mechanisms not to do it. Sometimes I set alarms Sometimes I do fairly strict schedules and say, you know, this 1 hour I'm going to do nothing to do with anything online, even if I need it. I just need to focus. Very often, if I have to do rote tasks, you know, something that's quite repetitive, I just put headphones on, put some music on, just get into the zone and do that. But I'm really no different than anyone else. It's a huge distraction. I did spend some time on Facebook a long time ago. It's about 10 years ago now. And that's one of the best things I've ever done is delete my Facebook account. It was awful. Also, I was all of a sudden sort of conversing with people that have been out of my life for like 25 or 30 years, and that's fun for a while, but then I started thinking, you know, maybe there's a reason why I haven't been in touch with these people for 25 to 30 years.
I feel like LinkedIn is a new Facebook now.
LinkedIn is becoming the new Facebook.
It's crazy.
It is such a time suck.
There's so much content.
Such a time suck.
What's
and
going
especially
on?
now with AI. It's like, I can't open LinkedIn anymore. There's a new model, there's a new this, there's a new person
Or people freaking out.
Or people freaking out.
It's one or the other. I couldn't.
Yeah.
I always went to check like who did something, but now it's either AI or people freaking out.
Yeah, yeah. Because LinkedIn used to be sort of the one place where it was still sort of professional. Yeah.
Yes.
Right, and it was just to build and to grow your professional network. There was a huge. I remember there was a huge thing on LinkedIn where people would start posting their personal stuff, and people would chip in like, "Hang on, this is a professional network." You know, it would sort of self-moderate. Not at all anymore. No. Not at all anymore. And it's just as much as time suck as Facebook used to be.
Yeah.
So that's a problem. That's a problem. I'd rather spend some time on my forum.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. In your presentation, you talked about fusion, so I would like to ask, why do you prefer it to something like Nuke? What are the advantages, or is it just personal preference?
No, it's not just personal.
It's very personal.
No, it's not. I mean, I have used and made all my money with Nuke for more than 10 years. So it's not like I haven't used it. It's not like I don't know the qualities of it. It's an excellent piece of software for many, many, many reasons. But I find Fusion as an all-round piece of software, I find it better. And it goes to some very, very core principles of the software. The biggest one for me is that between the two, Fusion is the only one that's truly resolution independent. Yeah. Right? So if you have a comp in Fusion and you've comped everything in 2K, and the client stops by and says, you know what, I want a 4K version of this, it'll take you no time at all. Right? You change your sources to 4K and
everything works.
Almost. There are exceptions. There are exceptions, but 95% of everything will just look the same at 4K. I have had to, it was on Oz the Great and Powerful, I have had to convert a shot from 2K to 4K, and it took me weeks. It was one of the biggest shots that I worked on the film. It took me weeks to convert it.
In Nuke?
In Nuke. It was atrocious. Nuke is advertised as being resolution independent. It is not.
What about Cinema 4D? What's about Cinema 4D for?
Cinema 4D is a 4D. Is a 3D
software.
It's 3D software. So yeah.
Oh, you're
talking about composing software. Fusion's got a much better caching system. When you have enough RAM, and because it's resolution independent, you can work on half, a third, a quarter of the resolution, which you can kind of do in Nuke as well, just not as well. But it's got a brilliant caching system, which is fairly, it's not perfect again, but it's fairly predictable. So what that means is, when you have enough RAM, you can store many frames at once in your RAM. You can scrub, You can see things in real time, which is fantastic for animation. So I do a lot less network rendering with Fusion than I do with Nuke. The particle system is like miles better, miles faster. The 3D system, they're now integrating USD in it. Nuke was the first to come out with USD in a compositing application, but with the new Fusion 19 beta, you can get a taster of what it's going to become in Fusion, and it's phenomenal. It's phenomenally fast. It's very advanced. When you really geek out about Fusion, you can sort of search inside the DLLs. Inside the actual system files, and you can sometimes search for human readable strings and have like an educated guess of what else it is that they're working on. It's I think Fusion has now come past the task of having to be converted for Mac, for Metal, for the new technologies, for the Linux platform. You know, Fusion didn't have a Linux, like a true Linux version for many years. All of that is now past, and you can see that they are starting to focus on new features. And I think we're in for a very exciting ride, especially for a piece of software that costs. You know, the studio version is 395, isn't it? Well, let's say $400.
I think it's $299 now.
Is it $299 now?
Never mind. I think
it's cheap. And it comes with unlimited random nodes. So the cost is just is crazy.
Mine 9 years back.
Oh, so it's not a subscription?
No, Fusion's not a
it's
subscription.
not even maintenance.
No, not
They
even
do
maintenance.
everything as a subscription.
Unlimited, I know, unlimited render nodes. So you can literally outfit an entire studio with one license of $395.
That's why I'm using it.
It's too low, and in my view, the only reason Blackmagic Design can do it is that it's basically a hardware company.
Yeah.
You know, software is kind of their side project. But don't forget also that in the latest beta, the interaction between Fusion and Resolve is getting ever better. And Resolve is quickly becoming the standard for color grading in the movie business. Right? And
every Resolve user.
If I get my sort of my spidey senses right, I think they're after Avid as well to become the de facto editor in the film world as well, and to have Fusion right there, it's a Nuke, great piece of software. I've seen things done in Nuke. I don't know how I would do them in Fusion, especially in terms of custom tools and pipelining. Which makes a lot of sense for very large houses, but I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole for small productions, personally. But I don't think any ill of people who think differently.
And you can write a small pipeline in Lua for Fusion.
Oh yeah,
I have mine in
Lua.
my studio.
It supports Python.
Yeah, Python too.
They have a new Python developer on boards.
Great.
Yeah. So the scripting language of Resolve is FusionScript.
Yeah.
So Fusion's scripting engine has been integrated in Resolve, and we see every release you get more and more features in Resolve that are scripted.
Yeah, it's quite badly documented right now.
It's badly documented,
but
which is always
I use that because you have an NLE with scripting. It's great. I was doing a TV show with hundreds of shots, and I automated basically anything, queuing to render anything. It's great.
Yeah. Question number 2. Question number 1, I will put myself.
All right.
I would like to ask you if you could share something interesting that you recently learned in compositing.
Wow. Oh. God, how recently? Oh, that is hard. Also because I haven't been compositing all that much recently.
Maybe from our colleagues.
Or what you learned on your forum from other users, interesting concepts.
I know that's
or
that's
from supervising.
What's that?
Or from supervising?
Something that I've learned.
So long ago.
No, but there are so many different things, but there's not one that sort of sticks out as something. Oh, I wish I knew that 30 years ago. I'm gonna. Can I think? Can I sit on that question for? I find that surprisingly difficult.
Denoising keys.
Denoising keys. No, that's
your
old.
favorite.
That's old. Oh, there was one thing. It was a very small thing. Oh no, it's not. It's a technical thing. It's a fusion thing. But I never knew. In the user interface, what's annoying is that when the controls come in the viewer, they slightly overlap your image.
Yeah.
There's a setting apparently that you can in the preferences that you can give it a border, so it doesn't go all the way to the edge, so the controls never overlap your image.
I think I set it up quite a long ago.
Right. So
I found information about it on your forum, I think.
Yes. No. One thing I did do is one thing that Nuke had at the time, but this is not recent, so it's not a very fair answer to your question.
Oh, it's okay.
But Nuke had what was it called? The IBK. Kia,
IBK Kia.
Which Fusion didn't have. So I set out to recreate IBK in Fusion, and then and I succeeded. Also because I looked up these things, so apparently IBK started as a Fusion gizmo, as a
Nuke gizmo.
As a Nuke gizmo. So basically, it was built out of standard tools, and then I started talking to people as like, what do you remember from those days, and how would you do this in tools, and then I ported that to Fusion, and then I built on top of that, because then I could mimic one-to-one what IBK did, and Ion back in the day put it on their website. And I built on it, and people are still, even though Fusion now has Delta Kia and the clean play tool and all that, some people are still using Kak, which is how is the kick-ass Kia.
In Slovak language, the shortcut sounds a bit funny. Kak is poop.
Yeah, in Dutch as well.
Okay.
Which is why it's a brown node.
No.
True story. So and to this day, people use that one as
I'm still using it sometimes.
Main keys. It's still one of the keys that is best at getting fine detail out of
basically
out of green screen.
IBK.
And I learned a lot of that. I researched all sorts of difference keys and additive keys, and learned about what that meant and how can I integrate that into something that I already have to improve it. So it's got a ton of sliders, and really for the latest versions of Fusion, I'm gonna probably, if and when I've got the time, I'm gonna rewrite it and make it a different type of tool set. But I haven't got to that one yet.
Well, that's really cool. So it's reconstructing the background, like behind the actor, for better keying. Like the
so one of it's how it's like building. It's how it's building the clean plate. Actually, a lot of ideas also came from Ultimat. So basically, what it does, it works in two stages. So it first makes a very hard mat to cut out.
As a core mat.
Like a core mat, and then based on that core mat, it can sort of edge extend
the pixels.
It's not really eroding. It's like eroding, multiplying, and all of that. But it kind of extends the pixels inwards, and that's how it creates a very accurate clean plate. And then on top of that comes the same keyer, but with different settings. But because you have a clean plate, it can extract really fine detail, you know, including actual noise. So it will extract noise differences in its sort of purest setting, which often you don't want. So you have to rework it. There's lots of sliders, and then after that, there's a whole stage where I'm using colors and brightness from the actual background that it needs to be keyed on to do. Oh, that's actually something I think I may have found a different technique that will allow me to recolor gray edges that don't have the same luminance as the green screen in the background, and then sort of recolor that with background colors. So that the key might be even a little better. That's only a couple of weeks ago, and I suspect that's a keying technique that's not in my setup yet. So I'll if that's the case, then I'll integrate it in the next version, which is going to be cool because it's going to be cuck, but I can write the A as a 4, right? So it's K 4K, and it's version 4. So for that alone, I wanna do it. Cool. Keep learning, because that technique was posted, I think it was on LinkedIn. Every now and then there's something interesting there by a fairly young artist. So see, it's not always experience. It's just some experimentation. Yeah, experimentation. Someone figuring out something, and you know, shared learning. It's a great thing. It's a great thing.
Last question. It's my question.
Okay, the best question.
It's philosophical question.
Oh.
It's question for what? Nicole can answer the first. So during your presentations, you touched 2 times to your family. Yes, so in case of Nicoletta about her husband, in your case about your family, that you spend some time with, as much as possible time with your family. Mm-hmm. So family values. It means that can you imagine that you could be successful as a film artist or visual artist in your career in case if you will not have support from home, and it means also connection with probably mental health or not to burn out in your work. So what do you think that is the most important, and when the artist could be the most happiest ever?
Okay. No, I wouldn't be able to work if I didn't have a support from my husband. And real life examples, when I started working, we did 6 weeks a day. I was traveling on set 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the evening. And if it wasn't for my husband, who did cooking, laundry, pretty much doing everything, it wouldn't work. Then it was when I was starting as well, when I had no idea about technical things. I would run to the toilet and I would ask him about what it means. Also, a few months before our wedding, I said, the wedding was in Slovakia, we lived in London, and I said, look, I got a job offer in Rome and they want me to be there in 2 days. Can I go? And he fully supported me. Another thing, it's such long days, and so many times I've seen my colleagues getting phone calls, when are you home, when are you home, when are you home, you're late. And it doesn't help. I've never gotten that call. Whether I was in the office until 7 p.m. or 3, 4 a.m., which does happen during delivery, I never got a call, when are you coming home, you said you would be here 5 hours ago. And I wouldn't be able to do it. Even when I ended up in hospital last year because I overdid it a little bit, and it happened on our wedding date. Oh. I thought that this is it, that he will set me down and he will tell me you have to take months off and like no work. And a couple of weeks after our wedding, I got a offer on, I got a job offer on a project which I really, really liked, and he just dropped everything, and he's been my biggest fan because he knows how important it is for me. So I think, I don't think I would be able to do it without the support.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Peter?
Wow. I agree. But I also, because it's a bit of a philosophical question, so I want to. It would not be possible to do this without the support of your family when you have a family.
Mm.
There are a lot of people in visual effects who don't have a family. Some of whom want to have a family, but some of whom are also perfectly happy without a family. In that sense, I will say that visual effects requires a flexibility which is rarely seen in, let's just say, more conventional industries. Like if there is like a notion of what, as my parents used to call it, a real job is, then you're thinking 9 to 5 and you're home in the weekends, and it's sort of visual effects is not like that. And personally, I don't want it to be like that. I enjoy the rush of a deadline to a point. And the sort of there's a very particular kind of camaraderie within a team that happens, but it does mean that you do very long hours, and you've often spoken about 12, 13, 14 hour days. I've done those as well. If you have a family or a partner who wouldn't be able to somehow support that kind of lifestyle, then no, that wouldn't be possible. But you could say that difficulty only exists within families. So in that sense, it's if you want to go philosophical about it. Coincidentally, one of my best friends, my daughter's godfather, has specialised in work-family relationships and written a couple of books about it. He worked at the University of Barcelona and taught there. So he's been using me a little bit as a test case. Amusingly, he also got divorced while he was researching the topic, and I never really got a clear answer from him either. What exactly the relationship is, or what the balance should be between family and work, and it turns out to be a very elastic concept. And again, it depends on the people. It depends on, but it does require a partner who's in certain areas at least as flexible as you are, and that's not a given. It's certainly not a given. I can say that with a different type of partner, or even family. Like my kids, they're still quite young, and they don't like it when I go away for a while. But they understand. I mean, it's kind of their normal. The first couple of times will have been a little bit strange for them, but I'm always coming back, and then and then I'm home. And The flip side of it is that when work is quiet, or when I'm working from home, especially now that I've set up a business with a partner in Los Angeles, we've got the 9-hour time difference, which means that when I work with them over there, I've got my mornings off, so I can take my kids to school. I can, you know, do things with them in the mornings. I can do bedtimes, and then, you know, it means there are other challenges. I often start work at 9 o'clock at night, and then I go on until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, because I'm also a bit of a night owl. I'm not really a morning person. I work best when it's late, and when I'm, you know, when certain parts of me are a bit tired and don't bother me as much. I tend to focus a lot, and I tend to focus well when it's late at night for me. So there's, you know, there's two sides to the story. Yes, there is definitely support from family is hyper important, but it's, you know, there are nice things about it too.
I don't know if it's coincidence, but so far most of the women I have worked with in a high up positions didn't have a family. Yeah, but that's I think that's a very large discussion. That's a very large discussion as well. I do think that women, especially in higher up positions, typically have to work a lot harder than men to get there. I feel like it's changing though.
And I think that's changing, and I think that's a good thing. And I think part of that may also have been the notion that they should work harder. I mean, for the longest time, and it still happens today. Like, women will get pretty much laid off as soon as they get pregnant. It still happens.
I was surprised to find out that, for instance, studios like Warner Brothers have like a little kindergarten now.
Yeah.
Which is quite.
The first studio I knew that did that was Pixar.
Edwin. I did say that I'll name my first son Edwin, by Edwin Catmull.
So, last word for our guest, Nicoletta.
A last word.
Last word. We'll finish in.
Oh my goodness. If you really, if you really enjoy what you do, do take breaks, because it's not worth to overdo it and then. I know it's a cliche, but it's so true. It is so true. Like, set your priorities. Work is not everything.
Peter?
One last thing, because of the men and women thing. Weta in New Zealand. There's a group for all the wives of the visual effects artists over there, and they're called the Weta Widows.
No way.
Yep. True story. Today. So it's a largely, I imagine then, a largely male visual effects crew, and yeah, they're called the Weta Widows. But Weta apparently works their people very, very hard. Anyone wants to see my student film? We've got a couple of minutes. So this is really old. This is also for people interested in Fusion. This is the first thing I ever pulled through Fusion. It was literally just a color curves node. I have no idea what curves even did. This was together with a friend, colleague, partner of mine called Luc van Driessen. He was my first employer, and we were just sitting together one evening, and Fusion was brought into the studio by another dear friend of mine called Raf Schoenmakers, who later created the Crocodile plugins for Fusion. He was the first one to bring version 1 of Fusion, or it might have been version 1.5, into the studio. Anyway, this is the first thing that ever went through there. So if you're wondering why it has slightly old colors,
beautiful green tint.
What's that?
Beautiful green.
It's green. It's lovely. I absolutely love it. Let's see. I hope it works. Oh no, that's not VLC. What are you doing? There we go. There's the error. Okay. This is my first in everything, in 3D and 1997.
Last time you saw that on screen, big screen. When was the last time you saw this on big screen?
On a big screen when I graduated. No joking. No joking. Yeah.
So
long time.
Thank you very much for your workshop, discussion that we had now. I think that during these 2 days we spent very nice time speaking about the various themes from our students from first class of graduate studies. Then we saw spectacular videos from Belgian students, and then we could understand philosophy from University of Lusofona. Today we could think about artificial intelligence, about connection with script writing. Then we could recognize game design from point of not too much familiar for me, from point of designer or animator. Later it will be a process of game design, working on a game product. Then we saw from Nicoletta a presentation about economics and communication, and now we had extended explanation of career and philosophy and the point of view of visual effect artist. So please, before I'll finish our today's meeting, so try to say something from your point, and then Peter, and then it will be close at all.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me. It was honestly, it was such a pleasure to be here, and I don't know. I hope it gave you at least a little of what it gave me, because I think it starts here, right? We can expect the industry to change to better, whether it's in terms of women having space or whatever. If we're not being taught these things from the early start. I always say, my tennis coach says, it's so hard to redo something when it's a bad habit, but when you're building something from scratch and you're building a good strong foundations, I think that's a good recipe for success. So thank you very much again that I could talk to you, and please do get in touch. I love work. I love talking VFX. So.
Yeah, I have planned with you, so you will see.
So hopefully we'll see each other soon.
Peter.
Well, same, and thank you for inviting me. Thank you all for having me and listening to my ramblings. You're all artists. You're all individuals. Through the talks, also in some of the questions that I was hoping to ask, I've often tried to emphasize the fact that even though you are very strong individuals, you're also part of a larger world. You're always working with people, you're working with others. Even art itself can't be art without an audience, right? Art becomes art in its interaction with the audience. It's going to be the same for your films, for your work, but also, to go back a little bit to Mr. Lavik's question, to family. You're not alone in this journey, and if anything, a fantastic barometer of how you're doing professionally, creatively, is also your family. You can and I mean family as in your partners, your children, your parents, but also family in terms of teams, in terms of friends, in terms of your audience. You know, they are a good barometer for how you're doing, how you're interacting with them, and the influence that you have on them, and vice versa. And it's a barometer that you'll discover as you go along. It will change as you get older, as you get wiser or stupider. That will grow with you. So in that sense, family really is a crucial part of your life as an artist, as a professional, and as someone who's interacting with other people in many different ways. And in that sense, I consider us all as artists, as creatives, very fortunate because our lives tend to be so multifaceted and so complex as well. And to find sort of structure in that complexity is always a joy. Very happy to have been able to come here in person. As I said earlier, this would not have been the same. I'm happy to give whatever knowledge that I have. I got in return. I've got interesting questions. I've got a fantastic atmosphere, a really nice vibe, really nice. I'm not terribly woozy in terms of, but it's a great energy. Thank you as well, and I hope to repeat this in the future. If you're organising this again next year, make sure to let me know. I'd be more than happy
you will
to.
come from Los Angeles.
Absolutely, or from wherever, maybe Bali. Or we'll see. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So I want to thank you, our guests. All will finish this last moment of our conference, International Visual Effects and Game Design Conference Bratislava 2024 finished.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you very much.
No. Thank you, Michal.
No problem.
It was a pleasure to meet you, by the way.
Pleasure.